bright in the dark like a luminous is. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know, cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Kill 'em with a sound, yeah, kill 'em with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip-hop, you know, cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Big in the pit. Yeah.
Is it the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our leader, or just blinded by the lights. Or just blinded by the lights. Or just blinded by the lights. Is it the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our leader, or just blinded by the lights. Or just blinded
Searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting here. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're in the danger.
저도 굉장히 초반 라인전에서 좀 대결을 약간 선호하는 편이라서
比赛来说，经验还是比他多嘛，和他打的话是有优势的。
IG 零的话，感觉他是那种偏刷，喜欢就是反对人打团的那种类型的。
我指挥野区发的话，应该是我跟队友磨合的不好。如果我跟队友磨合的好的话，你会发现你野区什么都没有。
而我最近的话，打法风格就比较喜欢进攻，比较喜欢入侵这样子。
厂长赢我的只是经验，最少打了5年了，应该，因为我看他比赛长大的。
他做有些事情挺牵强的，我对他的话，我觉得我更占优势一点吧。
厂长，我操作比你好，我一定不会输。
All
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 2, day number 3 of the LPL Summer Split. We're just about ready to get into our games here today, and they are going to be hype. After a very long day yesterday, we're ready to see how the rest of the groups are going to shake out. In our first set, we've got Dan Gaming, the newcomers to the LPL, taking on the old newcomers of IMA. And already you can see Kat and Choo Choo there getting ready for this matchup because they're going to have to go up against Jin Zhao and Road in that bottom lane, which looks to be quite exciting. My name's Dom Romer. Joining me here on the broadcast is Barento Raz Mohammed and Zach Rusty Pie. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. Raz, you were here all day yesterday. I don't know why I'm welcoming you. He's actually been here all.
I've never left.
Yeah,
I don't leave.
We just put a new shirt on him and then started the cameras again.
I wish I brought my pillow so I can legitimately just
plop down
right
on the desk. Yeah, and just keep on going for the LPL. What about you, Zach?
What about me? I don't have a pillow. Is that where we're going? No, I wasn't here yesterday, though,
Yes.
Raz, so please tell me what happened, because there was a lot of games.
There were a lot of games, a lot of crazy picks. I mean, I guess that's a bit of a spoiler alert, but we saw OMG go up against Suning Gaming. I really loved how that set played out because I expected it to be matching styles. It definitely went to 3 games, but it felt like OMG is just solidifying the fact that they are the top of their group at the very least.
And to elaborate on what he said, even though it is a spoiler, a little bit further, we also saw Newbie against Jingdong Gaming, which is meant to be the narrative hype of the century as far as individual players go. You know, Doinby and Swift, they want to take out each other. They don't really care about which teams win as long as they are winning against their opponent. However, they were flanked by a Vayne against a Taric. So when you really put it into perspective, I was more excited about the bottom lane than I was that matchup. And say what you will about the champions, not a big fan of them. It was exciting to watch.
Yeah, very chaotic match.
Yeah, I love the fact that the Vayne was obviously the major focus where LWX had an amazing set, or at least they had a lot of confidence in for him to be able to play. Of course, Korn was the shining light because he got MVP for that game. His Orianna play is just as good as we last left him, and I mean, sure, that bottom lane skirmish that really gave him 2 kills early on in the game was the deciding factor, but he was able to use his lead very well.
Yeah, it was fun to see Group B with these changes, and of course, Korn meshing rather well with Nui. But today, however, is Group A day, Grade A day, if you will. And we've got a very exciting set of matches coming for you today. Let's actually take a look at the schedule. We've got IMA versus Dan for our first game of the day.
Yep.
Later on, we have EDG versus Invictus Gaming, definitely not the match of the week. And for our final game of the day, WE taking on Snake. And for Group A, things are shaking out a little bit different, I think, than we expected.
Yeah, EDG looking pretty hot. I mean, they have that one loss in their record. The one loss that will just be the stain that has fired them up. They don't want to remember it. They will constantly go back, look at the scoreline, and be like, we definitely got 0-2'd by Dan Gaming. But it stuck with them. You can see them firing off in the next 2 sets. They were able to demolish IMA and Snake in back-to-back neighborhood battles.
Yeah.
And they came out ahead, and surprisingly so.
And to put it simply, if I was EDG's coach, I'd be happy that they lost, because now I have something to motivate them with, is that you actually lost to Dan Gaming, so that's literally unacceptable. So now until they play again, momentum maybe to follow EDG through. But what we have seen of Group A is that when they play now, EDG, given that the loss was already there in week 1, they do not take defeats lightly. They actually come back firing and want to win, and since that defeat, they have come out and looked 10 times better than they have before. The roster shifts have stopped happening. They've cemented themselves as what they want to have, and they're playing like a really good team.
Yeah, and their opponents, Invictus Gaming, later today, they've got a lot of drive to win as well. We've seen some changes with their roster, Ning now showing up in the jungle, but more importantly, the fact that they are 1-1 in the group. They are hungry to go for these wins. Trouble is, they're going up, as you said, against the likes of EDG, who have already been a stable roster for quite some time.
Yeah, the only games that we've seen coming in from IG is when they went up against IMA, and they also went up against WE. That went up to 3 games, so we still see the rough edges that IG presents because they have an essentially new lineup with Ning and West on that roster still. So we'll have to see if that really flourishes going up against EDG. That is a very tough bottom lane with how Zet and Mako have been firing off lately. I want to see how Ning can really work with Rookie, because that top side has to win for IG to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, there's a chance that, honestly, that matchup is just a battle of the stars, but one matchup we didn't get a chance to talk about, Dom, was WE against Snake. And I just want to bring it back to that, because when we talk about maybe hunger and the want to win, we know that one of these teams has that, but only one of them is getting it. and that's WE who have got wins, and Snake don't know what they're doing anymore. And I feel like coming into today, not having a coach, not having your assistant coach, it's just one foot in front of the other. I think that's the best bet.
Yeah, I just want to see who's going to be on that stage. Who is walking on that stage? Is it going to be the manager, the owner himself, taking matters into his own hands? That's going to be a surprising factor to me, obviously. They're going to be going up against WE. WE it seems like it's going to be business as usual. If WE comes into this, they still have to respect the players. That's always been the case when you go up against Snake. Respect the fact that SOFM and Crystal have been going off lately, even though they've been getting a lot of L's. So I think the Thresh is going to be a big focus on, but that's going to be later on the end of the day, so we're going to have to see how that stacks up.
Yeah, of course, WE, the most consistent team in the LPL right now. But for our first game of the day, we've got IMA taking on Dan. We're still looking for some consistency from these two. I think IMA, we should probably start with. This is a team that some people might recognize. They went to Worlds. They had a pretty good performance making it into playoffs just last split, and even went very far in the Demacia Cup during the off-season. But now we're still not seeing them at their usual playoff form, where they like to go for these sort of harder, longer runs.
And here's the thing. We gave them an off week one, right? Week one, we just said, all right, you can't showcase Ben 4 and Road. That's fair because of the ban. Then they come into week 2, and they actually showcase them going up against EDG. Sure, that's a hard set for them. But I just was really unimpressed with their drafting going up against it, and they really let Athena down because he had rough matchup in both games. He was never really warded up and really protected, so he was just going up against the Wolves. And so I want to see them draft differently. I want to see them play towards that composition. And now it's going to be, theoretically, an easier matchup, but we have to reset expectations for Dan, because if Dan takes down Aime along with Snake that they did last time around, and with clean play as well, or at least clean relatively speaking, then we have to say, okay, they're middle of the pack in Group A.
Yeah. I mean, looking at Aime, though, in particular, I feel like the Athena point is very much valid. I just don't think they ever set him up to succeed. Aime only look good when Athena wins lane 1v1. And that's the only time Aime have looked fantastic, is when you've got this 3-0 Fizz in the mid lane, just coming down the bottom to carry them all. But Aime, they focus on their AD carry and support. They try and get that duo going. That's where the teleports usually will go from Amazing J, who's a big proponent of the talking in the team. To me, they're halfway there, but it's not there enough to get them to Worlds again.
The big concern, though, is their opponents, Choo Choo and Cat, have been stepping up huge for Dan Gaming on the other side. Choo Choo, the first player to get a pentakill during the spring split of the LPL, albeit in the promotion tournament. And Cat, super aggro support, very, very aggressive champion pool, not to mention the fact that he's the shot caller for the team. So if you're in trouble bottom, it's going to be Cat who punishes that.
Oh, yeah, and you're going to have somebody in the crowd yelling support fight, because that's essentially what's going to happen. You have both shot callers of the team, Road and Cat, essentially just running the calls here. Who's going to come out? Who's going to have the stronger calls? Who's going to be more decisive? How many Baron plays are we going to have? As we see Aime coming up here, Amazing J in the top lane, Ben 4 in the jungle, Athena in the mid lane, and Jin Zhao and Road in the bot lane.
And Aime, I mean, you're looking at this team, it's got Ben 4, it's got Jin Zhao and Road now back together, reunited in the bottom lane as a duo, and you'd say this is it. This is the Aime that you wanted from week 1, not to be.
Yeah, their opponents on the other side, though, Dan. It is Lies in the top lane, Karen in the jungle, Goong in the mid lane, and Choo Choo and Cat, we mentioned them earlier, rounding out in the bottom.
And what's great about Dan Gaming has been their vision controls. So far, we have limited games with him, but when they've had the picks like Leona and Blitzcrank, they really hyper-focus on invading, setting down the vision, and when they have the brief amount of time to go towards it, they'll hit the Baron fast.
I think one thing we should highlight as well before we even get into this champion select and into this game is that support fight is mostly an accurate way to describe these guys. If there was a single champion that depicts Road and depicts Cat, it's Bard and Leona. Because I feel like those two are champions that want to be able to firstly engage and communicate with Cat, but roam and ward with Road as well. He's a big part of their engage, which is why Bard is my champion of choice for him, because he can kind of do everything at once. And they probably will be fighting for that vision. If that's something that Dan are very good at, you'd expect Road will not let them place it, and then they will end up having support or combat everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, these teams are going to get pretty bloody out there. I want to see, just based off of drafting, how far down are we going to see support picks? Because, of course, second phase is when we usually see it coming through on Dan's side because they want to get the best support pick for them, want to see what the composition fully for the enemy team is. And then I may have generally done that as well throughout the history of their team. So that could be something to look forward to, perhaps.
Yeah. And again, this also plays a bit into the passivity of IMA, their tendency to take that late game scaling composition and sit back and wait. If they do that against Dan, I think that plays into their style, where they'll get those wards set up and then just sort of camp outside of vision. Whereas I know we like to call them a little bit of a cheesy team from time to time.
Yeah, and I just think that the pick so far has been cheesy, but I think that they've been coming through very comfortable on it, and that's all that really matters. Goong is a big focus for me because when they set up their vision, or at least when the Blitzcrank wants to get rolling, where does he first look? He looks to unleash Goong in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Goong has been on these roaming picks like Talia, LeBlanc at times. If he can get past the laning phase, he will look towards the bottom lane. So just get that tool out there. Allow him to be able to roam out. I want to see what happens.
It's about starting the snowball, but not losing laning phase, Raz. I think that's the most important part.
Well, we'll have to see if that happens in this game or if IMA will be the ones to take the win. Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us after to help break down this game number 1. But as you can see, we are in Champion Select. It's game number 1 between IMA and Dan Gaming. With IMA with side selection, they have elected to take blue side with Dan on the red, though the colors are swapped on top. Your eyes do not deceive you. No surprise to see IMA removing those huge mobility champions from Dan Gaming. Shen from Lies, Talia from Goong. He's still got so many more mid laners that roam. But again, another mid lane target ban towards that LeBlanc.
Yeah, the two champions that I hit up, which was Talia and LeBlanc, get it away from Goong, because if Goong is able to roam across the map and be the tool that Cat can use to get the vision out there, then that's solid. Dan is incredibly meta-based right now, where they're going for the Galio. You'd see a Zac, there we go, Zac and Elise ban. Those are all very much purple side bans, so it's good that Dan is getting that out of the way. I guess they didn't even have a choice.
Yeah. Now, this does give IMA a lot of freedom here. We know they more often than not like to save counterpick for Amazing J and Athena, and they do prioritize their bottom lane and Ben 4 quite a bit during first phase. And with that Elise banned away, perhaps we could see some jungle priority. Lee Sin could be huge for the junglers, but it is going to be an AD carry focus early on, as Caitlyn is the lock-in for Jin Zhao.
And Caitlyn allows you to get out of the lane. Thresh is a big pick between both champions, mostly Road here, so it's a good takeaway for Dan. But the reason why Caitlyn is good is simply because Jin Zhao has been a self-sufficient AD carry in the bottom lane. This could mean that Road, once he does leave the lane to roam out towards mid, then it'll allow, of course, Caitlyn to just passively farm with the long range that she does have.
Yeah, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Choo Choo and Kat, knowing they're going to have to deal with that sufficient AD carry. Jin Zhao, of course, the player who will take Kog'Maw and 1v2 for 25 minutes while the rest of his team plays a 4 versus, I guess, 3. I'm just playing the numbers game, but it looks like Dan Gaming, they're going to play around that as well. They've now picked up Thresh and that Gragas to follow it.
All right, so I want to see what Ben 4 is willing to pick up here. Lee Sin is always a fun one, but there have been a few players out there that do not like the Lee Sin versus Gragas, simply because you can just E into him if he wants to look for an engage. It's been a Ben 4 pick. He can go towards Graves as well. If he goes towards a Graves pick, then he can look to bully inside the enemy jungles. But no, that's a Karma pick.
Yeah, Karma now locked in for IMA. We can see if that goes towards Athena and Road. We've seen them both play it, so they are flexible with that. And you were mentioning the jungle for Ben 4. He's going up against likely jungle Gragas. I don't know if Lies plays it in the top lane.
He does.
But Karen, more often than not, he likes to stick towards those grays, so perhaps I thought there could be an opportunity to counterpick. Instead, IMA are taking what's strong for them, what's comfortable for them.
And so IMA, you can already see what they're going for and just focusing down Goong, right? You saw the mid lane mobility being banned out.
Oh, yeah.
You see the Karma coming through. Very much likely going to be Athena picking that up, because Road would much rather be the engage force. But if he does pick it up, of course, let's say if they see the rest of the composition, which means second phase support pick once again could be the thing coming through. Could even be a Tahm Kench, for instance, right? It doesn't have to be an engage. Tahm Kench already looking towards the Thresh pick potential that they have.
Yeah, but Tahm Kench just banned away from Dan Gaming, so your senses are on the right track, Raz. You are following that trail correctly. Now I may get a chance to continue to pare down Goong in the mid lane. We still haven't seen an AD carry just yet from Choo Choo either, and it looks like I may are actually going to focus on that.
It makes sense, because once you get the Tahm Kench out of the way, then you want the added engage Force of Ash out of the way. Maybe I want to see if Road could look towards picking up Rakan, a Bard, for instance. Another one is a Blitzcrank, but I don't know if he actually has. He hasn't played Blitzcrank professionally, but now is the good time to do so with the Thresh matchup. And he has a solid lane, so that's always what's fun. He can pick up a very weak laner as a support simply because he has the Caitlyn in there.
Yeah, as a follow-up, though, we're going to see Dan Gaming ban away Amazing Jay's Camille after picking away his Jarvan. I may have been sticking to this Camille Jarvan strategy, especially when they can get their hands on Galio, for the past few weeks. And with a double AD carry ban, Varus and Ashe, that means that Choo Choo is now going to get pick priority for Dan.
And Choo Choo has gone towards the Jhin pick, so I wouldn't be surprised if he picks it up here again. They have gone towards it before, but no, it's actually going to be a very strong Kalista Thresh lane.
And that is a very powerful bottom lane, perhaps making it a little bit more dangerous to leave that Caitlyn all alone. You get caught by a hook, then that's going to be a lot of crowd control. Very easy to dive.
Yeah, especially once you hit level 6 and Kalista is going to be able to just throw that Thresh at your face. Road's going to be a lot more cognizant of that. That may be a Karma going for the bottom lane just so they can offset that pressure and look to poke him out.
Suddenly that flexibility making a lot more sense for IMA as Kled is the pickup for Amazing Che. You can see a big yawn coming out of Jin Zhao as he prepares. And oh, that could be quite exciting indeed, because then suddenly you've got Karma in the mid lane. You commit to that and allow Goong to get his counter pick, but that opens up the sort of team fight and dive from Aimee a lot more.
Yeah, and I want to see this. For Aimee, they have been a strong flanking team. When they're able to set up the vision, when they're able to focus on the objective being Dragon or Baron, they set up good enough vision for Amazing Jay to flank. So once he is on the Kled pick, that could be a focus here that Dan has to be afraid of.
Ooh, and Goong giving us the Cassiopeia and Orianna hover. Now, this would be something that's a little bit new for him. He plays very high mobility mid laners. We're looking at LeBlanc, Ahri, Talia, Kassadin, but taking something low mobility but high lane control could be a sign from something different from Dan Gaming. Also, that's a lot of Wombo now that you look at it. You've got Thresh, Jarvan, Orianna, and then Gragas.
Yeah, so the Orianna is incredibly flexible in this lineup. Good wave control mid lane because they lack it in the AD carry position. They are able to look for a dive with the Wombo that you've mentioned, or look just to protect Choo Choo. So
yeah.
It makes a lot of sense in the composition. I want to see if Goong is proficient on the champion. We know we talk about Orianna being the blind pick champion of the day, where every mid laner should know how to play it. If you are in the mid lane, you should know how to play Orianna. So I don't doubt his skill. We're just going to see how good he is at it, because yesterday we saw Korn pick it up for himself, a marquee Orianna player, and we saw what he was able to do with certain advantages that he held.
Yeah, and with that now, we have got our compositions locked in. So far, looking at the overall history for Goong, he's actually played Orianna twice, and he's lost both times with it, with a grand total of a 0.9 KDA. Of course, this harkens back to his time in the LCK, so hopefully he's had quite some time to practice that, because he is going up against a very talented mid laner in Athena, if Aimee can set Athena up for success.
Yeah, I remember way back, whenever there were criticisms towards Goong, we always talked about him being meta-reliant, had the Zed, had the Ahri, had Nidalee when Nidalee was an AP carry. And so this is him kind of flexing a larger pool that we've seen from him. In the LSPL, he went towards Ahri more often than not, and no one will ban Ahri until they realize, yeah, you know what, this guy's picking a little bit too often. So I just want to see what he can do here. He's going to have to hold Athena true. I like Karma into the lane just because of the constant poke once she's moving past the wave. But now this means that Athena has a slightly stronger laning pace. This is what I wanted to see, so we can see Athena actually be able to succeed in the early lane. And it's just a good draft coming in from Aimee.
Yeah. All in all, things round out rather nicely, but with that being said, we've now loaded onto the Rift. It is game number 1 between Aimee and Dan Gaming, currently in second place, tied for second place in their group. Aimee still looking to climb a few points of their own to get higher in the standings, and this is the big pulse check for Dan Gaming. I know it's something that we mention, it seems like every time we play them, but so far they have subverted our expectations, not once but 2 times now, in defeating EDG and the likes of Snake. If they can take a swift 2-0 over Aimee, perhaps we might have to reevaluate where they actually sit in Group A.
Yeah, we would. And I know you throw around the second place, third place
of course.
bit. I know it's really early on.
Yeah.
But what this does mean is that For instance, Dan is 2-1 right now in the standings. Being 3-1 would be incredible for them.
Yeah.
But it would be really damaging for IMA to be able to come straight into week 2 0-3.
Yes.
Especially just losing to Dan Gaming. The reason why that's so impactful is because IMA lost to EDG. IMA, their next opponents would have to be WE. And so if they are going into a very tough group, not being able to defeat who is honestly expected favorites in IMA, then we would have it would be a very bad start for them. And their offseason was doing really well. I mean, they were in the Demacia Cup finals going up against RNG. But it seems like those expectations have to be reevaluated, as you mentioned.
Well, at least they've got the fan vote for now, 62 to 38%, as we see our junglers start off with a leash. Looks like blue start from both Ben4 and Karen. That means that IMA will get a brief priority in this bottom lane thanks to that Zyra plant. Just helping trade things out as Cat will use a Targon stack just to clear that up. I guess, is that a Dragon Ling or is that a Plant Ling?
I'll say Plant Ling.
Zyra skin?
Because I can't expect what the next Zyra skin could be. Could just be a banana, and I don't want to call these random things.
Banana Ling.
Yeah, I'm just not going to happen.
However, we're seeing Doran's shield out of both of these supports. Again, it's patch 7.11, so we haven't seen the Doran's nerf just yet. And already we can see Choo Choo and Cat starting to back up from the Swift level 2 of Jinjiao and Road. And taking stock of the junglers, looks like it is a fairly standard clear. Ben4 actually starting
He's going to go for Scuttle Crab. So that's, for me, when you look towards the bottom lane, Ben4 is able to do this. In fact, able to, once he takes Scuttle, can walk in. That's just because I may have such a strong laning phase here with the Caitlyn and the Zyra. Cat with the Thresh, of course, it's going to be more useful once he's able to roam. In the mid game, he's able to get proper hooks, but the plants from Zyra is going to make it so hard within the laning phase to be able to punish Jinjiao. So I like the Zyra pick because it offers a lot of pressure within the lane. And so Choo Choo has to essentially sit under tower and look to farm up. And Ben4, he's going to be able to run roughshot this area on the map. He already even has a deep ward here, so if the Krugs, or at least the Gromp, does respawn, he knows if it's being taken by Karn.
Karn, though, on the other side of the map is going to get a double Gromp start as he steals away the Gromp from Ben4. Meanwhile, his own side of the jungle was fully cleared out, so no advantage for Ben4. Slight CS lead for Karn this early on, as he is prioritizing that top side of the map to keep Lies safe against Amazing J. And perhaps this could be the strategy from Dan Gaming. Target the shot caller of Ime. Put Amazing J in the bin.
I mean, it's a good timing that he was able to come topside, right? That's because Jarvan early on is going to be able to push in Amazing J. Amazing J, he counterpicked this, so you can see where the strategy is coming through because Kled will have proper trades once he's able to get like a Tiamat under his belt. When he's able to start getting levels into his Q and his violent tendencies to be able to just look for certain skirmishes. You always see random matchups like Kled versus Jarvan, Kled versus Renekton, where you're like, yeah, these lanes will shove into the Kled and should be able to challenge him and skirmish him. But even if he falls off of Skarl, he's going to be able to regain it because, of course, the enemy champion won't be able to punish him or look to damage him too much and have kill threat in the lane that early on.
Currently, it seems like the vision of Karin is paying off. They just spotted Ben4 drop a very safe control ward on that top side of the map. Immediately Lies, ducks into the river to get himself a nice safe ward. Meanwhile, Ben4's ward did fall off as the Gromp respawned, so Karin still hasn't been spotted, but if he shows up south of that tri-bush, he might finally show himself.
So this is just both teams making the right plays, or at least the right placement and vision. But we have Thresh in the lane, so Lantern is a major big plus.
He gets forces the flash by lining up a hook onto Road. So that gank will burn one summoner.
Yeah, so that's no sums for Cat. The reason why that's impressive, or at least that's very meaningful, Zyra isn't really squishy. And so if the guy just flash flays, that's a dead Road. Unless if Aime has something to say about this.
Ben4, I think Athena was able to sneak around that as well. So this is a very dangerous spot for Karin. He didn't see either of them. That's the leap from Ben4 out of the brush. And immediately Karin flashes away. No chance he's going to get caught.
Yeah, he needed to flash away because if he tried to body slam to begin with, he would have collided into Ben4. So he just needed the positioning for that. So good setup from Aime to just catch him off guard, catch him out of position. The blue trinket, or at least the blue plant. I love calling it the blue plant.
Scryer's bloom, yeah.
I just call it blue plant anyways. Wasn't able to catch either.
The Scryer's blue, maybe.
Oh, yeah, you know, I'll take that. I'm stealing it.
With that flash now missing, Karin heads back into his own jungle. That gives Ben 4 the option to take Scuttle on this bottom side of the map. As we did actually see a recall out of Cat going for a very early Ruby Crystal that will eventually turn into a Sightstone for more vision.
Yeah, you would expect that. I think the positive of the fact that he's able to get the Ruby Crystal is because it allows him more options to combat the lane. Even though it's hard to get a hook simply because of plant placements, you know that flash timing's down on road. He's going to be able to force a fight. He's definitely going to be calling in Karin at the very least for a fight. Cat is a very decisive caller. He's showcased that in week 1 of the split so far. So I would be incredibly surprised if they just don't look to take advantage of that.
Yeah, now Lies actually is going to see the teleport come out of Amazing J up top as he goes for a Ninja Tabbies first. So with this vision, Dan now know a whole lot of things about Aimee. Question is, what do they do with it?
I just want to see, like, just to hit that point harder. I want to see if Lies walks to lane or TPs to lane, right? Okay, he's going to TP to lane.
Yeah.
So the point of that was, if he walks to lane, he's going to be able to get just meet the wave, maybe lose a few, and see if he can hold TP advantage for a bot lane play. And then the vision control that's being held topside would be meaningless on the side of Aimee, but he just doesn't want to lose footing in this matchup, so it's fine to see him use TP in that instance.
Just trying to hold on to that lane against Amazing J as blue buff gets passed over to both Goong and Athena. Karin now been spotted out, so Aimee see what Dan are doing around the map. They see Karin on that bottom side taking the Gromp. Luckily, though, we did see recall completed out of Jin Zhao and Road as it's Sightstone from Road and a BF Sword Dagger out of Jin Zhao to answer the Bilgewater Cutlass from Choo Choo.
Yeah, and so we'll just take a look at that. Karin already there. You already mentioned that he was caught on a ward taking Gromp. So this is well known far in advance. So you can see Ben4 already walking to his red side jungle. Not only because the red buff is available, but because he's going to be in position for a counter gank.
Look at how defensive Road and Jin Zhao are playing. They finally spot Karin go back into his own side of the jungle. But with Cat still missing, Road is just sitting inside of his tri-bush. Ben4 literally a screen's length away from him, just in case anything were to happen. They're actually bringing Athena down towards that side of the map just to test the vision as a hook will tag Jin Zhao. But they have enough to burst down the AD carry as that's teleport from Athena. Road misses the snare and Choo Choo gives it the 1-2, tosses Thresh away before taking that dark passage to safety.
That was unfortunate, and honestly, you have to blame Jin Zhao for that. That was a play that Aimee were waiting for in a counter gank. Realized that Karin was taking too long, so they can look for a fight. They were slowly moving in, but Jin Zhao had already gotten caught. TP comes in way too quickly, just to save out Jin Zhao. So overall, that was just Jin Zhao needing to play a little bit farther back, so his team can prepare for that gank.
And now that's both summoners down bottom lane. Flash missing from AD carry and support with Dan Gaming. Just going to stick to the 2 versus 2 as Athena looks to complete his next recall. Goong still holding on to that mid lane, keeping even in CS. Meanwhile, up top, Lies, level 8 to the level 8 of Amazing J. He's opened up a mild CS advantage. After that wave crashes, he should be close to easy. There's the play from Dan Gaming. Cat pulls Choo Choo under the turret. He's trying to burst it out, but he's taking too many hits. He's almost got the kill in Jin Zhao. So close, yet so far. There's the huge rend for first blood.
Yeah, they don't need to wait for anybody on that one. Just because of the prior play that happened, Jin Zhao needed to use Flash, and Choo Choo coming out well ahead with that first kill.
Yeah, Cat's flirting with danger. There's the stealth, the slow, the execution. And now Choo Choo, he's on the wrong side of this. There's no sign of his jungler. There's no teleport. And Ben4 follows up with his support to get a kill back.
All right, so that was great positioning from Ben4 just to answer back, but to hit it even harder, Karin was just back in face, right? So that was a call being made from Cat to engage onto that when they didn't have their jungler ready. So just be patient. You know the timing on Flash was on Jin Zhao was going to be gone for quite some time. You can bring in your jungler just to assure the play to happen and to push in the wave as well, right? Because even though they won that out, they still needed to push in the wave so they can back properly, and Gragas will do that for you. So wait a little bit longer, and Karin can get you that advantage.
It ended up a net positive for Aimee. They're still down about 800 gold to Dan Gaming, but those kills will complete the Zerker Greaves on Jin Zhao and get the Frostfang completion for Road, not to mention the completed Warriors Enchant Tracker's Knife out of Ben4. But once again, Karin and Cat on the invade. They're going to look for something, perhaps try to collapse onto Jin Zhao once again as they
Okay.
make their way over the wall. There's a large minion wave already there, and Road is trying to set up defensive vision by Athena.
So they know this is happening now just based off the... Wait a second.
Cat's just trying to patrol the vision. Ben 4 and Road are on this side of the map. Road actually did not see Karen.
This is getting a little
Now he
awkward.
sees him. Okay.
Road's definitely just in the in a bad position. He needs to reposition himself so he can get to the tower. The wave is crashing through, and even though Dan cannot dive on this because the members and they're trying
That's
anyway.
not going to stop them from trying. Cat gets the flay and the hook next to the minion. Flash body slam as Choo gets his second kill of the game. A cast onto Road. He's got his flash back off of cooldown so he can get away, but Ben 4 leaps onto the isolated Cat as Road flashes the wall. That's some damage onto Choo, but Goong has
Ben
joined the
4.
fight. Shockwave onto Ben 4. They've got a lot of burst, but is it enough to get the kill? Dan are still so deep. The box onto Athena. Goong walks past the turret before trading aggro. They've gotten 2 kills. Meanwhile, up top, Lies died solo to Amazing J as both teleports was canceled. Karen dives, Cat tanking aggro. However, Dan Gaming will back away.
Yeah, they didn't have TP on Amazing J, but just take a look at that. Dan was very decisive. I didn't want the dive to happen because Aimee should have been in position, but should have, could have. Either way, Ben 4 was not there. You could see him straight towards the mid lane looking to move around Orianna. So Dan just go all in on Jin Zhao, and even though Road comes in just to help him out, he's like, okay, this is an awkward position.
Look at how far that Jarvan goes on your mini-map. Past a minion
Wow.
wave to block the knock-up.
I did not see that. So yeah, they tried. Okay, Amazing J tried to TP in there. It couldn't happen.
And then Lies missed the follow-up knockup. Cataclysm to try to trade it over with Skarl, but you're just going to lose a 1v1 against that Kled.
Oh, he did die for this. Lies is a hero. I just want to see how... There we go.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for everybody involved. But that was still a play where Dan Gaming came out ahead because of the dive, right? So they got so much out of it, and Lies had to sacrifice himself to make it work.
But that's the sort of cross-map communication that we hope to see out of Dan, a very new team. That's the cross-map communication that we're seeing top teams lack from time to time that ends up hurting them. This is a team from the LSPL, 3rd place in the LSPL. Their 2nd week of pro play in the LPL, and they're already committing to plays like this.
Yeah, and they didn't change a single member. What was surprising to me is that Aimee knew they had 3 members in the bottom lane. They knew that Gragas was there, and they knew the bottom lane was looking to gain that vision. So why was it only Road battling for vision? Why was it only Road looking to gain position back onto tower while the wave was crashing? It felt like, I don't know what Ben 4 was looking for. He was obviously trying to control mid lane and push out Orianna, but that just wasn't the right play.
As it is, that now opens up a 1,300 gold lead for Dan Gaming. Karen, again, focusing this bottom lane, trying to set up Choo and Cat for success. So far, it's been working quite well. 2-1-1 for Choo. Cat has got his Mobies and his Sight Stone, so he's going to be all over the place with his jungler. Meanwhile, Goong going for the Lost Chapter into Haunting Guise. Very unique Orianna build very early on, perhaps relying on early effectiveness.
I mean, the first 2 items that you would want to get as an Orianna is Morello Namacons into Leandries, but it looks like this is turning into an all-in. Oh, here we go.
And he does get the charge off before getting knocked off of Skarl. Cataclysm onto Athena, and this is an easy dive for Aimee. Meanwhile, Dan will clean up the Mountain Dragon as the dive gets completed. And it looks like Aimee are committing up top, and Dan respond by committing mid, but this is 2 turrets potentially for 1.
Yeah, they're committing fully to this. No one is here to defend. It's only Kha'Zix rotating, but remember, Choo has his ulti. So anybody who shows up in the mid lane to stop the 4-man lineup of Dan will get hit.
And now the scramble for objectives. Amazing J continues shoving top while Road and Jin Zhao run as fast as they can from the Thresh Callista. Karen's actually hanging a little bit back to secure vision. As it is, the bottom tier 1 will stay standing, but top will fall, and Rift Herald is being cleaned up by Ben 4.
All right, so this is when you start tallying the gold and who wins out on this. If Ben 4 is able to take the Rift Herald while the bottom side of the map is getting opened up by Dan Gaming, now you have to ask, well, okay, I think Aimee probably comes out ahead. Their whole composition is based around freeing up Amazing J. He wants to be able to push out the wave. He's already got his items prepared for himself. It's going to be up to Jarvan to look to catch Amazing J. Does not have TP advantage. It's actually Amazing J who has TP. Once he pushes out that top side, he is going to look mid. Goong has to have protection for himself. Or the dive could happen bottom lane. So
Yeah.
Aimee not only has the dive potential, the tools ready and available with Amazing J, they also have the Rift Herald on Ben 4.
There is an opportunity to make that Rift Herald effectively useless if they can stop the channel. Just about everyone on Dan Gaming, with the exception of Choo, have got some form of crowd control. So we're really looking to see if Ben 4 can use this effectively.
That's true, but these teams hopefully saw what happened
Yeah,
yesterday.
exactly.
Hopefully they saw teams.
It's a 4-second channel. Oh, there he goes.
So don't place it right in front of their face if they have CC.
Ben 4 shows up bottom, and just his presence alone is enough to push Choo and Cat back. That's going to be the bottom tier 1 finally broken down. So again, a net positive for Dan Gaming when the trade is all said and done. They've still got that Rift Herald buff for another 3 minutes.
And that's very smart because they didn't want to use it on the bottom lane. They knew they can get it so easily. They knew that they actually could just focus all in on the mid lane. With that being pushed out, Amazing J doesn't really have to do anything.
Yeah.
He's already battling for control in this red side jungle that Lives has to combat, because if Amazing J pushes in constantly, he can roam to the mid lane. So Dan recognizes this. They know this. They have to fully commit to defending mid.
Yeah, they're starting to set up some wards on that top side of the map. Meanwhile, Choo and Cat are trying to answer back by taking the bottom tier 1. Rather opportunistic to try finding Aimee out of rotation. However, Aimee are defending. They're bringing down Athena. They've got teleport on Amazing J, so Dan are flirting with danger. They decide to just play it safe instead.
Yeah, but I like what Dan's doing. So they're just forcing Aimee to respond to them. With how low this turret is, that could be immediate goal. Oh!
Ooh, good shockwave from Goong forces the flash out of road. That is only the support, but take a look who's on this side of the map. That push pressure from Amazing J has allowed him to start moving more freely all around the place.
Yeah, so I just want to see, it's going to be a push and pull, right? Choo is going to be trying to push mid, so force the rest of Aimee to respond to him, but Aimee should remain focused and just push through mid. The next wave could be a cannon minion, and it could turn into a trade, but if it turns into a trade,
teleport onto Choo and Cat. The fight breaks out just in time. They manage to burst through road and a teleport onto Ben 4. There's not enough time for Amazing J to join there. He's still holding onto the charge as Ben 4 flashes away. Suddenly Dan are 5 versus 4 with the superior position. Cat is flanking, but eats a trap. Lies, dies onto Athena. He knocks down the turret, and suddenly the rest of Dan engage. The cask is going to knock Ben 4 back, but he leaps to safety as Cat, the one who tanked the brunt of that damage, walks away. Dan, take the turret and a kill.
All right, Dan comes out ahead, and that was all on the pick on road. The moment they got him through, they recognized that they can force the fight because the TP from Amazing J was too far in the back. So great focus and great fight coming in from Dan Gaming. They made the potential setup from Ben 4 just meaningless. So it was just persistency in the bottom lane what worked out for them.
And look at how Dan are moving across the map. You've got Karen and Goong, both after having traded and used their ultimates, collapsing towards that mid lane, just in case Ben 4 made a sprint to drop the Herald to try to catch Dan Gaming ready. It seems like they're prepared for this, as that Rift Herald, it's got maybe 30 seconds left, and Ben 4, he's completing that recall.
Yeah, so I just, at this point, all right.
Oh, he's using it back in base.
What lane is it even going to go
fountain.
to?
I think that's going to go bottom.
Yeah, it's looking towards the bottom lane.
There it goes.
All right, let's
Rift Herald is going the distance. Meanwhile, Choo and Cat have been swapped towards the top lane as Dan looks to collapse onto Amazing J. He's got flash, and the hook misses. Flay pulls Amazing J back, but he just takes a quick buckshot over the wall and a blast cone to safety. Looks like we're still seeing Jin Zhao push bottom. Herald is making her way down there. Jin Zhao is prepping the wave. Someone from Dan has to answer this.
So what this does mean for Aimee is that they could look towards the outer turret in the mid lane. Someone's going to have to deal with the wave crashing in, the next wave, but 20
Dan
minutes.
Gaming on the clock. They've got one Mountain Dragon. They are burning through the Baron. They've got Kalista with Blade of the Ruined King. Ben 4 is there, but he doesn't have Smite. Karen has been holding on to it. So they see that this is happening. There's the charge. Amazing J rushes in. He's found Cat and Goong. The Baron is taken. Meanwhile, Dan are fleeing the pit, trying to escape.
Get
Flash.
out!
Karen doesn't have the body slam. He's pinned against the wall and will die. That's 2 members of Dan dead, but they get the Baron. Meanwhile, Rift Herald split pushing on the other side of the map.
What has happened in the last 2 minutes?
Oh, man.
All right, so that's Rift Herald just, becoming the split pusher. That's Baron on 3 members of Dan Gaming. They just went all in the moment it started, the moment the Baron came up.
They're going to lose the bottom tier 2, as you saw from that Rift Herald. Looks like they're also going to lose mid-tier 1, so this is a hefty trade from Aimee. But Dan Gaming, swift and decisive. They do not hesitate to make a decision. We'll have to see if it pays off, though. They've got 3.5 minutes to make that Baron worth.
Yeah, so they might even lose this Earth Dragon. It just it depends on what Dan Gaming does. This is the investment, right? They lost 2 members, so they have to wait on the death timers. They have to reset as well. Their next focus could be the mid lane. They have a lot of engage force. That's no lie, right? They have a lot to really get on top of them. So
this janky trade.
that was a lot. I mean, I got as much as they could off of it.
Yeah. They're certainly getting a lot of value, but now Dan Gaming, they're walking through a lot of this vision from Aime on that top side of the map. They're all grouped up towards mid. Looks like that wave should eventually push out, but this is a window of opportunity as Dan Lies is going to complete that top tier 1. Amazing J is making his way up there. It finally goes down. 4 turrets to 3. Still a gold advantage for Dan Gaming with double mountain on both. But what's next for them? Looks like they're swapping top, investing very heavily, bringing Cat up there as well. Can he land the hook this time? No, he cannot.
So it's almost as if there's no wrong answer. They can go into a 1-4. They can just group up as 5. Incredibly simple because they should be fairly comfortable in the all-in engage, right?
Yeah. They've got the Cataclysm. They've got that Shockwave. Despite the static shiv, Amazing J pulls the trigger. He rushes in. He's found Cat, trying to get to Goong in the back. Stranglethorns. Choo-Choo sidesteps, pulls Cat away. The Shockwave finds 3. What a wombo combo. Damn, Dan. That was one hell of a fight.
What the hell? That was just a bad call from Aime, but Dan Gaming recognizes the opportunity. They get him right in there, so Lies, the moment he saw that opportunity, Jarvan ulti, Orianna ulti, Gragas, yep. I don't have to call it for you.
That was amazing. Dan Gaming break the tier 2. They're going to break the inhibitor, and this Baron is very much worth. The line has been broken, and it's 10 seconds before Aime are back up, but Dan are already looking so great here.
All right, Aime. This is when you get back into the, start get on the board up. What did we do wrong? We went all in. Gragas stopped the backline of Aime to really do anything. The Orianna ulti was impeccable. And you can see from this point forward, it's just based off the raw damage that they couldn't follow up. It's as simple as that. Jin Zhao didn't take any damage, but his friends had all died.
Yeah, he's the only one who saw it coming and was like, team. Still even holding on to his flash after that fight as well, so impressive that he managed to hold on. But the base has already been broken. Baron should be wearing off rather soon for Dan Gaming, but now they've got the opportunity to pressure mid and bottom for the time being.
Whew. All right, so
that was spicy.
All right, this is the type of game I like.
Oh man, Dan Gaming, they're such an LPL team in that they are not afraid to 4-man flash over a wall. They are not afraid to go hard on the mid lane. Even though it might be a 50-50 or even a 40-60, they will make it an aggressive win.
I'm just saying, they're playing a smart game. So,
yeah.
With how aggressive they are, it comes in the fact that they're just making the right calls and plays. They should not have all in like that. They need to be playing a flank game, and at that point in time, there's no flank available. Just lose the turret, right? Just give it away. If you're not going to be able to put Amazing J or Ben 4 in a position to threaten a flank, it was far too easy for Karin to basically force the rest of the backline of Aime to not engage on the fight. So Amazing J was just taking free damage for a long time. So that was the problem there.
And though they now find themselves with that inhibitor broken, Dan Gaming effectively moving backwards and forwards between mid and bottom. Luckily, Jin Zhao did go for the static shiv, setting up with wave clear to hold himself nice and defensive. Got a trap line in the mid lane, but Dan, they see the trap line set up and immediately swap towards the bottom. Karin shows himself trying to zone away Ben 4 as the wave crashes. And it's 5 versus 4. They've got teleport on Athena. He's standing and he's ready. But once the ball is set up, the flash play. Cat forces it once again. The dive onto Road. Knock up onto Goong. But they're already so deep, they've forgotten about the turret. They don't even care going for the kills. Choo-Choo and Karin dive Amazing J so very deep while Lies follows up onto Ben 4. They drop Jin Zhao. Ben 4 and Athena forced to leap to safety.
It was far too easy for Dan Gaming. Athena was in the top lane trying to push out the wave. It was not Amazing J. So yeah, this is going to be game 27-second death timer on Jin Zhao.
Yeah, they're trying to end right here and right now onto the Nexus turrets with a single super minion, but it's more than enough. Cat zoning Athena away. Ben4 holding minions on the far side, but they only need the one. They only need this chance. Road has respawned. They're at such low health. They managed to kill one, but Choo Choo and Lies are trying to clean it up. Goong does enough in Lies with the last hit. Breaks down the Nexus. Dan Gaming take game number 1 over IME.
And it started with a 20-minute Baron.
Wow.
The moment it spawned on the map, they were on top of it. They're something. At this point in time, I guess, with how many games Dan have gone through, you shouldn't be surprised anymore.
Yeah, you can see Goong's hands shaking a little bit there. It was very, very close. Down to the last second, and Athena passive as usual. IME, that late game strategy, their go-to wait 50 minutes and hope for a Hail Mary fight is not going to work against a team like Dan because they will fight you. They will take the Baron at 20. And they will break this game open.
They just took advantage of back timings here. They knew that they had the timing to be able to get on top of it. And they already had position on Baron. They had the Callista. So even though, yeah, sure, maybe they lose that Baron fight. But they had the way to be able to get away from that, get over the wall. And yeah, just take a look at that.
That is a big spike at that 20-minute mark. But joining us here to make sense of what we just saw is Rusty.
That was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
I like Dan Gaming. I like Dan Gaming. They're great.
They just go in.
If nothing else, they're exciting as heck to watch,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And the funny part is, Raz, it doesn't actually start from 20 minutes when the Baron was taken. A lot of this, to me, starts from the draft.
Okay.
As they pick themselves Thresh Callista, they have a control mage in the mid lane. They've changed things up here in this draft, and a lot of this feels catered to beating IME, right? Winning laning phase, not letting it go to late game, because IME draft a composition that is good late game. They protect the Caitlyn when they get 3 items, then they win the team fights with that Caitlyn. And Dan said, not a chance in the world are we letting that even get to that stage of the game. And they do play hard and fast early. The difference here is that IME were trading well until the trades became more and more aggressive and more meaningful. So once the Baron was in play, that's the biggest trade of all that Dan were willing to take. That IME kind of say, well, no one's going to do it at 20 minutes. Like, we've started a Rift Herald, so yes, they've now acknowledged that people are in the base. Summoning that Rift Herald is the reason they do the Baron, for the record, because it gives you vision of who is there. So for me, like, the smallest detail actually does end up becoming the Baron and the result of the game, but it was Dan making aggressive decisions and IME just flunking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, IMA had a very wide open field. Remember, like you mentioned it, they got Rift Herald. They should have looked towards the mid lane a lot of times, but they were responding to Dan Gaming's play towards the bottom side to threaten the tower. It was good from Dan Gaming to split focus, to push IMA away from it. I think at that point, they've been making trades throughout the game. They should have made a trade there. If they have Rift Herald, just put it through mid. Sure, it's Dan Gaming who's already started in the bot side of the map, and they'll get the free turret, but you will have the faster push.
And he was holding on to the Herald for as long as he possibly could instead of using it earlier and making that play. You're absolutely right. And for me, it's not even just that the Baron was taken by Dan. I do think that was, funnily enough, the right decision. There was nothing else for them to take. But IMA still traded better than Dan did with the Baron. It actually comes down to that one big fight that you all saw. It's going to be my replay because we have to watch it again. Of course. So naturally, it's the big team fight. And this all starts because Amazing J wants to go forwards. They've got a Zyra though, they've got a Karma, and they've got the Protect the Caitlyn composition. So when you're watching IMA try to engage, this is kind of what happens when you walk into a Wombo composition with a Kled as your only form of engage. This is expected to happen, so why not just hold on? Why not sit back, not engage, and just wave clear? You've got a static shift Caitlyn, you can threaten champions, you don't have to push past the minion wave. Let Dan come to you and use your composition. And that is legitimately the only reason that I may lose that game just that quickly.
Perhaps this could be IMA trying to diagnose one of their own problems, something that we criticize of them, the fact that they are too passive, that they play for the long laning phase, they play for those big Hail Mary fights. But as we said, they had a Caitlyn, they wanted to sit and scale.
Yeah, but this was a different composition that we've seen from IMA, or at least previously in the beginning of the week, where this time around they were focusing, trying to get the early laning phase going for them. They weren't sacking lanes. It felt like even though Dan Gaming responded with strong lanes, or at least strong trades as well, IMA wanted to hold on for that portion of the game. The problem for me was just based off the points that you were hitting, where I felt like IMA should have been a lot more clear in pushing mid, and I think that Dan Gaming recognized that, and If there's no flanks coming at you, if they're not spreading out to be able to threaten constant positions, it's easy. Like the combo is just right there. So that was unfortunate to see if you're an IMA fan.
It certainly was, and I'm certain a lot of fans for IMA might have to reconsider. We saw the fan vote in the very beginning, 68 to 32%. Dan Gaming, they are coming in and they are making a splash in the LPL. So swift and so decisive.
Yeah.
And in the beginning, it might have been a little bit of a little cheesy, a bit unexpected, but to me, it harkens back to classic 2014, 2015 LPL. We will fight you if you are not ready. IMA was not ready.
And you have to be accustomed to their style now. You have to be ready for it. I guess the fans are now. You might even see the votes shift. But if you're playing against them, you have to be able to respect your back timings because they will look towards the Baron. They're not playing a slow game. It's smart. But you still have to respect vision control, be able to get the wards out there so you know they're not looking to pick you. They're not trying to sit in the bush to find and flank you. And, of course, if Baron is up, they will look for it if they see a bad timing coming from out of you.
Our MVP goes to Goong in the mid lane. That clutch shockwave was what set up the entire Wombo combo. And that's his first professional win on Orianna since he started playing in 2014.
Yeah, look, I mean, Goong kind of silenced perhaps the questions on can he play a champion like Orianna. You mentioned he wants to roam around the map, wants to have an impact, and well, he had an impact, but his goal in this game was just to control mid lane and then impact team fights. So Goong shows that he has multiple styles that he's able to play at least against someone like IMA. We get to see this all again. Focus on that shockwave naturally as... You know, funnily enough, when you look at this team composition, you guys said it in the draft, like you called it a Wombo. And to a degree, I'm 100% with you there, right? Like they have got a Wombo.
Yeah.
But
That's
for the
not
rest
the
of
end
that,
goal,
the other part of the Wombo that 90% of teams get wrong is that the Gragas throws his ultimate too early. And you try shockwaving when your Gragas is engaging and you'll miss everyone. So credit where it's due also to Karen there to not just throw it and waste it, to make sure it counts and use it a little bit later.
And with that success, Dan Gaming, they take game number 1. Now, looking forward, so far, no team has been able to take Dan Gaming to 3 games. Of course, they did lose to WE 0-2, but could IMA be the team that changes things up and finally gets a game 3 out of Dan?
IMA is a scrappy team. Even though they're 0-2 right now, they will find a way to come back. We talk about them being a persevering team. So if there's going to be a 3-game series, it's going to be here tonight. So... I think that there's a way for IMA to do that, and I think it's going to be understanding how decisive the team is in Dan Gaming. This is the first time that they're coming up against them, so they have to reset their expectations on that. And it's just going to be them picking the certain draft. I think the draft was fine for IMA. It's just that when they were taking the positive trades, to be able to double down on them and be confident.
I mean, frankly, I just watched Dan Gaming draft to beat IMA by taking their own champions and beating them over the head with it. So I struggle to see this going to 3, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can pull it together. We'll take a quick break while we get ready for that. Don't go anywhere. It's Dan versus IMA in just a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. You just got a sneak preview of our analysts ready to break down what we need to see from game number 2 if we want to get to a game number 3. Once again, my name's Dom. Joining us on the desk once again, Raz and Rusty. I know that was a bit unexpected, but something that isn't unexpected was we saw Dan be very swift, very decisive in game number 1, ending it pre-30 minutes with an amazing wombo combo team fight that I may almost set up for them. And now we got to look towards game 2. I posed the question before the break, what needs to change? We've had some time to think on it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the draft should stay the same if you're IMA, but I think that Ben 4's positioning should change definitely. Like when he placed Rift Herald in base, that was caught off guard. They were able to take Baron immediately. But also when the dive in the bottom lane came through, they had a Caitlyn and Zyra. That should be their strength in the composition. But instead, Ben 4 went towards the mid lane when they already knew that they were setting up for a bottom lane dive and the wave was pretty massive. So just play a little better. That's all I ask.
Just be better.
Ben 4 might have thought he had the old Rift Herald the way he was using it. Like he just thought he got the empowered recall and was having a great time, then realized it was on a timer and literally used it in the base, which gave Dan a free Baron. Yes, it was contested, and yes, I may traded well, but like, what was, like, I don't understand. So Ben 4, maybe we'll get a bit of a roasting from the coaches backstage and say this is how you use the Rift Herald. And if that's even utilized, then maybe they get a turret advantage earlier. Maybe they don't let the 20-minute Baron go. I wouldn't say that IMA got cheesed in game number 1, but they certainly got accelerated to a position they didn't want to be in and then forced to fight in that position. And that's what IMA didn't want. So what do they change in game 2? It's how they play with the comp that they have to slow the game down.
Yeah, and so I think the whole cheesing points for me is out the window because Dan just played a smarter game. They played towards their strength, like when Karin went topside, when Jarvan was pushing in that tower, he was able to get proper camps, or at least so he wasn't getting tracked by the Kazakhs. They didn't know where he was, or at least when he went towards the bottom lane, because there's that one time where he went through the Thresh Lantern, went through the lane to get a gank going for him. So they got 2 prime flashes in the lane, and I want to see that smart play coming out of Karin, because I think he's outplaying Ben 4 this game.
Presence of the jungler to focus on that bottom lane. Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. We are in pick and ban for game number 2 between Dan Gaming and IMA. And IMA, they've actually stuck to the same set of strategies in their best of 3s for the past few weeks. Do they go for the same thing once again against Dan Gaming, or do they change things up? Because with Dan on blue side, you can already see how some of the bans are changing with Galio stricken from the board. Do they target Shen and LeBlanc, or do they use their last ban on Zac?
Well, purple side is still getting the same bans, with essentially Elise being the one that's banned out on the side of Dan Game, right? They don't want Ben 4 having that early pressure, and IMA gets the opportunity to ban Talia away from Goon, who's been incredibly proficient on the champion. So right now, Zac is obviously the next choice.
Does IMA change their strategy going into game 2 and just try to play better, try to commit to the fact that they had a late game Caitlyn?
They could. I mean, it wasn't a bad composition out of IMA. It was not a poor thing on Focus. It was just simple as poor play, right? They got outplayed by Dan Gaming and made poor decisions when they had proper trades towards going mid lane and answering to Dan in the bottom side of the map. That should just not happen. So I would be incredibly sad to see IMA change their draft based off that. They would probably have to change it anyways, because I guess Shen comes through and IMA just have to. They have purple side,
make,
so they can
make those better decisions. It seems like Dan's style that they've really been sort of leaning towards has been to pose a very swift decision on the team and rely on the chaos of the moment for you to make the wrong choice. Is it cake or death? Cake or death? More often than not, you want cake, but cake is actually a lie, and you want the death.
Maybe there's, you see, if you take the cake, the problem is you're probably going to be on a bear trap, because that Yordle Snapchat.
Yes, exactly, the cupcake.
Yeah, you don't want
but no Caitlyn just yet. As you said, we did see the Zac ban. Dan going for that Shen, you already mentioned that, as that was banned away by IMA in game number 1. Now IMA, they get to change things up. Instead of focusing Caitlyn, they focus Ashe for Jin Zhao, and Nidalee very swiftly locked in for Ben 4.
So we saw Nidalee come out on Clear Love, and it was up against IMA. IMA was a team that had the Zac in the jungle, and they had to deal with the constant early pressure coming in from Nidalee. This time around, Ben 4 must have put in the practice, decided, you know, I don't care about what you have to choose. It's going to be a blind pick Nidalee with Ashe, so there's going to be a lot of pick potential, poke potential, siege. I want to see what they can get out to back this up. Perhaps top lane could be the next focus since they know they're going up against the Shen.
Though Dan Gaming, as they are wont to do, giving Tom Kench the quick cover whenever Ashe is on the board. Anyone gets hit by an arrow, Tom Kench just eats them. And if he gets hit by an arrow, well, he's got gray health. Plus that high mobility jungler on that Kha'Zix. It's time to see what Karen can do from the jungle from that side.
And I love Tom Kench into Nidalee as well. So if Nidalee's able to get a spear, you just gulp whoever's the focus of Nidalee. And also if Nidalee's ever pushing into your jungle, looking to trade up against Karn, who's on the Kha'Zix, then essentially you can just press your ulti and look to just get on top of it and back Karin up. So it feels like the Tom Kench makes a lot of sense, and you do want to pick it up on the first phase, or Aimee would have definitely banned it on the second.
We're now seeing Aimee follow up with a focus towards the top lane very early on. They almost always save counter pick for Amazing J for last, but this time they don't have to because they see that the Shen is already there. Kennen locked in for Amazing J. Perhaps he will be able to keep lives from moving across the map as Aimee now start to pare down Gung's champion pool even more.
Yeah, I did want the top lane getting picked right now, because otherwise Dan would have had the pickings and just banning the champions out. Kennen is a great champion up against Shen. I would have expected perhaps a Jarvan or a Camille, because that's just Amazing J's preferences. People have just been banning that out against him. But, you know, Shen's good into Camille, and Jarvan is just not his kind of cookie this time around, so he's going to go towards the split-pushing champion here, which means that Aimee has a lot of lane priority. Ashe usually gives you the pressure in the bottom lane, and Kennen should in the top.
Earlier, Rusty was talking about seeing Road on that Bard for the long-range Tempered Fates, but looks like it was just a quick hover from Jin Zhao. He swaps it over to the blind pick mid laner from Athena as Aimee save their last pick for support, or perhaps just trying to take that away from Orianna to put him on something a little bit more uncomfortable. But that means, Dan, they get choice on AD carry, they get choice on that mid lane, counterpick on both.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. Maybe they respect Goon quite a bit with the pick, and maybe they want to be able to give Road the counter pick, as you mentioned. They were hovering the Bard. They want to see what they're going up against, because that's a protection-looking composition from Dan with the Shen and Tom Kench. If they had a Kog'Maw coming out of Choo-Choo, then you would definitely want to look towards like a Bard, for instance. And Road is an incredible Bard. He's come into the LPL from solo queue just as a massive Bard player, so I wouldn't be surprised for him to pick it up. But now he knows he's going up against, honestly, a really weak bottom lane in Tom Kench and Jin. So he can pick whatever he wants and he would have pressure. And he has a pretty interesting hyper carry in the mid lane. I do want to see what he wants to pick. I think he can pick Rakan, for instance, something that has hard engage because they don't get punished in the lane.
As it is, though, we've got the mid lane and AD carry locked in for Dan. Jin for Choo-Choo, one of his staple AD carries. And Gung gets to take that Victor into Orianna in the mid lane, one of his most played champions. He's played it 12 times with nearly a 60% win rate, so he's very familiar with this matchup. And as you mentioned, the Bard now locked in for Road. Tragically, no Rakan, so we don't get to see any glorious golden feathers.
I mean, I'm happy I'm getting to see a Bard game. Wait a minute. I want to see Bard on Road. I always want to see Rakan because we haven't really seen it in the LPLs. That's me being sad because I just want to cast a Rakan game, right? But Road being able to pick up Bard, we see some beautiful things with his ultis here. And he has the ability to roam out of this lane simply because they are gifted a proper Tom Kench and Jin lane, which is easy to get past, especially since they have Ashe. So Ashe and Bard, that's a lot of engage.
It almost makes things super easy because whenever Dan set up for a fight, they open the curtain call, Bard is point and click.
Yeah,
you literally have a giant arrow pointing at where you should ult.
Yeah, but that's a lot of engage, and that's a lot of pressure within the lane as well, because that's the lane being gifted to Aimee just because, you know, they had the Jin pick comes through. I ain't afraid of saying that Jin is just a bad pick. Now, Choo-Choo has made an amazing amount of plays off the Jin in LPL. He's had it in the promotion term. He's even played it in the LPL stage. In the lane, it's really difficult to play through. You have to, of course, move away from the Deathfire Touch because it did get nerfed heavily for ADs, and go towards a Warlord's Bloodlust just because, of course, you get a lot of sustain back with your crit, your fourth bullet. So it just turns you into sustain lane, and you're like, okay, well, you're a sustain lane. What do you get out of it?
Against
once you
the
get
Bard
into the mid-game?
Ashe,
Well, yeah, but like once you get into the mid game, then you're just a utility bot. So he really has to be on point with his aim, because his first ulti, like when he gets the first bullet off his ulti, doesn't guarantee the second bullet because of the nerfs going through. I'm just a sad
There's been a
Jin
whole lot
pro.
of reasons why not to play Jin, but
Yeah.
hopefully Choo Choo can give us some reasons as to why he should play Jin, as it appears that we have loaded onto the Rift here for game number 2 between Dan Gaming and Aime. Again, Dan Gaming have not gone to game 3 in the LPL yet. They've 2-0'd both EDG and Snake and gone 0-2 against Team WE. Will Aime be the first team to go the distance, as Dan Gaming are looking to break it open once again?
The typical war of unstoppable object, immovable force.
Yeah.
One team goes to game 3 quite consistently. The other team has not gone to game 3 just yet. It's one of those weird points to hit, because you're like, well, you know, at some point they're going to hit a game 3.
Maybe.
But yeah, it's like a
You
1 point.
never know.
But then it's always fun just to track, just to see what's going to,
I mean,
a weird
yes.
fact, perhaps.
Certainly is. However, as you mentioned with those masteries, that's Warlords on Choo Choo. You've got Bond of Stone on Cat, and lots of Thunderlords coming out of Aime.
What I'm interested in is the fact that Karin went towards the Thunderlords rather than Storm Raider Surge, which we've seen in a lot of Kazakhs players. And I know what you're pointing at. That's Dan Gaming catching up in the votes.
Fan vote has changed. 15% of folks have jumped ship onto the Dan bandwagon. The Dan wagon.
Oh, no, let's not do that. But I'm the bandwagon kin, so I will accept it. Maybe if it does go to game 3, maybe they go ahead and take control of the vote, but that would just mean that Aime would win, so no, that wouldn't happen.
Oh no! Oh
Sad
no! Karen,
days.
just a few seconds too late. Milliseconds.
And this is why it matters. Being able to give him the hard leash on that so he can just be able to pick it up and move out, he's going to take a lot of damage from this. He wanted to be able to speed up the process of this. He wanted to be able to move on to the next camp, because Nidalee is a fast clear. A very fast clear. And Nidalee usually goes towards these the blue buff raptors, and then will invade your blue side jungle. Now, they don't have a ward to catch out where Karin's going, but if Ben 4 had wanted to, he could have moved into Karin's jungle, would have had the health advantage, would have just simply traded him out. I'm surprised Ben 4 didn't do it.
Minor mechanical mistakes from Dan Gaming. Goon taking a small raptor, not to mention the reset from Karen. And luckily, Ben 4 is going for a full clear of his jungle, as Karen now sets up a defensive ward. He knows that Nidalee could be there, especially with pressure from Amazing J top. So
yeah, so it's just going to be Ben 4 farming up. But this is something that Nidalee players have done consistently. If they have pushing topside and mid, they just invade anyways. This could have been a thing that Ben 4 has done, but he's just going to go on to the farm and not take the risk. But I would have wanted him to. Sure, he doesn't know that Karin got hit up that hard, right, on red buff. But if he walked in anyways, even with the health value on Karin, had that whole scuffle not happened, he still would have had a positive advantage.
ooh, Karen, I don't think you want anything to do with this. Spots out Ben 4 and just fires a quick shot, but already you can see the health difference. Karen level 4 at half health and half mana. Ben 4 completely topped off, already faster to make it into the river and take that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, but I think this is best case scenario for Karin, that he didn't get invaded on, but as I say that, Cat's moving in.
Yeah, Cat at very low health. Trades one summoner for another in the bottom lane. Very interesting to see that. And immediately junglers head down to this side. So we've got Grump still up for Ben 4 and Krugs up for Karen.
And one thing that Jin does have, and it really works well for Choo Choo, even though the weak laning phase has been a thing that we kind of pick on a lot, is that it still has a lot of great gank assistance. When we see the Jin being played, it's usually along with Cat's Thresh, or just another all-in champion that can force more bottom lane skirmishes. This time he's on Tom Kench, which can work. It's a little bit slow-paced, and it's going to be all on Choo Choo to get his W snare on champion. So it's going to be a little harder.
Flourish.
Yeah, so I want to see if he can go for it.
Yeah, we can already see the speed of Ben 4. He finishes off the Gromp, takes Scuttle Crab, heads up for a control ward and a ward onto Karin's Raptors. But look at how defensive Dan are playing. I mean, Fly's excluded. He's on the other side of the map and has the opportunity to trade with Amazing J. But Goong is practically under his turret. Choo Choo and Cat are hanging out close to their side of the map. And now Karen will finally spot out this control ward placed by Ben4, but he has no control over that river, no opportunities to invade.
Yeah, and the line of wards coming out of Aime was pretty oppressive. Topside, one of the wards just died out, but it was just a massive line throughout the entirety of the river, so Ben4 could look to just push up, and you wouldn't be able to see him coming. So right now, Aime have full pressure. It's just the only sad thing that Ben4 has to look towards, the fact that Amazing J did take a poor trade topside, and Lies got him on time, could weave in and out of a bush, so Amazing J would have to use a trinket to be able to trade back onto him, but he didn't have it available. So he just took the damage, and he couldn't really trade back. So you can see him, he had to TP back. So it's an unfortunate start for him.
Certainly is, especially against the likes of Shen, who will have that Sand United, the global teleport of his own in just a few. He gets tabbies, some potions, and will burn his teleport to get back into top lane to match Amazing J. But thanks to this change from Aime, putting Ben4 on such an enabled jungler, actually there's a trade bottom road, very low mana.
Get the
Cat
Q.
follows up,
he got him.
the tongue lash, flash consume, tosses Road back, he gets the crit, but it's not enough. Choo-Choo heals, and the auto is more than enough. He turns onto Jin Zhao, but it's 200 health. The flash, the W, deadly flourish, Choo-Choo dies to the Rangers' focus. Meanwhile, Cat about to get the consume, and that is a dead ash.
That is a double kill for Cat off of that entire trade. And I was wondering if Cat could get the Q off of Road to force the fight, and he does. So, you know what? Choo-Choo and Cat will take it.
Bit reckless of a trade down bottom, but it does work out in Dan Gaming's favor. As I was about to say before that, now with this presence from Ben4 across the map, we're seeing Dan rely on their lanes much more effectively because Karen is being tracked. And then Cat just goes and does that with Choo-Choo and makes it work.
So now a lot of pressure is going to be towards bottom side. With
Exactly.
with the double kill on top of Cat, he's going to be able to, he already has 2 control wards, so he's going to be able to push out a little bit more on vision. There's going to be a little bit of a harder contest coming on the side of Dan Gaming on this bottom side river, especially with the first dragon being Infernal. So like in 3 minutes, you might see a lot more pressure from Ben4 looking towards that area and trying to secure it. But Dan has a foot to stand on here.
We've got the serrated Dirk now completed for Choo-Choo. He's going to start doing just a little bit more damage with these big bullets. Not so much as he used to, but certainly no longer as ineffective as Jin used to be. And immediately the lane gets pushed in by Aime. Perhaps they might be trying to catch Dan before they can prepare, as Road brings himself toward the mid lane with an early sightstone. And again, Aime, they've got so much vision control over the river thanks to Ben4's speed. Can it result in anything as they're just clearing out some vision for now?
Yeah, Goong has to be a little bit more afraid about this. So clearing out this side of the jungle for him is really important. Right now, Road's level 5. Well, just kidding. He leveled up just now to level 6. That's why it's important, because if he roams towards the mid lane once again, to be able to set up on top of Goong, that's a dead Victor very easily. Victor, I mean, even if he had cleanse, you can't really you can't cleanse a Bard ulti. So that's just going to be Road looking to engage onto mid lane, and he's going to have Ben4 looking to back him up. So they need to push through mid, or at least Dan does. Cat needs to be aware of that, cognizant, to stop this from happening.
So we do see a bit of a trade going on. Ben4 getting the blue timer of Aime while hanging out on that top side of the map. Lies is under his turret, but Dan Gaming used that opportunity. They push out bottom. They've got Goong maintaining just about equal presence in the mid lane, and they take the Infernal Dragon. Not a very worth trade, as Goong looks for Athena. There's the curtain call on top of the flourish, but now he's flashed, and Karen follows up for another kill on Dan Gaming. Again, so swift and decisive. They've now got 4 members here.
Yep, that was his poor positioning coming in from Ben4 once again. He's in top side to take blue buff. When Infernal Dragon is available, the only reason that is a positive trade is if Lies is on low enough HP for you to die. But he was full HP, full, or at least CS, similar to Amazing J. So now Dan Gaming get mid pressure, and now they're taking the first tower mid lane.
First turret in mid lane. Jin Zhao and Road are trying to push back bottom, but it's Zerker longsword for Jin Zhao. It's so tough for them to clear it out, and it looks like they might be able to. They're running out of minions, though.
Yeah, but they have the next wave, and they have enough time because no one's collapsing onto him, so Dan's just going to base and look towards going back bottom lane. So that's going to be fine. The only worry, of course, now that they have to wait for this wave is that they're going to be slower in tempo. Dan's going to have to immediately go straight. If they wanted to go mid, they could. Right now, they're choosing to go top side. So I may have to really book it.
But even now at the 10-minute mark, it seems like once again, Dan is the one setting the pace. They're the one making forcing IMA to make these hard decisions. Defend mid or push bottom. And already, because they have to answer, because they're not putting Dan on the back foot themselves, they find themselves now behind. It's not too much. It's only 400 gold. But we'll have to see what they get next as Choo is swapped up towards the top lane with Cat. And we're going to see Lies head back towards the bottom.
I would attribute a lot of those advantages towards Cat and Karin because both of them, the strongest vision control so far. I mean, there's not a lot of games to go on, but in the statistics that we have available, it's Dan Gaming that's coming ahead a lot of the times in the vision that they set down and clear. And Cat has been the highest in terms of the rating. So just looking through how Dan Gaming is going to be able to push this one up, they already set themselves top lane. Sure, the 2v2 is already set, but sure, they're not going to be able to get this tower, but what it does mean is they're going to push into this side of the jungle to put down the wards. And IMA has to take that as a credible threat.
That's what we see from Dan right now. They've got a few wards in the jungle of IMA as they're just trying to harass and trade with Jin Zhao and Road, pulling Ben 4 up to that side. The control ward that IMA had very deep in Dan's back lines has actually been pulled back to that pixel brush. And Karin now patrolling the river, getting a chance to look for some vision of his own. Ooh, great reaction. Doesn't even aggro the Rift Herald as he manages to avoid the hitbox. Keeps himself nice and safe. That pixel brush ward now has been cleared as Road takes a few hits from Dan Gaming. This is that vision control you were talking about. Move the line forward. Make IMA uncomfortable with their lack of vision. Force them to fight over everything.
What that does mean is that after some time, if the vision's not constantly being cleared out by IMA, if the control wards that IMA sets keep getting cleared, and they can't respond to Dan's the wards that they are starting to place down, Karn becomes invisible, right? He can go through mid, he can go through top, and even though Victor is getting pushed in right now by Athena, Athena can't continue to push forward because he doesn't know if there's a dive happening for him. He doesn't know if Cat and Karn are still pressuring topside or if they're trying to look for another gank with Jin ulti. So there's too many factors that are put in play, and so Athena suddenly has to give up wave control. He has to back away. And Victor can actually suddenly move along with the team, even though he's getting pushed in. It's just the fake pressure. It's the hidden pressure coming through that IMA must stop. They have to nip it in the butt.
Well, they're trying, but we're seeing Dan move towards the Rift Herald, move back into the river, back into lane, just keep on moving around the map, keep IMA in the dark. Road now. He's run completely out of wards as he finally clears out the control ward for Dan Gaming. Amazing J has been using an opportunity to actually push in bottom Lies. He's got a lot of armor, but he's just taking so much shred from the passive damage of that cannon. And while Amazing J is getting an advantage, Dan, they've set up the pressure. They're just waiting for an opportunity for it to break. As that's now even teleport being used from the fountain to a tier 2 bottom. There's Cat. He's found Road. It just forces him away, and the blast cone actually resets it. So even in this, we're seeing Dan respond correctly. Which
is really funny to see teleport used in that short distance. He wants to pick up the wave and not be that far behind.
Yeah.
Being 10 CS behind against Kennen is actually good. I'm surprised it's not farther back. He was just able to deal with it very well in the laning phase, and his job is just to stop the push, or at least stall it out, I mean. He's not going to be fully able to stop Amazing J, but at least if he can stall it out and create a wide enough window for Dan Gaming to pressure topside, then that is a win for them.
This could be that opportunity right now. As Ben 4 once again on the blue timer. Karin on the other side, but it's spotted out in advance. Choo! He sees the Nidalee, tries to predict the spear, stand united, flash, and the arrow misses as Lies shows up and the Abyssal Voyage. Wow. They really tried to cover that mistake quick. Excellent reaction, but that means that the pressure suddenly diminishes quite a bit.
Felt like they were hyperventilating there in that one play. The moment they caught out Nidalee is like, worst case scenario, use everything to get out there.
Ooh, Lies going for the flash, shadow dash, but IMA make it through the magical journey.
And this is a major win for IMA, the fact that they utilized, or at least the push that Amazing J had bottom lane, pulled Lies' TP even though it shouldn't have, because he's like, I have ulti so I can still react to the play. He doesn't have ult anymore. He has to stay with the team.
Now Cat might be the one who takes a bit of a poor trade, looking for a ward without any backup, chunked down to half, and forced to set that ward and back away. So now Athena gets the opportunity to push mid. Amazing J gets the opportunity to push bottom. Despite all of that action, Amazing J held on to his teleport So suddenly Aimee now find themselves in the driver's seat as they don't lose anything to this pressure from Dan.
Yeah, and that's good. That's finally Aimee now having the feet to stand on. They can start to re-pressure topside again because Shen is not going to be available until his ulti comes right back up. So suddenly this tower is now going to be in Aimee's advantage. They're going to start to pressure top lane tower is what I mean. And so I want to see Kennen re-pressure bot, go right back in bottom lane. Look where the wave is currently. It's a pretty low push, slow push coming in from Lies. But Karin, wait a minute.
Yeah, he's on a stealth mission. Amazing J will walk forward and see this happening. Karin stealths.
What are you trying to
and
get out
needs
of
to
there?
hold on. I'm not sure if he's waiting for the leap
Oh,
or doesn't
his
want to
leap,
flash.
3 seconds.
He flashes over. Okay.
His leap was on cooldown.
Tries to play the timing. There's no smite here. Goong, don't you dare. Don't you possibly dare. Oh my God, Dan Gaming. Take that Ocean Dragon. And now there are pings onto mid lane. All right, if we can't get Dragon, we'll take mid lane. Oh boy, it's against a Victor. They do land the spear, though.
That was very lucky for Karin. Karin was very lucky that he didn't die. He had to flash away because his leap was down. Thank you, Observer, for that hover.
Yep.
I appreciated that one. And so it was just really sad that Aimee tried to burst it down instead of waiting for Nidalee for the smite. It was just Karin getting it with his W. So unfortunate for Aimee.
But this is exactly what you were talking about in game 1. When there was the dive bottom, Ben 4 was trying to push out Goong mid. When Karin was taking the dragon, Ben 4 was taking Gromp and doing wolves on the other side.
Well, that was just not Aimee not expecting them to do it. So I'm okay with where he's positioned. It's not his job to be there automatically when that was a stealth mission coming out of Karin.
Sure.
It's just the Amazing J made the proper call, or at least was able to check Dragon. Just don't keep doing it. Don't push it down to a low enough level until you have Nidalee. And if you have it down, just pull it out of the pit. So then Karin has to recommit without flash.
Yeah.
So that's just a misplay from them. I think Ben 4 was in the right in that instance.
Oh, and Road on a solo warding mission takes the long road home.
Uh-oh.
And they continue to collapse onto Amazing J, Abyssal Voyage. But he
Scram.
teleports to safety. I like how his default is top tier 2.
Yeah.
Not Nexus, not his own closer turret, but top lane.
I want that wave.
As an arrow launched towards the top, completely misses Goong. I like the idea as Ben 4, Amazing J, and Athena are on that side of the map. So perhaps this could be Aimee trying to make a decision of their own, push down top lane.
Yeah, I feel like Aimee lost the opportunities that we hit on a little earlier. Sure, they're taking tower now, but these are trades that they're taking. They have to respond to mid after this play. They have to respond to bottom lane after this play.
Yeah.
There's a lot of responses. They could have been able to force this a little earlier on with the TP advantage that they had on Amazing J, but they just outright stalled it out. So that's a bit of an unfortunate point for them, but Dan Gaming making the best out of the situation that was given to them.
Yeah, Lai's probably not going to be able to take that out with Amazing J already heading down there. And Choo Choo and Cat were unable to take anything more in the mid lane, so...
Oh, this is seen.
Despite all of this trading going on back and forth, Aimee temporarily get the turret. Ben 4 misses his leap as Karin now leaps in, flash is used, and Karin suddenly wishes he had his own. Ben 4 going very greedy, and Dan will now finish off this Rift Herald, but here comes Road. He's got the Tempered Fate. Athena's got Shockwave. That's going to be the Tempered Fate.
This should not turn
Deadly
into
Flourish,
anything. Okay.
Curtain Call. It's turning into something, Raz. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tags Road and hits him with the slow as well. So that's the Rift Herald buff picked up by Dan, though they are temporarily at a turret disadvantage.
It's the second neutral objective that I may have just fumbled and given away. The bottom lane was when they made it, when they should have been able to take away the dragon, or at least push him off of it and just let it sit there. This time around, the ward came out, and Karin was smart and just sitting down in a bush, waiting for Nidalee to get low enough, the Rift Herald to get low enough to just jump in. He made the right call there. Karin so far having a phenomenal game, a phenomenal set.
Now that's Rift Herald summoned in the top lane immediately. So very Dan Gaming. The moment they get the Rift Herald, they don't wait 10 seconds before they use it. It charges in. Not going to be enough to clear out the turret, but it's certainly doing some chip damage, as instead Dan Gaming will take down Amazing J in that bottom lane. So still not quite close to even in turrets, but we're seeing Dan continuing to set the pace.
Yeah, it's turning into gold, and it's alleviating pressure from Shen. Shen still has taunt, or at least he has TP and ulti, so he can still play towards the topside strength that they had. So theoretically, They could have actually just been able to take top lane tower, guided the Rift Trail to the second tower. They just didn't have the members because Karin actually wanted to push Amazing J off the bottom lane tower. If this turns into a tower in Dan's favor, if they can take this tower, then that's good for them. That's an extra wave that Lives can push away, and it'll be a lot more time for Amazing J to start to re-pressure these lanes.
Yeah.
Oh, they can't do it.
And perhaps trying to take just a little bit more, bite off just a bit too much more that they can chew, but Ben4 and Road respond correctly and defend that tier 2 while Athena holds down the fort and in mid lane. But still, it's Aime responding to the pace from Dan Gaming. Now they're finally starting to invade as Ben4 sets up a ward on red buff.
Yeah, here's the thing. Now, of course, once you get this red buff, whew,
yep.
Have to dodge
Close
that
one.
out. Yeah. Ah, nah, please. Stop doing this to me. Just get the buff. Please.
Road is there with Tempered Fate, and Jin Zhao has got his arrow in the mid lane.
I just love how they were contesting it, just throwing anything they can around that area. What's going to be a little frustrating for Aime is that Dan has a Goong with Lichbane Victor, so he can actually clear this lane very easily. He just randomly missed that one. I don't know where that was
Ooh,
going.
there's the arrow and the Tempered Fate, and Cat flashes late,
Get
makes
it.
it to the Blast Cone, but finally goes down. Lives with the Stand United joins when he's not entirely sure that he wants to, as Aime are going so hard. Here's Karin. They are committed to the chase here, and there's not enough time for Dan to get to a safe position in the jungle. Not to mention they've got a wave pushed down bottom.
Yep, so that means an immediate response. They can just push in this wave.
Call, getting a few hits, but Magical Journey to safety. Meanwhile, Athena still holding down the fort in mid lane. Goong is able to swap down towards bottom to defend. So despite losing 2 members, Dan might be able to defend here if Choo Choo can hold on.
Yeah, if Athena can get this turret, that's a major win. The fact that Goong was... The thing is, he was hold down to the mid lane for the longest time. So his job being able to defend mid... Oh!
Abyssal Voyage from Cat. Athena still with flash and heal is able to make it to safety as Infernal Dragon is again
way!
stolen by Karin on cooldown. He flashes out of the pit. And while Aime are finally starting to get kills, finally starting to take turrets here and there, Dan are still finding these trades.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're on tilt watch. We just need to watch out for Ben4 because he's just not hitting these smites. Yeah, it's just not working out for him. Legitimately 3 neutral objectives in a row. Dragon again, Rift Herald. It's just not been working out for them, man.
Dan, not only do they have momentum in this game, but they've got to have that emotional momentum as well. Like, Aime are playing smart, but we're just taking it away from them. We're pulling the rug out from under their feet. As Karin now finds Road, gets stunned, and the exhaust is not enough. Road makes it to safety.
Okay, can't get the kill, but here's the small play that was kind of hidden in the entirety there. And I guess we're just going to hit on this point because it's still a nice play to get himself from. But of course, when Cat uses ulti, wait a second.
Amazing J, he's looking for the trade, he's looking for the all-in, gets the stun, and Lives with no flash, dies solo bottom. That cannon suddenly paying off. Tempered Fate catches Cat, and now Aime are finding picks. Deadly Flourish misses Cat, but that's the curtain call. As Karin and Goong flank from the side, Ben4 takes the journey to safety, and with barely any health left, makes it away.
Yeah, that was a great E coming in from Road to be able to get out of that entire engage because Goong does a lot of damage right now.
Don't you do it, Dan.
They're going to do it.
Don't
you know
you do it.
Oh,
they're doing it
do
right
it.
now. Once again, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on Aime. And Dan Gaming will back away.
But Aime is aware this time. They're ready and prepared for it. So even though they were pushed to the right, to the bottom side of the map, they were still recognizing the fact that Baron was a possibility. So it's great that they look towards it, and now Amazing J starting to get his pressure turning into something, turning into tower pressure. Now he's on the inhib turret, so they can finally threaten the actual inhibitor for a Baron buff if possible. So cannon picks starting to work out for them.
Yeah, like you said, Aime, they seem to be learning their lesson. The only other team to learn their lesson against Dan Gaming was Team WE in their 2-0 win, in that they were just prepared and ready for that series. So far, all of the other teams that they've played, Snake and EDG, were not prepared. And finally, Aime, one of the hardest, the hardest working team in the league, are starting to show that dedication here.
Yeah, but Aime, I mean Dan Gaming, with a Victor, with double Infernal Dragon. And of course, Chuchu should be, he already has his IE, so he's starting to build damage for himself. We'll probably get the rapid fire cannon next. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. You have to be aware and afraid of the Victor pick. We don't get to see Victor quite often, simply because he stalls so much time.
Choo-choo, man of steel.
Oh, here we
Holds
go.
on. Did he sidestep that?
Yeah,
How did he
did.
actually sidestep that? The slow, Amazing J is the target. Slicing Maelstrom, is it going to be enough? He gets the stun, looking for a 1 versus 2 as Lies takes a few turret hits. Here's the rest of Aimee. They've got no Tempered Fate, but they've caught Cat in the tri-bush as the spear misses from Ben 4. And Karen tags a slow over the wall. Deadly Flourish for just a bit of damage onto Athena. As Chuchu holds on to his curtain call. Ooh, that's a big one.
That's sad days for Chuchu. Are you serious?
Another spear is going to land on Goong, and with that fresh chip damage and the rest of the team behind him, I may clear out that wave bottom and turn Dan's play on itself. It was a good attempt from Karen and Lies, but not enough to break down Amazing J, as he seems to have found a rock to stand on.
Yeah, and also just on top of that, it's fortunate that they have Ocean Dragon to heal up the poke coming through.
And here goes the collapse. Once again, a laser as Karen and Cat try to corral Aimee into a wall, but with the cooldown of that curtain call, they find Cat. He's got flash and will be able to sidestep the stun, but he flashes over the wall and makes his way out. Amazing J looking for the flank. There's still no sign of Lies using that Stand United. And Dan dancing on the edge of a knife. Try to force a fight, but instead disengage.
Dan has to be aware of what's about to happen, because Cat does have to back. There's no HP to his name, and he's not going to stick around just to heal up off of the one Ocean Dragon they have. Aimee, it's thankful that they have to be able to push up top wave, because Baron would be the next priority, being able to just rush it while Dan doesn't have the members available. So side lane control still being pretty good for Dan Game.
Now we're getting closer and closer towards the late game, where these swift decisions become so very important. One single misstep and that results in a tier 2, perhaps an inhibitor. But Dan Gaming still managing to hold on here, still trying to set the pace over Aimee, though they find themselves behind by about 3,000 gold. And Aimee, they're doing the dance. They're answering the pressure in kind. They're using their own strengths with Amazing J in the bottom lane.
Yep.
And they're forcing Dan back time and time again. And we're getting a completely different game 2 here, as it finally looks like Lies will be able to break that bottom tier 1.
And what it's starting to turn into is a battle of the mages here.
Oh, and the arrow tags Goong. That's Tempered Fate onto Cat as Goong gets spat out from the golden team. They target Amazing J. And again, the curtain call. How are they finding this damage? Just tagging Aimee back once again as the spear narrowly misses Karen. Lies Stand United in, but did not find anyone to shatter Dash.
They almost got Goong. They were so prepared for it with the Bard ulti, but Tom Kench is always there to save him out.
Without killing Amazing J, he makes it back to base with teleport and is set to flank. Slicing Maelstrom is on cooldown, but Dan have committed to the dragon.
They've got
That's
the third
3
one.
Infernal Dragons, but Amazing J's in the back. No one's answering him. He lightning rushes in. There's the exhaust. It's a fight on 2 fronts as Amazing J tries to 1v2, tries to kill Dan, but does not succeed as his team backs away and he finds himself unable.
3 Infernal Dragons. Aimee needed to be able to get something off of it, but they were just burning it so quickly. Now they're on Baron. Dan Gaming? All right, no, that's fair.
Yeah, they seem to be using Dan's trick against them. Pull them across the map before they can respond, but Lies and the rest of Dan Gaming see it coming.
I wonder if they got a look at Ben 4's mana, because those are 2 members down on Aimee, and Ben 4 cannot stick around. There is no way he's going to be able to get this fight going for them.
That is a lot of chip damage. Road leads the charge. Athena and Ben 4 on the side, trying to do what they can, but they're already taking a lot of chip. Goong and Chuchu standing side by side. They catch Road. It's up to Athena and Ben 4. He's got a very low mana bar. He's got that smite, though. The arrow tags Karin, and Athena gets the kill onto Cat, but Baron is picked up by Karin. He smites before the stun, and Dan Gaming are victorious in this fight once again.
Yeah, that was really scary, because Athena had a lot of AP to be able to burn out the Baron with his ulti. He had it up and available. That was still scary, but of course, Karin still able to smite. It was close. It was very close, but this is right from the beginning. Goong able to completely burst out Ashe from the start. And so this fight led into a long turnout engage. Sure, yeah, you get the kill. That's 2 kills in favor of Dan Gaming. But that's what caused the Baron run. That's what caused Dan Gaming to immediately move towards the Baron and net that for themselves.
And now Dan Gaming back in the driver's seat with that Baron buff. They've got it for another 3 minutes, and while at a temporary gold deficit, they will almost certainly try to make use of this now, knowing how decisive this team is. The question is, can they break IMA open? Because they've got to work their way through some tier 2s before even getting towards that inhibitor. That gives a lot of time for IMA to get some big items at scale.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to give him some time, but I think right now, Dan's hit the spikes that they've needed, right? Of course, sure, Infernal Dragon's going to do it for you, but Choo-Choo has hit his 3-item breakpoint of Rapid Fire Cannon, IE, and the Yomu's Ghost Blade. So, right now, he's as powerful as he's going to get.
Yeah, well, hopefully that power will be enough to break the base of IMA, as Dan Gaming are going to swap back and forth between mid and bottom, it looks like. 2 very strong lanes. That can give them quite some map control if they can break it apart. But Amazing Jay, he's doing his damnedest to keep this tier 2 standing. However, there's the Lich Bane damage. Here comes the next minion wave in just a few seconds. And while they are getting some damage onto that cannon, it's not enough.
And the next wave is coming in. Orianna is not in position. That's their main point of wave clear and defense with her Ori ball. So they could move in on this wave.
Yeah, just a few seconds behind. Finally, she's grouped up, but trying to answer mid because Karin is split pushing on the other lane.
So this is really scary for Aime because Dan decided to play this one slow. They have complete control of this blue side jungle, so they can actually move between both of these lanes. And whoever decides to play weak point, if it's Orianna who's the only one defending mid, she can get dived very easily. Cat does not have ulti, so that is a big positive that she cannot make that happen on immediately.
You can already see some of the chip damage from that dancing grenade onto Athena. That's just the Q, and slowly but surely they're whittling down the tier 2. Only a minute left on that Baron. That's 2 minion waves, as nobody is holding on to mid right now, so Aime, they get the opportunity to shift their focus just to the one lane.
Here's the thing, wave coming in. Choo-Choo has no or at least little HP, but he still has his ulti, so he's definitely going to channel Curtain Call.
Oh Shockwave onto Goong. That's Cat caught as well. The Tempered Fate, he gets tossed back in as Goong forced to flash backwards to keep himself safe. The tier 2 is finally broken, but Choo-Choo, immediate response. With the arrow and the Tempered Fate missing, he opens up the Curtain Call and forces Aime back.
That was the Hail Mary Athena was trying to regain control.
Oh, Choo-Choo! Flash grenade nets the kill. They force the fight again. The swift decision-making with Athena dead. They break the inhibitor, and they have broken the base of Aime. It's 4 versus 3 right now. Are they going to try to end right here?
Long death timers on Athena and Road. They can push forward. They have to be aware of the low HP on Cat.
They've got no minions anymore, and they are tanking these hits from the turret. Lies is saved by Cat, but Jin Zhao follows up with some slows. The snare is going to catch him. As you said, they are so low. Athena will respawn in time, and Dan Gaming play it smart, and they don't bite off more than they can chew.
Oh, and that play from Athena to start it all off. He thought he can burst down Goong. He had a lot of AP to get that done. Unfortunately, Cat is ready to save him. So could not, it was very, very close. But then you could see the damage coming in from Victor ulti and Choo-Choo's Curtain Call as well is able to net them through those kills. Those 2 kills, and even though I may try to net another defense on the inhib turret, it just wasn't going to happen. They didn't have the members to be able to do that.
However, net positive, last time they died to this push, and now Aime are still alive.
Ooh.
So 33.5 minutes in, it's still Dan Gaming in the lead with a massive number of dragons. And Karn's actually on the other side of the map. Could they go for the elusive 5-dragon game? It looks like Aime are racing towards the pit. They do not want to make that into an opportunity.
Yeah, I would say usually it would be the least important dragon because they've already gotten the dragon that they want. They can play towards top side and towards the next Baron that would come up. But the reason why Aime really needs to be aware of this is because 3 Infernal Dragons, pretty bad to deal with.
Yeah.
2 Ocean Dragons, Nidalee is basically useless. If she gets any bit of poke up, you just wait a little bit and you regen immediately off that. So he needs to be able to pick this on away. It's kind of sad. It's like picking weeds. It's not going to help you out at all in stalling the game. But you definitely need that because the idea of Dan being able to pick it up would just be a little bit too overwhelming.
Yeah. Aime successfully focus onto it. They set their vision up in advance while sacrificing pressure mid and top to eliminate that possibility of a double Ocean Dragon from Dan Gaming. That does mean that Choo Choo, Goong, and Karin are allowed to push down mid, and Athena is forced to sit nice and far back while Jin Zhao holds onto that bottom wave. Lives still up in the top lane, matching Amazing J. Slowly but surely, we're seeing Dan start to work on these tier 2s elsewhere.
Yeah, so top wave got pushed in. Amazing J had to deal with it. Athena had to deal with the bottom wave. He needs to wait till the next super minion coming through once again before he answers to that. So inevitably, this mid lane turret will go down. Unless if Oriana looks for another play that she did earlier on and try and get a ball onto, let's say, Choo Choo, just to stop any pushing for.
Amazing J with the split push on the side, tries to collapse onto Goong, but they turn onto him and destroy him. Cat has saved Choo Choo once again. He opens up the curtain call, gets 2 bullets off before being turned into gold.
Bit of a Midas touch.
Yeah, they did get that kill onto Amazing J, so it's currently 5 versus 4 for 50 seconds.
All right, that's going to stall it out. I mean, Dan Gaming, they saw that one kill opportunity. I'm not a fan of it because at this point, the kills don't matter in that situation. They want to be able to open up that tower. They would have done it if they played a little slower, but Goong, honestly, he was caught off position a little bit, so he had to all in and being able to push away Amazing J. And I guess it does come out in a net positive.
Yeah, now we're seeing Baron spawn in 5 seconds. Dan race out of the base with the Abyssal Voyage from Cat, and Baron erupts just in time to find Dan sitting on top of them once again, even going so far as to burn a teleport. This time, though, I may know that this is coming. They've got teleport from Amazing J in just a few seconds.
He's not alive.
Cat is flanking on the far side as Choo Choo eats a spear. Baron is picked up, though, and that's Ben 4 flashing over the wall to miss. Lies in the back. That's the teleport, but they've already killed Ben 4. Cat is so tanky, and finally will go down as Goong on the redemption. Here comes the rest of the collapse from Aime. Goong locked into the pit with no teleport. Tries to get damage over the wall. Karin leaps in to save his AD carry, but it's not enough. Choo Choo with a crit drops Road, and somehow, once again, Dan Gaming are able to win the fight. It's currently 3 members alive against the 2. Make that 1 member of Aime.
And Choo Choo as full HP. He even used his heal to get Karin back in on this play. Oh, fizzles, but that was really close. And so that's 30-second death timers and a lot of these members.
No, Lies wants to end the game right here. He's doing a lot of damage, but taking just as much in return. Athena, the Rabadon's Void Staff. Meanwhile, Super Minions are on the Nexus. And he's going to have Ben 4 in just a few seconds, but that Nexus is now defenseless. Dan Gaming break yet another inhibitor. They've still got Baron on 2.
Yeah, they have to back away, though. So that's Nidalee, Ashe, and Road coming back up just now. But this is, I mean, Aime's been in tough positions before.
Yeah.
This seems impossible. This seems like it ain't going to happen. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, because every single time I say that, I may come back. But, nah.
We're actually getting towards that later game where Aime are known for those late Hail Marys, those miracles that you mentioned. But this is Dan Gaming just forcing Aime to make the difficult decisions time and time again. And so far, they have been unworthy, but now that the stakes are getting ever higher, it's literally just the Nexus left for Dan to finish off.
Yep.
Can Aime hold on? They've got huge damage. 4 items finished on Jin Zhao. We're almost seeing 4 items on Athena.
There's so much protection from Dan with Cat being on top camp, with the Shen ulti being up and available, that it is almost as easy as just rush the Nexus, right? They're all grouped up mid. They don't care about the bottom lane inhib. That doesn't matter to them. If they push up as 5, which is why they have to wait for Lies, then it's this. Aime needs to fight. They need to start the fight before they even get near the Nexus if they want to stop them.
And this is where that Nidalee comes in. This is where that Ashe arrow is going to be huge. It's a dancing game from Dan. Can they keep their health high enough to wait for this minion wave to slowly work their way into the base of Aime?
And the side waves are going against Dan, so they have to all in on the super minion right now.
Triple Infernal Dragon. Goong starts working on the inhibitor on the side just in case he gets the opportunity. Baroned up Super Minion, cleared out very quickly by Jin Zhao as the laser gets tagged in. Amazing J forcing the fight. They've caught Karin and Choo Choo. That's Stand United onto the back of him. Redemption on the back of Aime as Ben 4 leaps in and goes gold. He flashes back out the side while Goong holds on to Jin Zhao. He's stunned. Does he have enough damage? No, he goes down. They're inside of the block zone targeting the Nexus, and Dan Gaming have done it. Another 2-0 for the newcomers to the LPL.
And a stylish ending that was 2-0 finish for Dan. If there is ever a decisive set, this is it. That Dan is a competitor. That they are here to play. They were here to play to begin with, but when they were drawn into this group, they said that we're just here to learn, right? That they that this is essentially a lesson because that looked like a really tough group, but you know what? They are now 3-1 so far.
It very well could be that they are here to teach. They are so swift and decisive in these fights that it's so hard to respond in a timely manner, and now we've seen 3 teams drop to them. Aime, Snake, even EDG, as they were unprepared with the ferocity from which this team has come out swinging. And even Aime find themselves a bit dazed after that, though they did learn quite a bit and put up a valiant fight, just wasn't enough.
I'm telling you right now, Dan Gaming is pissing off a lot of teams. They went through EDG, made them mad, went through Snake, they sacked their coach for it, and now they're going through Aime. I don't know what's going to happen here. Aime better brace themselves once they get home.
They're shaking up the whole league.
So they're trailblazing right now.
Absolutely. And with some hearty smiles, they collect their equipment and head backstage. Of course, their next opponents in the LPL are going to be Invictus Gaming, who are currently 1-1 in groups. We'll have a chance to check in on them later as they take on EDG, but with that sort of momentum going forward, you can only hope that Dan will continue to see good things for them in the future. And now joining us here to break down that whole set is Rusty. Welcome back.
How often do you see a Jin get 3 Infernals and have 580 attack damage
Oh my god.
without going full AD? I don't know. Not very often, I think it's safe to say. And I'm going to go ahead and say it's a pretty big part of how that game went pretty right for Dan Gaming, considering they should not have won that game at all. They were outdrafted, in my opinion. They had a split-pushing cannon that was starting to ramp up, was taking turrets. I think the 2v2 bottom lane was still in Aime's favor. They had an Orianna that was going to be protected by a Nidalee. So there wasn't a lot that was going to go wrong for Aime. But somehow, in some way, that Jin got 3 Infernals and just blasted them.
And you could see that lasers from Gung as well, just chunking down Aime. And Amazing Jay, he did have a valiant effort. You could see that damage grab. The two of you were just giggling over here at that Jin damage. What's going on over here, Raz? What do you find so funny?
That was supposed to be a very useless Jin.
What are you laughing for? It's contagious. I can't help it.
It was supposed to be nothing. I don't even know what's going on with my analysts.
He had 3 Infernal Dragons. Yeah. All right, I'm just saying that was really fun.
It's a bit of RNG, and there was steals to get those Infernals in the first place. You're
actually
like making me laugh.
Going for
this is a disaster.
Oh man, I don't get it.
I'm just. It was so unlucky for Ben. That's why it's so funny for me, because like every time he'd try to go for a dragon, steal right underneath him, go towards the Ref Trail, stolen underneath him.
And suddenly there's a Jin with 500 AD.
The Jin was the most massive. All right.
It was a big Jin. It was a big boy.
Tell me what happened.
I mean, honestly, like I tried to capture that through the draft alone. I still feel like Aime should have won this game.
Yeah.
And a lot of this does come down to them lacking the execution, but more so, and this is reflected through the first game as well, lacking the decision-making to make the right decisions and then flunking the execution on top of that. Because ultimately, right, winning bottom lane 2v2 should be winning the bottom lane 2v2. For the record, Bard is picked into Jin, so even when you hit mid-game, that's actually a pretty good counter pick. Jin presses R, you press R. It makes a lot of sense. One of them's useless at that stage. Funnily enough, was not. Past that point as well, he actually laughs on the
Just mention the word. Mention Jin.
It's his trigger word.
Go for it.
And so, like, past that point, they've got the Ashe to engage as well. So, like, everything here lines up for Aime to use the 2v2, which is meant to win, to go mid lane, break turrets, get everything going. And suddenly it just doesn't work out like that. Like, they didn't play around the cannon split pushing because Dan play aggressive. And for me, this isn't even that Aime are strictly playing horribly. It's that Dan play with this unfounded acceleration of a game. They actually make a game feel like you're 30 minutes in at 10 minutes. I don't know how they managed to do that, but they do.
Just moving so swift.
Of course he wins
MVP goes to Choo Choo.
does.
150% damage to gold efficiency with 3 Infernal Dragons.
He just autoed people to death. Like, all right.
Those 4th bullets were pretty big.
I mean, I guess he's just going to keep picking the champion. That's just how life is now.
And I actually, like, I know you said that you're not a big fan of Jin at the start of the game. I actually am starting to come around to Jin more and more as time goes on. I don't think he went the item build that I'm the biggest fan of, which to me is the new Rapid Fire Cannon Static Shiv build with Infinity Edge, because nobody's a tank on Summoner's Rift anymore, and Jin has high enough base AD that he can afford to go luxury items like a Rapid Fire Cannon and a Static Shiv. Caitlyn, one of the few other champions that you'd say can do that. And then when you've got those items, they stack together extremely well now. And you spike at 2 items, and then again more so at 3 items. And it bridges a lot of gaps where Ashe and Varus have utility. Jin is always going to have that. But now you just do more damage than them.
Yeah, very swift performance out of Dan Gaming. And again, we talked about the bottom lanes, how important it would be for both of these teams coming into the set. Well, this time it's Choo Choo and Cat who are victorious with a little bit of RNGs just getting those Infernal Dragons, but still a very strong performance. Even when you mentioned the fact that they should have had a losing lane with that sort of Bard Ashe into the Jin Tahm Kench, they still took a 2v2 at level 5 and won the trade for a kill advantage, albeit on their support.
Yeah, a lot went wrong for the team of IMA because they should have been set up to succeed, right? They caught out the early dragon, but it went over to Karin. We hit a lot of those points. I think Karin just had a better set today. He was in the right place at the right time. We go back to game 1 where he set up proper dives and he was setting up proper vision as he should towards top side when they wanted to be able to get towards the tower. Even when they had Baron and they were pushing in the bottom lane, they made it so the control wards were in blue side jungle, which a lot of these top teams do struggle to do, and making it easier to just bounce between both waves. They are a smart team. It's as simple as that right now. They've solidified themselves as a middle of the pack, maybe even challenging EDG. I don't know. We're gonna have to see if EDG is consistent. I have to say we have to seek EDG because they're looking incredibly on point right now. But if EDG goes back to the same mid-game faults that we've seen in the last split, then Dan Gaming can apparently look to hit them a little harder.
And the fact that IMA lost this set actually disappoints me, honestly, because you expect more from IMA, and we don't have expectations for Dan. So I agree with you. I think they're middle of the pack. I would not say they're challenging EDG, but, you know, stats say that they've beaten them 2-0, so or take what you will from that, honestly. Dan showing that their style of play is enough to take out teams that aren't respecting them. And I feel like it's vigilance that is lacking from something like IMA in a set like this. Because Dan do go for these plays. They'll make these decisions. The bottom lane getting a 2v2 is, yes, a big mistake. Shouldn't happen. But then when they get the kills, they're immediately mid. They're using their Jin ultimates, Tahm Kench ultimates. They're getting in and making those plays. And they're the ones that I feel like no team has an answer to. So if you give Dan an inch, they actually manage to accelerate the game and take more from it. And that's what impresses me the most about them, where IMA just kind of sat there and had to respond. Yeah,
well, we did see IMA learn and grow over the break. The hope is that they will continue to do that. We're going to take a quick break while we get ready for our next set between EDG and Invictus Gaming.
不想放弃，下面有一个颗粒撞了进来，现在在场上 IG 只有3人，但这个伤害还吃得住。不过此时家里要进场，是成功打出一个相当不错的击飞。Rookie 在这个关键的时刻按出了一个血池，接着他火箭腰带向上 ，AJ 倒了，踢回来了这一脚，您踢回来了一个金脚，被 Starlight 吃掉扑走，但是超风闪现跟上，女警走不掉了 ，Starlight 自己要被带走。 先动9桶了吗？看一下自己怎么说。一个一闪弹后来被计划解掉，但是他炸了一下，闪电后来劈了，这边没有蓝，很尴尬。这边路人只能给出一个大招保护，但是没有伤害。再跳一次，还有没有办法接他 Rookie？ 拉开一座塔的一个差距，这边双分又来了一套完美的一个连招，踢回了一个 Mouse。Mouse 这边是没有被 Crystal 给击飞，但是被刷了一下，还没有办法打出自己的怒气，马剩下一点血 ，OQ 一个很精准的 Q 技能，在塔下穿刺掉了 Mouse 的颗粒。 伤害很高的，又来了，嘲讽又嘲讽到了，感觉就是指向性技能啊，但是没有杀掉吗？往后拉，然后就把花雕杀了，救赎再抬了一口血 ，Rookie 进来还在场上奋战，再给一个魅惑，哇，角度刁钻，竟然从一个斜角度命中塔下的女警。中路没推到，大队减速到了，是的 ，R 接过墙，能量倾泻 ，R 回来想打净化解漂亮。 看一下啊，这波狐狸 R 上去，能量星也跟过来，R 下来被节点到进化秒解，然后 R 带法球的位置，但是盲僧已经把人头收掉了。从上面跳下去呢，有给到一个
闪现下来一脚 ，Q 回去漂亮，一气呵成。而且逼了杜云碧的一个中亚出来，回来四狗跳进场，直接后排被秒了。冷了爹这波为什么不撤呀？
哇，酒桶这一波立大功了。IT 现在输出，看一下凯南换掉了之后，但感觉自己也是要死。
这前期现在因为直接秒了个蜘蛛，再往回 R 了一下半血了，交了个闪，一个 E 技能没有刮到，还有中亚的 Q 一下，一个大队又戳死了，3个打1个被杀了2个。
Rookie 有闪现有疾跑的情况下，这一波看扛地的有机会来，闪现绑没有绑到，这边想先杀前西叶被他打了一下，没有套死了，
打死了。
我们这边是千里来追杀，虽然歪风扭掉了2个技能，但PN0举起了盾，把这个矛全部收下，而且后面硬核的伤害已经把歪风的闪现给打了出来，现在远远的利用神话巨炮在吐，歪风这一波的一个拉打非常的漂亮，把血量给回起来，想要去送塔，一个 Q 技能往前丢矛，再跳一下，这时候再往右边走，再一个 R 技能扭掉，大举再往后跳，这边已经跳到了对方的基地里面了。我的天，他要冲到全省了吗？要打阵了吗？最后是看到了双子星塔死在装逼之下 ，SQ 的歪风成功的阻止对方拿到他自己的300块钱。
挡一下卡丁，哎呦，贴脸这一剑没装就过去闪现喷杰拉，把杰拉喷死了 ，ADC 自己找机会。中路看似补兵，其实暗藏杀机，突然。这个位置 W 一开就上来点了，然后走位把这个兵剑躲掉，闪现过其他大招喷死杰拉，然后一个比较完美的走 A， 再杀艾希。
Baby, all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the river by my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the river by my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the river by my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the river by my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL Week 2, Day 3. Almost said Week 3 there, and we're coming back to you with our second set of the day here on Saturday. My name is Pulse. I'm taking over from Dom. I'm still joined by my fantastic analysts. It's Razlaplasm and Mr. Rusty. I'm not going to say Zach Rusty Pie today, but I said it anyway. How are we doing? We've got the play-by-play match of the week coming up, which is EDG IG. Have you know in our story meeting that we said that this would be our match of the week, but you guys said it was going to be the match that we had on day one, which, what was that again? Was that a 2-0 result and a complete whitewash?
I would know. I wasn't here. Can't confirm that happened.
My memory is definitely a little bit shady. A
bit foggy?
I definitely lose a lot of things in the office sometimes, and I definitely just don't remember a lot of things. I think that's something I'll forget very soon.
Okay, well.
No idea what you're talking about.
We have the actual match of the week now coming up. EDG IG. Definitely think this is a series that can go all the way to 3 games. I feel like it's going to be IG come out of the gate swinging. They'll have one of the IG games where everyone looks amazing, and then it's just question marks from there on out, and EDG will just play the same.
Interestingly enough, though, we also thought that game 1, or set 1 rather, of today would also be our 3-gamer. The rest could potentially be 2-0s, and yet Dan come out and surprise us once more. And for what it's worth, I feel like because it's EDG against IG, if it goes to 3, then IG is surprising more than EDG are, and that does actually happen more often than it should.
Yeah, and IG right now are at I would say, an unknown power level just because they were able to change up both lineups, or at least both players.
Yep.
West in the AD carry position, formerly from Game Talents, and of course Ning, the jungler, formerly from Young Miracles. We have to see if that works well for them. But what we do expect, you already talked about EDG, expect to play their own game. And their own game is a little bit frustrating to play against if you're in the bottom lane, because Zet and Mako, they have a little bit of an EU lane kingdom, I'd say. If you go up against them in lane, they will smash you a lot of the times. And so it's going to be a lot on Megan and West to hold them firm. But I think IG should look to play topside, because that's Duke, Ning, and Rookie. If you can play topside and absolutely win in that area, it's almost necessary, because bottom lane should be hemorrhaging.
Yeah, EDG just kind of look pretty angry right now. They're just kind of stomping everybody in front of them at the moment. So it would be cool actually to see a 2-0 out from EDG, just because, we keep needing to talk about Rift Rivals. They are going to be a representative, and actually seeing our teams have consistent performances outside of like an OMG and outside of a WE would be great. If we're actually sending at least 3 strong teams, that is something great for the league.
To put it simply, everybody's ramping up to Worlds, except for our Rift Rivals representatives, because they're going to be taking on LCK teams. So they're ramping up for Rift Rivals quite severely, and anything that is worse than a 2-0 for EDG, as far as I'm concerned, is a mistake on their end. They will be trying to destroy absolutely everybody in their path to that tournament. So this is another step in that direction. It all started with being 2-0'd by Dan Gaming, and suddenly they got super upset, and you're right, they have an ongoing tantrum that is going to probably last 4 more weeks.
I hope it lasts 4 more weeks, because that would go over Rift Rivals, which would be perfect. Because if they start ramping off before then I guess we're just looking towards OMG and WE coming into that one. On the side of IG, though, what do we actually want to see from them? Because is it still the same story of what happened in spring, which is, hey, we want you to be more consistent and actually be like the amazing IG that we see like sometimes all the time?
And for me, no surprise, I guess I've talked about Ning a lot. It's time to do it again. Because the consistency, or at least the inconsistency, as you mentioned in the previous bit, was in that jungle position. You would either have Kid who would do average, be caught out in the wrong position, or he would have stellar games on the Elise. So if you can find that consistency in the jungle position, where Ning is able to showcase a lot of high-end mechanics, but also high IQ and playing towards Rookie and Duke, then you will have a stronger IG. Question mark for me is in the bottom lane with West and Megan, if they can hold firm versus Zet and Mako.
At least let your laners lane. Duke is a laner player. Rookie's a fantastic laner. Stop letting Duke go 1-6, and you'll find that there are sunshine and rainbows on the other side, and you'll be so happy with the results of this game, or at least happier than if he is feeding, which has been happening.
Yeah, I haven't liked the Fiora play that he's had, simply because, sure, he can get early advantages, but when he's in a 1v1 situation, he goes for it even if he doesn't have the backing here, as we're looking into the IG team.
Yeah, the roster is still going to be the same here. Duke, Ning, and Rookie in the top side of the map, with West and Megan in the bottom lane. And as you said, it is a question of whether they can take on that powerhouse of a bot lane coming in from EDG, though the core of the lineup of IG remains the same.
And we're at a meta now where Kallista's starting to come back, so it's possible for IG. And I mean, this one, not surprising. Of course, Mouse clear loves Scout, Zet, Mako, same things. You're talking about the 2v2 bottom lane. Whilst we might be against a Kallista, if you're playing against IG, it's probably going to be the Thresh. Probably may need to see a Jhin again, Raz, as much as you may not want it.
And I guess, yeah, it's a West pick, maybe a Caitlyn pick. For me, I guess the focus is going to be towards Lee Sin because I guess comfort has gone towards on Ning on the pick. I think that Clear Love, he can play Lee Sin. He gets memed relentlessly on the pick.
He can play the Lee Sin.
He can play it. He's been getting a lot of confidence, so we've been seeing a lot of new picks from him. The Nidalee was one. And Evelyn, which was a marquee pick from historically, and he's able to go back on that. So which pick is he going to go for now?
And for me, the most important part of this before we actually get to the draft is that Mouse and Clear Love are playing. That I cannot stress that enough. They are using their starting roster. We haven't seen Audi since his underperformance in his first week of play. We're not seeing a jungle being subbed in here. There is no Ice Lolly just yet. It is Clear Love, and he came back and actually looked like he was pretty in form ever since we saw him stomp on Evelyn.
And the reason why, just sitting on, he's playing in form individually, but also he's playing along with Mouse incredibly well. Like in international tournaments, in previous splits, we've seen Clear Love look to ditch the top side of the map entirely and play towards the bottom side of the map, play towards like a Defton Mako, or in this case, a Zetten Mako, who's playing incredibly well. This time around, actually, he's playing toward Mouse. Mouse can play carries, and at the same time, Clear Love will look to get him ahead. So it's now a larger point of flexibility that Duke won't look into this matchup and say, well, it's a free lane for me. That they do actually have to fight for this 3v3 top side to make it work.
Do you think it's necessary that Clear Love goes back to, or not back to, or towards meta picks? Because right now he's almost exclusively going for legacy picks like the Evelyn, or going for like Nidalees, for example. Does he need to go more meta, or are you fine with just him kind of skirting around it?
I'm fine with him showcasing flexibility. So, like, just to hit on that point, the fact that they're able to get into second phase and just go straight through jungle bans is going to be poor for Ning because he's going to have to take the bullet of a Lee Sin ban if that's possible. And Clear Love will still be comfortable on more picks. But if we get through the split and he's just not playing meta jungle picks, like a Gragas, for instance, then that's a weakness.
And we have to say on blue side, if he doesn't pick Zac, if it's left open for him, that's the biggest miss of all, right? So yes, I'm fine with him being flexible. I'm fine with him playing these really good champions if he's popping off like he does with Evelyn. But if Zac's left open, he needs to be able to play the champion and execute on that well also, or it's a bigger miss overall for the side of EDG.
Yeah, we saw last time when they went up against Aimee that they picked the Nidalee into the Zac. The only problem being, of course, is that Aimee also didn't have proper lanes as well as that. So if they go into another team, you're going to have to expect a proper draft coming in from that.
Hold up, Rusty, before you leave, quick prediction.
I'm going to give it to EDG as a 2-0.
2-0, okay. All right, spicy. IG, EDG, let's see what they give us. I'm expecting a 3-game series, Raz. Oh,
Same.
Same? Okay.
Same.
All right. 2-1 to EDG.
Oh, I'm an unbiased caster. I cannot showcase that or reveal that at all.
No, you are the flip-flop caster. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these bans. Kassadin, Jarvan, and Zac coming in from IG, while EDG will take away Elise, Galio, and Shen. Pretty much very much meta bans coming out so far.
Yeah, that leaves Ashe well enough open there. Also Thresh, which is a shared champion pool, and Mako is looking to pick it up for himself. I think Ashe should be picked up because IG has historically gone towards the pick. It allows them to have a lot of utility and a lot of safety within the lane. But that's just going to be left off there.
Yeah, first pick Syndra here, Raz. What do you make of that?
Rookie's an incredible Syndra player. IG played through their mid lane. If it's a blind pick that they're going to be forced into, because, of course, EDG will always give Scout that counter pick, it makes sense to get it out of the way right now.
On the opposite side, EDG will lock in Ashe very quickly, in fact, and look towards what appears to be a jungler, but they have a bunch of time remaining, so could be anything right now. What's still up in terms of junglers that Clear Love could go towards? So Elise, Zac, big ones off the board, of course.
Nidalee, we also saw Nidalee being blind picked earlier today with good effectiveness. So there are a lot of picks that he can go towards. An instant pick on Lee Sin, which I like to see. Even though Kha'Zix, if he sees this man in an alleyway, he can get right on him. He can just jump on his face. So Kha'Zix is an immediate good matchup, but playmaking is going to be on side of Lee Sin on this. So I want to see what EDG look to pick for their mid laner, and if they do so on this rotation, this phase of the pick ban, or if IG gets the opportunity to look to ban out Scout.
Responsibility is IG looking towards their first, or their final pick on the first phase, I should say, and it will be Varus coming in for West.
Yeah, it makes sense because Ashe was taken away from them. They were giving a lot of value towards the Syndra pick, so, okay. Well, they had a backup in the Varus, and it does the same thing, has the same amount of utility.
And Gragas out for probably Mouse. Yeah, it's got to be Mouse here in the top lane, so top side of the map completed. Scout still waiting on his pick as we enter the next phase of bans.
It's incredibly risky coming in from EDG that they'd go for the Gragas top lane. It's definitely top lane unless if they do some craziness with the Kazakhs. So I want to see EDG just go straight towards top lane bans. Kennen is still open. I want to see Kennen banned out, or at least IG will have strong top side. It's the Kled first, so they have a lot of options.
Yeah, Kled banned away against Duke here. And IG waiting on theirs. Yeah, expecting mid lane bans now because Scout is yet to pick, so LeBlanc taken away from his champion pool.
And another mid lane pick that you can, or at least mid lane ban that you can go towards would be a Jace, for instance. Maybe the Jace, maybe some people pick Ahri, but I think that if you're picking Syndra, you're going to be fine pressuring up in the lane.
Sure.
Maybe an Echo if Scout is willing to play it. There are a lot of assassins, so EDG should be still feeling comfortable with their mid lane pool that is still up and available. But IG just taking away champions that can have roam and push onto the Syndra.
I'll be honest, Raz. I actually think that Fiora, everyone else who's not Duke on the side of IG will be breathing a sigh of relief because Duke will not be stuck in the side lane and then have a 50-50 play where he either has an incredible game or starts feeding. So a bit of a helpful ban for IG maybe in some respects as Talia comes in as the pick for Scout, leaving Mako to pick the final pick for himself, which will be support, in fact.
Oh, and it's going to be Talia pick. So that's an interesting one because Talia in laning phase, she could take cleanse because she doesn't want to deal with the stun potential coming in from Syndra. It's a safe pick until, of course, you get Lee Sin and Syndra constantly looking for plays around you. So IG definitely have the comp that they can play around mid and hope that Talia, or at least try and keep Talia within the lane. If he doesn't, if EDG is able to unhand them and push Zed outwards, Talia is great in terms of roaming towards the bottom side of the map.
Renekton for top lane here for Duke. And waiting on that final pick. Again, it's going to be another support for IG. So supports are actually just getting the final pick of the draft. It's going to be Braum for Megan there.
All right, could be a setup. Oh yeah, it definitely is. I would love the Thresh. I would say setup simply because they have so much engage on the bottom side of the map with Talia and Ashe that anything to help out in this bottom lane fight or dive would definitely help for EDG.
Swing on that final pick, and they're busting out the Kench. Okay, into the bottom lane with Ashe in the bottom lane. So the fact that we actually are not getting a Thresh when you have Megan and Mako in the game and Thresh was open is pretty interesting.
It is. I think he was just worried about the matchup. If you pick Thresh into Braum, you're going to have a tough time in picking those skirmishes and fights. Braum should be able to just take the hook and then jump back. Now picking Tahm Kench is matching the skirmish. Tahm Kench is usually the pick into Braum. It's a better skirmish, better 3v3 I would say. And you have the ability to save out whoever's getting stunned and snared down. So Braum, if he was able to jump onto Zet, get gobbled up. If Varus ulti comes through, another Tahm Kench gobble. A lot of options on the side of Mako.
I'm seeing it more and more recently. It makes it very frustrating, a lot of frustrating gameplay. Nullifies a lot of these big picks, like Ashe if she was on the other team, but as you also said, Varus on top of that one as well. So coming out of the draft, you feeling happy with IG's draft here?
They both have different strengths. I think I'm much happier with EDG because theirs is a lot more defined towards once they get out of the laning phase, or at least mid lane, they can play towards bottom side and just continue to force skirmishes around Zet and Mako, which has been the strength for EDG and also the strength of their composition. IG does not want to find themselves into that fight, or at least a lot of times it will turn into, well, either we stick to the play long enough and we're confident in the fight that we can get a kill on the primary carry, or we have to focus on Tahm Kench, which is always a really difficult and frustrating task to do. Now, IG doesn't have a bad composition by any means. If they focus down mid lane, Talia will have a very tough time. I don't know what summoners she took there. Just want to see what she did. If she was able to take out heal or cleanse, because if she has to watch out for the Syndra setup here. Because if she dies once, then IG will be able to take control of mid and take control of the game to start.
And it was a first pick for IG. Duke was locking that one in there for rookie, so if they can make it work, there was clearly a lot of confidence there. But then again, it was also a very nice blind pick nowadays. There's very few picks that actually just straight up stomp a Syndra. There are picks that do well against Syndra, but as a blind pick, still pretty solid. Still, we're about to get into game here with IG going up against EDG for their best of the three here today. And if there was going to be another match of the week, it would be this one, that we did in the end choose IMA and EDG, which, to be fair, is very much a historical matchup. There is the battle of the campus, that they're all on the same kind of campus.
Yep.
EDG have thoroughly won. They stomped out, Snake as well.
Yep.
So they're just the kings of the castle.
It's making this very threatening for IG. The fact that this warhorse of a team just stomping through, coming right to them now. This is going to be game 3 for IG. They're 1-1 right now in the standings. If they take this one, that would be a great boost to momentum. That would be fantastic for them, quite obviously. But yeah, you mentioned it. EDG showcased in the beginning of the week that they're pretty angry.
Yeah. I think you put it best in the last game when you said it was Dan, actually, who have been making everyone angry, just riling up a storm in the LPL in that group. They're definitely a lot of fire under a lot of these teams. We did have a small invade there coming in from EDG, and it did stop Ning from going from his Raptor start, so instead he'll start on his red and then probably go to Raptors, or actually just go to the top side of his jungle first, which seems to be what he's doing. 71% to EDG in the fan vote. Yeah, to be expected, pretty much.
Stronger, I guess, fan base, but at the same time, just definite favorites here. EDG showcasing a lot of strength. And just talking about the jungle position coming in from both teams, they know where Ning started out, that he started from bot to top. They don't know where, at least, where Clearlove started. So that's a bit of a question mark there for IG, where he's pathing. But they can guess and make a solid guess just because the bottom lane looked to invade early on at the bottom side of the map, that Clearlove definitely started top side. So
I wish that we had gotten to see the early, at least the level 1 from the mid lane there against Rookie and Scout, because Scout found a massive advantage, got the level 2 punish as well on towards Rookie, which forced him back to tower. So wish we got to see that.
That's a natural point for Talia. She's able to have a lot of shove in the mid lane really early on. Even in tough matchups for her, she's able to at least get the level 2 quickly onto the matchup. And Syndra takes a little bit of time for herself to, I would say, scale up in the lane, because her Q level 1 just does no damage. Almost like similar to her auto attacks. So it's expected for this early in the laning phase to be in Talia's phase.
Well, it's expected for the push to happen, Rance, but what I'm more talking about is how Rookie took so much damage from Scout, because at level 2, he's not going to have the flick and the Unraveled Earth combination, because he started Q. So I'm wondering what actually happened to Rookie if he just took everything to the face. Because of course the push is going to happen to the air. And now it's okay, it's petered off. Scout still has the advantage in mid lane, if ever so slightly, but just winning that early game is not what you expect really from a Rookie laning phase.
Yeah, getting smacked up by the icicles. Almost that. Alright.
Okay, well, that's Syndra. She's got 4 levels now, and she's got some points and abilities, so that just kind of happens. But yeah, in pretty good shape. Still just farming out. Top lane, a lot of damage going down onto Mouse, and he misses the body slam on top of that. So Duke is pushing all these minions into the tower. Also, very awkward for Mouse. He's going to have to try and take down these front minions before they hit the tower, but gets it with a cask, so resolves that issue.
Yep, and you can already see both mid and top side starting to work really well for IG. This is the win condition I kind of had for them. Ning looked to invade, just get a little bit of information on top side. Now he's already on the bottom side, just farming it up. Once he gets to level 6, he can make the bottom lane fight work for him. It's a big question as to whether or not he wants to double down on top lane and look to dive onto Mouse, who's probably going to get harassed, already down in CS here. Look toward the mid lane that Talia is going to be constantly shoving up. So he has a wealth of options.
He really does. Pretty much anywhere he goes will turn to gold, as Rookie will take a full salvo out from Scout, who is now out of mana, so maybe has one more Q in him. Well, Ning was looking towards the mid lane, but not quite yet, buddy. Just farm till 6 and then find yourself a gank in top or mid, or even bot lane, honestly. As you said, there is a wealth of options for him. Top lane Mouse is in really a real dire situation, as we have a bit of a trade bot lane. Mako just landing that quick Stoneborn Pact proc onto West, so allowing Zet to win out on that trade in the end. But it's top lane where I want to look at, because Mouse is just getting completely obliterated, out of mana, so has to go back to base, go for his early back. Does manage to get the triple Dorange ring, which is still very prevalent on his patch, so will not be any in any mana issues, but it still gives Duke a 2-wave advantage for himself.
He's holding on to the wave. I want him to hard shove it so he can get a good back timing for himself in TP as well, right? So right now, if he holds on too much into the lane, then the triple Doran's ring is actually going to work out really well in favor of Mouse. So he's going to hold Duke into the lane. So he should use the shove that he has on this wave to back away. Get out of there.
Yeah, shove it in, go back to base, get your own items. He might be waiting for a certain breakpoint, but 50 farm is easily enough for Phage if he's looking for it. Clearlove is being very annoying right now, but looks like he might pay for it. I mean, he's just in the jungle, just getting beaten up by Ning and Rookie. Scout jumps over the wall, Weaver's wall comes in, but oh, nice fancy feet in from Scout. He's still alive. This is a bit of a weird trade. Nothing's hitting right now. Bobbing and weaving, turns it around onto Rookie. Gets the stun, and Mako's there for the save. So had Tam Kench not been there, that would have been at least a flash from Scout, but still, 1 kill over to IG and the first blood. Hello, Duke. What are you doing here?
What's happening here? All right.
Bit of an altercation in top lane.
Yep.
But talking about that jungle invade, not sure what Clearlove expected from that one. Gotta be honest.
That comes down to communication at the end of the day. Maybe he was confident enough that he didn't need his laners coming in, but he definitely need laners, especially since he's had shoving bottom side of the map. Mako eventually made it in, but if he knew that was going to happen earlier on, he would have made the trek along with Talia, who was level 6. So that is definitely just a communication error.
And that's now put Scout down and farm. Rookie was able to pick up a wave, then go back, shove it in. Now he's about 2 waves in advantage to his opponent. Top lane is actually getting out of control. It's almost 20 farm in advantage to Duke, which is at least 3 waves. Ning is going to try his luck in the bottom lane now. Still hasn't gone back to base, I don't think, because he's taken a bit of damage there.
Yeah, I wonder if Megan's about to hit 6 here. He is! Oh, is he? No, I'm lying.
No, he's still up.
Okay.
Yeah, if they had the arrow, feels like Ning is going for these ganks, and actually to go back because he has the tracker's knife, a little too early. Just wait for those lanes to get level 6, man.
Yeah, I thought the... okay. I agree with him. I actually thought that they were going to be looking at ganking that lane as they were pinging 6. That would have been a great play. But if your laners is 5, then you're just looking for a disrespect on Mako and Zed to go all in. So Ning can just go in and flash, ward hop, kick, right? But yeah, that just turned into nothing.
Same thing in the mid lane, Raz, you know? He just turns up and it's like, well, that's a level 4 Syndra. And you're level 4 too. What are you going to do here? You're not be able to land the stun. He's out of mana. So just go back to the jungle. That time can turn into an extra camp. Then you get to level 6 faster and then you can force something in one of your solo lanes. But right here, they were still level 5. When they return to lane now would be a great time for Ning to look for a gank because everyone returns the lane. But just a little bit off right now. I think it's just teething problems, I think, from Ning as he gets used to being on the stage with IG.
I think the earlier play with Rookie getting the massive wave under his tower is probably just him trying to solidify the wave for Rookie so he doesn't get pressed in by Scout and potentially Clearlove.
Sure.
Scout wouldn't be able to press up, but with how Scout was just sitting there, he was definitely calling on the fact that Clearlove was in the area. But you're definitely right. Ning is just showing himself on the map, right? That's the one of the larger issues is that he's just getting caught out on the bot side of the map, which means that Duke has to play farther back in the lane. When he's winning out in the lane, he definitely had to flash earlier. He's going to have to lose out on the larger advantage that he had. So I think that closes the play that I was looking for, and Ning and Rookie looking to get that 3-man dive, 2-man dive topside, simply because Mouse has had some time to breathe in the lane.
Yeah. I think that's just a really interesting concept. As Ning is once again sitting in the bush, not getting anything done, because he must know it's 9 minutes, Blue Buff hasn't gone back over yet, and the fact that Scout went towards the area means that he's going to go towards it. So either he's the most patient hunter in the world, or just hasn't read this fact, and actually he's giving up the chase, going into the jungle. But again, just all he's going to get is deep vision. Unless he can jump over this wall and get a kick down onto Scout, then it all will be worth it.
Yeah, Clearlove is in the area, though, so that would turn it into a 2v2. They would have to wait for the next wave. I wonder if Lee Sin is that patient. Pings are going down on EDG, just sitting around in the area, so I think Ning is busting a few beads of sweat. Oh, here we go. I'm ready for this.
Ning has committed 1.5 minutes to this play, Raz.
It has to work if he's sitting that long. I'm telling you right now, it cannot fail. They're even bringing in the croc.
Everyone's getting involved in this one. Rookie's going to start off. Here goes Ning. Instant flash comes out. The Q does not land from Ning. And Clearlove now caught in the midst of this fight. Big flick onto Ning. Gets that kill. Duke jumping into the backline. But suddenly, there's 5 people. And Mako just turns him into his supper. 2 more kills to EDG.
That's a very awkward situation for Ning. He misses his Q, of course. He's just in the thick of things. Kicks Clearlove, but there's no one to follow up on it. So EDG reads the play entirely. They probably didn't know that Lee Sin was there, but you can just see it happening. Clearlove just sits in the bush, and Tahm Kench and Ash are going to be there just soon enough as the play starts. But yeah, Scout's out of the play, but Ning misses the Q. You're like, all right, well, Ning, what are you going to do now? He kicks Clearlove, but as this is happening, he gets completely demolished by Scout, who flicks him in. No one saw that mouse, but it was a play that they had sat on for 30, 40 seconds, and nothing came of it.
And you've got to criticize Ning right there, Raz, because that was the third play that just didn't work, and that's the straw that broke the camel's back, you know? It was the third one where he committed 90 seconds, maybe even more, to that play, and it not only goes badly, but they lose 2 kills for it. Massive amount of pressure in those lanes. Top was doing well, mid was doing well, jungle was farming up fine, and all 3 of those have just gone the way of EDG now.
And so it hits the point that we were pressing on, where Rookie and Ning needed to pressure this lane enough to make it so Scout cannot roam out, cannot move out, and would have to really sit in there and take the punishing pressure from Lee Sin and Rookie. That didn't happen. And Rookie, or at least Ning, cannot go back to the lane to make the play happen because of how many resources they had used to make it start to begin with. No flash on Ning, no sums on Rookie, that it's going to be that much harder to be able to nail down Scout. So all he can really do is just push in this wave, or at least Scout is going to push in this wave, and then suddenly he can roam. He can move towards the bottom side of the map because Zet didn't even use his enchanted crystal arrows. So now we're in a position where IG have to play reactively.
Clearlove is on his way to the top lane, ward over the wall, so Duke is aware of this. We'll actually try and trade off against him, use the dominance to try and create some room as Scout comes in with the Weaver's wall.
Get the flick.
Turns in. Oh, lots of damage coming out. The flick comes in, and Clearlove able to tank the tower. That was exceptionally well played. Did not think they had that gank ready to go and able to happen, but they make it work. Rookie coming in for this 1v3. Big stun onto 2 players. And he released power, but it's not a kill onto Scout. Now he has to back away. Bot lane play looking to open up. Ning misses the Q, lands the kick onto Mako, but he's got the great health. This is going to take some time to chunk through that health bar. Eats up the Lee Sin, spits him back out, doesn't have the damage as Scout, putting the hurt back towards Megan. Not going to happen. Top lane though. EDG about to take that tower, and EDG win cross map.
EDG take the massive win off that. They were able to take the top lane kill, which was unexpected for IG. IG was fighting for vision control in the bottom side of the map because they thought the Scout would play towards the enchanted crystal arrow. They actually played towards Mouse. Ning, relax there. And so they get the free kill. IG has to respond bottom lane, but what makes it harder for IG to respond is that they had to get through Tahm Kench. They couldn't get on top of Zet because they knew Tahm Kench would be able to save him through. So it would take a long time to be able to kill him, and they can't even take the tower.
Yep, takes so long to kill Tahm Kench. The fact that 3 people were wailing on him, and he just stood there and took it for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, Megan actually tried to split pressure because he's like, all right, we need to get 2 off this. But they couldn't kill Tahm Kench fast enough for the 2 available members to walk towards and save then to start wailing on Zet. So Zet gets out free. He's able to wave control the bottom side of the map and help them through. So, okay. They lose it anyways.
Yeah, Clearlove just got the smite down on him. And this game has really showcased the difference between Clearlove and Ning as players. And I think at a first glance at this game, you'd be like, hey, look, Clearlove just walked into the jungle and died. Clearly, he's the inferior jungler, but that's very much a communication error. Whereas the plays that Ning have made, there have been 3-4 plays this game that have not worked and been massive deficits to his team and the solo laners that has put them behind, though he has a scoreline of 2-1-0, so you would say that Ning clearly the better jungler here. But when you actually look under the hood, there's a lot more problems coming out of IG.
Yeah, it's a lot of problems, and going up against EDG, you start to see them really unraveling because Clearlove is working with Mako incredibly well to make it so those plays can happen, right? The strong control in the bottom side of the map, it was just so hard for IG to make that mid lane play happen. In fact, it was impossible because, as you saw, it just didn't work out. And then when IG tried to play reactively to the next play and set down the vision once again to set up for the bottom lane play, the vision that EDG had, they ditch it. They just go top side for the next play. And so this is just smart play between Mako and Clearlove to make it happen. And here we go. I guess this is about to happen.
Yeah, second time's the charm as the arrow goes wide. Had to assume he was going to do something there as Ning gets the first kill onto Mako, chasing up now onto Zet. 2 stacks of concussive blows. Rookie coming down to secure this one. No escape. more kills over to IG, and with those 2 kills going down, this should be the bottom lane tower.
Yeah, Mako didn't have the time with how much seconds of CC was coming through on him to use his E. So you couldn't shield anything. He couldn't stall for any time. So that was just TP getting canceled out from Mouse because that play wasn't going to get pushed any forward. So that was unfortunate. It was also unfortunate that Zet missed his Ashen ulti.
Yeah.
Good play to get IG something back this game.
That was definitely a mechanical misplay. Trying to launch it onto a Lee Sin who still has Safeguard, trying to close distance. I mean, you have to know that that's his play pattern right there. So yeah, bit of a misplay from Zet. And a bit of pressure in mid lane, but it's not going to be the tower. Top lane was also shoved in by EDG, but again, no tower on that end. So if anything, that was a positive play from IG, and that was a good play from Ning. It is somewhat unfortunate that he has those 3 kills, but it also means that more onus is on him now for him to actually make something happen in this game by himself.
Exactly. I think this is a positive simply because, of course, it's on the responsibilities on him. He has to make it work for himself.
It can be a positive.
He turns it into a Hex Drinker, which is great for himself because that means that if he goes towards the mid lane once again to make the play happen, or even top side of the map, it just gives him a lot more durability to be able to make the plays happen and for him to come out alive. But EDG knows this is happening. Oh, here we go.
Philip's coming into the pit right here, jumps in, doesn't get the smite steal, and is locked up current in the pit, flashes over, Chain of Corruption does not connect because of that. And that will just be a very simple take. Didn't quite see who picked up the Eye of the Herald though.
That's a good question. We're about to find out very soon. What I do know is that IG being able to pick it up and defend it.
West.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. So they're just going to play around this. Yeah, there we go. Get that out there. That means EDG has to respond to this. They're all in the mid lane. They actually have to back. Not too sure why they're stalling this one out. I know they have to give this one away, but they can't allow it to just get pushed into the top side inner turret.
Yeah, I'm a little bit at a loss for words right here, Raz, and I'll explain myself in a second because there is a push going on in the top lane.
Yep.
Clearly for Mouse trying their best to defend this tower, but Herald is just going ham right now. It's going to drop it to around 55%, something like that. And this will probably be the disengage on the play. So we're 18 minutes in.
Okay.
Let's take stock. About 1,000 gold advantage to IG. Tower advantage. Yes, the first dragon went over to EDG, but it's just a Cloud Dragon. But what I'm confused about is that now IG very much have control over this game, but from all of the plays, it seemed like EDG was making the right choices, but now that they're behind. So what happened?
The bottom lane play happened, I think. Ooh, wait a second. No, that's not gonna turn into anything. Oh, unless he flash.
The flick doesn't quite land, but still a lot of damage. And Clearlove coming in, takes their fear, and the unseen threat confirms the kill, and EDG make it out alive.
All right, well that takes it. The kill's coming through. Killed gold, simple in that. Along with the bottom lane play to upset the pressure from EDG. For me, the composition of EDG is far more level 6, early game focused. So from that point forward, when they were able to upset the early strategy of IG, it was then that they could move forward towards their play, right? The problem with that, though, is that investment, it didn't really pan out with the upset that Ning had towards the bottom side, so it was a smart play. Now they can play towards that top lane and mid lane once again. So it's going to be harder for EDG, simply because they have like an early game composition, and they couldn't get Scout to go towards the bottom side of the map.
And in the end, that does mean that item spikes are being picked up by both teams at this point in time, so it's not too bad. I mean, the difference in terms of gold is minuscule at this point in time, and Dragon's coming up in about a minute and a half, so we'll take a look at that one. Ocean Dragon, is worth fighting over?
No, if I were IG, with where they're currently positioned with the rookie being topside, you could pass it away, pass it up. They still need time to scale just a little bit. Syndra will do a lot of damage with items. Back away IG. Actually, this could be a good play for IG.
Wall coming in, and Mako, he's found some prey. Megan gonna turn this one around, popping the ultimate, but his team is locked on the other side of the wall. He's gonna die for this one as Mouse comes in with a great flank. West, no way to react to that. 2 kills, 3 kills. Duke, the last one remaining, but he's found the ADC. Clearlove comes back out alive, but the CC for days. And that'll be 4 kills for 1. Ning barely surviving that one.
Such a great flank from Mouse to come in from behind. Rookie put himself in such a bad position, tried to get an a full ulti, and try and pick off one of the backliners. Couldn't get it off him, so it just turned into a really tough position once Mouse rolled up in there.
This is going to be Baron Raz. EDG 20 minutes, almost on the spawn. gonna take this one away. Baron at not even 21 minutes. And EDG suddenly in a very much a strong position. I want to see how that fight started, because it seemed like it started for no particular reason.
Oh, see, okay, so Ning got a lot of damage. I was wondering how Scout was able to fall so low. Rookie really zoned in on this fact that he can get on top of Zet and Scout. But the problem was, of course, Mouse was able to just demolish Varus. From that point forward, it's that much easier to get on top of Rookie, since Rookie didn't get the damage on, or at least didn't get the kill on the backliners, on the carries of Zet and Scout. That was fine from Ning. Ning was actually able to push him out, but
that's true.
EDG had the first setup with Mako being able to swallow Megan and absolutely kill him before the fight started. So it was a good start from EDG, and it was a good ending coming out with Mouse.
Yeah, but it was Megan getting caught, but IG staying around. I don't know why you wouldn't just say, screw it, give up Megan. Everyone else on the other side of the wall disengage, because if you fight there, you lose your support, you lose the fight, and you lose a Baron, you lose bot tower, and EDG is so far ahead now.
Yep, the call
you didn't need to go in.
The call was definitely to play around Rookie for that fight to see if they can actually push it forward. They definitely did not expect Mouse to come in through. Yep. So that was a proper play from Mouse, and honestly, IG should have just expected that. They probably just didn't know where the play was coming from.
Well, Duke is going to jump into this fight, but I'm not entirely sure he wants it. Lots of damage down onto Mouse, but he's so tanky, he takes the whole brunt of Rookie's damage on the chin, and is quite happy to just go back to base now. Also, shout-outs to Mako. I think he's been playing exceptionally well this game.
Yeah.
He's not even that catch, but also the way he was playing that fight as well, Raz.
Yeah, he's denied a lot of plays, and he was able to set up. Oh, West.
He's all right.
Okay.
He's fine.
It's the constant play whenever you talk about Tom Kench players, right? Tom Kench able to set up or deny a lot of plays. He hasn't been able to use his ulti to set up a play just yet, but that's just because he's always been there to start. So it's good movement coming in from Mako, regardless of what champion he is on. Really early on in this game, he was able to link bottom lane to mid lane so well. So I like to see it from Mako. He's been a major carry for the team.
Yep, perfect timing on his last exhaust as well on top of Rocky, so they were trying to play around him. The fact that he doesn't have cleanse means that exhaust goes down on top of him, and they just less damage. And once he's already committed to his burst, that's kind of the end of it. As Zed is just tearing Duke a new one. Alright, well, that's a Renekton who's not very tanky. 23 minutes in, and Zed is completely destroying him on 1.5 items.
And they had to send him back to base.
Well, Lester's pretty dead, actually. Clear Love will come in, find that kill, knock away, and Mouse again saves the life of another IG member. That'll be the Glacial Fissure coming out, and Rookie doesn't really want to use his ultimate right now because no one is in kill range.
Yeah, but EDG put themselves in a position to take in 2 towers. And that's just based off the fact that, great pick onto West to outright kill him, but also because EDG has just been setting out in the bottom side of the map to start with, right? So, wait, are you kidding me?
Didn't use the Unleashed Power, but also probably wasn't expecting him to take him to 20%.
Yep.
Zet pushing up against this tower, but the Weaver's wall not incredibly well placed, honestly, because IG could still hit them. And EG were just looking at them over the wall and was like, well, this isn't helpful at all.
Yeah, I don't know what they were expecting on that one. Megan couldn't cross that well, I suppose. That was it.
Yeah, I guess so. Didn't pay attention in trigonometry class. But still, that was the defense from IG. How are they doing in terms of towers? Well, they've lost 5 towers so far, and you have to feel that the top tower will be the next objective, as there is no Dragon for a fair bit, and no Baron as well, so more than likely EDG will find themselves topside, send Mouse bot lane.
Yeah, and this is the time where EDG shouldn't look to skip steps. They have Talia in the mid lane, that's great. She should be there to constantly shove in. Talia wall will come up in about, I would say, 40 seconds, a minute or so. Just waiting on that, just having her constantly shoving out mid lane so she can look towards topside. Once the Talia wall comes right back up, that should be a free tower once again. Or a free play if someone decides to step across that side of the map. So right now, big focus to me is going to be on how Scout plays this one through.
It's been an odd game. It feels like EDG always had control over the game, even though IG were making plays, getting picks, getting towers. But EDG always just felt like they were going to do something that just put them ahead. And it did happen, you know, the fight in the mid lane, someone got caught from IG, and then he took the Baron, but it was just hard to shake that feeling that EDG were going to win regardless.
Yeah, they were always in position as a team, as a unit to play towards those plays, which is old EDG, honestly. This is not the EDG I've come to know recently. because these mid games have usually been very torn apart from EDG. It's not even an Ice Lolly problem. It's actually been, even when ClearLove was playing in Spring Split, it felt very poor, not really built together properly. But now they have the members. Mako is setting up well. Zet is always in, and Scout always know where they're supposed to be, when to rotate towards the play. So they're not wasting much time to it. Talia does have wall, so this should be, yeah, there we go.
That's a better wall.
There we have it.
Coming in place maybe a little bit further down, but that's just nitpicking at this stage. Means the melee members can't get in. Don't know what that was about.
Actually have no idea why he kicked him. There is no, even if the man threw his cask at you.
Well, he didn't.
But like, even if he did, what is the follow-up? They were all topside. So he just threw it just to throw. I mean, it's a low cooldown, so it's not that bad, but just didn't really feel right.
I mean, yeah, I guess it'll be up for a dragon, right? But
Yeah.
it's one of those things where when you're 3-1-1, you're expected to be the playmaker for your team at that point. You know, a lot is on the shoulders for Ning at this point. So he has to make the goal that's been invested in him worthwhile.
That's fair. I also think that now, as the game's gone on towards the 27-minute mark, that focus now on rookies to be the engaging force. Duke.
This is a bit awkward.
He has TP, but there's no way he's going to use it. This is just, unless if they stand still.
How far is Duke going to make it?
If
Not
he can
very
hack
far.
them.
Oh, slice and dice. Going to make it a fair bit.
Get the
distance.
He's got the minions, or at least that the few minions that was available to him.
Man, and this is just happening more and more recently. I don't know what happened to Duke. It was somewhere between regular season of spring and playoffs. And then following that, something happened in those couple of days. Because Duke just looks like a different player from how he was destroying people in spring.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest point about his spring performance was that he played towards team fights far more often. He would have the Maokai pick. He looked great on the Maokai pick. He had carry games on the Fiora as well, but his performance was based around roaming rather than sticking to the lane, right? He would push out, he would roam towards getting those team fight engages, and he's very spot on when it actually happens. Now he's finding himself caught off in side lanes more often than not. It's happened, I want to say, every game so far.
Okay.
But that's just a little bit of a worry. Something to look towards, hopefully, in the next game.
I think it's a yes and no, though, because Duke had a lot of games where he was very much in the side lane in spring. My mind is cast back to some of his Gangplank games where he just placed the ult and say, all right, this is all you're getting, and then I would stay on the side lane.
He was very safe.
And we had all of the, very safe. You'd get those ganks, people would camp him, he would just not die. He would get kills in the 1v2s. You know, he was an exceptional laner, and that's one of the reasons why I thought he was a great player. So it's also plays like that. This could be a very good pick, though, for IG, as 4 people are collapsing, but it's a race against time because Scout is buying so much time. Here comes Mako, here comes Scout, here comes the cavalry, and everyone from EDG are here for a full-blown fight as Duke jumps into the backline, but no one else from IG are able to get involved. Oh, Syndra's caught out and doesn't get to use the ultimate. He is locked down, and that's the arrow we were looking for from Zet before, as everyone trying to escape now from IG, but it is just damage control at this point. His mouse is on the hunt for some blood, and it seems like Megan's going to be the sacrificial Braum. Tries to jump away with Stand Behind Me, but Duke might jump in here and survive. Perhaps ClearLove jumps in. Oh, Ning almost bites it. That's going to be one more kill over to EDG, and probably the Baron now.
Yeah, they pushed him far enough back that they could look towards this, but even though there's a ward there, so IG does know what's happening, this should get burnt out really quickly. They have the Kha'Zix. Ashe should do a lot of damage with Blade of the Rune King as well. Immediately, there's no response here coming in from IG.
EDG go back to base, or at least some of them do. The rest of them are looking for deep vision or a pick onto West if they can find it. See that one more time. The idea was good in theory, Raz. Get the pick onto Scout, turn it into something, but Scout just buys way too much time.
Yeah, everybody is just in part of the fight. You see Tom Kench ulti coming right in, and Kha'Zix is there as well. But this is a great Talia ulti, because suddenly Duke is in no man's land, going to take a lot of damage. Sure, ClearLove is as well, but Mouse still incredibly healthy, Scout healthy as well. They can just push forward because IG cannot sustain a long enough fight. And sure, they can push this one for a long time because Mouse has a lot of alcohol and he's just willing to share it. So it's just time and time again, Mouse is like, all right, maybe this time I'm just not going to get slowed. No, he has another barrel. I don't know how he does it. Yeah.
Incredible. I would have loved to see that fight as well from Zet's perspective, as we may see these ships clash right here as Mako walks into this. But it is a Tahm Kench though, so it's going to take quite some time to kill him. Still hasn't used the Grey Health, and actually Mako just walks out alive. So that's Tahm Kench for you at 30 minutes.
Yeah, the only problem is now that they can't utilize this wave to get onto the top of this tower. They can try, but the Taliyah ulti was pretty much useless in that endeavor. So they have to wait a long time, or they have to just outright bulldoze through this one. It's not going to look pretty.
And it's still pushing. Oh, Scout's found Megan. Takes half of his health away, maybe even more than that. Scout, a lot of damage down onto Zet rather, as this tower is now being sieged in.
Yeah, this is getting a little grimy, I'll tell you right now.
It's definitely grimy. Grimy is the word for that, as Mega gets exploded by Mouse. And now the tower's surely going to die. Clearlove getting the chase down to Rocky, has to flash that one as Mouse is closing in right on top of him. Down goes the inhib. Now it's mid lane, about to be cracked open here by EDG.
All right, 2 inhibs. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they're already working towards the second one. There's nothing stopping them from this point forward, and Taliyah ulti should come up in about 20 seconds.
Mouse pushing up, hitting this tower. Ready to crack open the cold one with the boys here. EDG pushing in this tower. Clearlove just waiting off to the side, waiting for an isolated target for him to slow down. Gives a little bit of space for IG to encroach forward, but the chain of corruption misses. That just means another inhib down to EDG, and it all feels too simple, feels too easy for them to walk in and just take everything that IG have.
Yeah, way too easy. And the reason for that is that IG just doesn't have a dedicated tank, right? They can't play towards a sustained fight, and they cannot burst anyone down because Tahm Kench will just whisk them away into the distance. So they can't burst people. They can't take a longer fight. What can this team do? They have to try and prey on EDG making a crucial error. And that's possibly, let's say, in the next Baron, maybe sneaking that one, like a miracle on that streak.
Let's be honest, there's 2 aces and a Baron for IG for them to win this game.
Yeah, a lot of aces. They need to get a lot of kills. And that just means maybe they decide to disconnect a few computers on the enemy side.
Yeah, that's the play. Get up there, Megan. Just, go to base real quick. Take off your headset. Yep. Get over there. Unplug some computers. Hope that the referee doesn't notice.
Kick some routers. That's all you need to do. Just tear it all up. At the end of the day, they won't give you an L. They'll disqualify you, but that's not an L by your Nexus getting destroyed.
It's technically not a loss, is it?
Yeah.
So, you know.
The DQ finish. I know in professional wrestling, if it's a DQ, you ain't passing the title away. The title still holds in your favor.
That's the play. IG trying their damnedest to try and defend this mid lane. But Mouse, look at him, he's actually just waiting for this flank to happen. There's super minions closing in from the top, super minions coming in from the bot. And West is trying his hardest. He's trying to take away these minions, but over time they're going to get ground down.
Yeah, EDG is pinged towards the wave they want to use. So they're just riding it right now. The utility coming through from Scout. Yeah, that's going to be it.
Yeah, locking the bad hombres on the opposite side of the wall. Nothing they can do, Raz.
Absolutely nothing. That legislation's already gone through.
Oh, Mouse getting in there. Removes the hyper carry from IG. Sealing a rookie. And now pretty much IG have a snowball's chance in hell at winning this game, because not even Duke can stand up to the damage out from Scout. Chases down Megan as well. And it's everyone rushing to the spawn pad. Get the dive to happen. Go on, EDG. Pad your scorelines. You deserve it. Zed is just actually 1v3ing right now. Clearlove jumps in, jumps away, and I thought there was a Megan there, but apparently not. He just explodes and combusts on the spot. Nexus goes down, and EDG take game 1 all too easy.
You saw a few hiccups happen, but when EDG pick a fight, they have the members to sustain it. Mako played an exceptional game. I don't know what the last kill frame was, but I think that Taliyah came out with 100% kill participation. I know that she had precipitation. Getting a little.
It was raining kills in that game.
Yeah, a lot of blood.
To be fair.
Flying in the sky. But yes, Taliyah had like 1 in 11. It was like 1 kill, 11 assists when he had 11 kills out there. So let's see, let's find out. But Mako did play very well. Like, stats aside, Mako was there for the fights, was rotating towards the fights when it came through, and when IG played towards that top lane fight, when it happened, Tahm Kench ulti right on the fight. There was no way IG was able to take it away. So yep, it's a lot of red on the screen.
All right, I'll do a Dom transition here. You know who else is my MVP? Zach Rusty Pie.
Hey.
That was interesting. You know what? we came into this week and we're like, what is our game of the week, Pulse? You know, the color casters were like, I'm a EDG, that's going to be hype.
Yeah.
And then the play-by-plays are like, Invictus Gaming EDG. Well, you know what we all did wrong? We chose EDG in a match of the week. 'Cause they're actually tearing through everybody right now that gets in their way. And this may only be game one of a best-of-3 series, but with the way Mako's playing, if he doesn't get MVP, I'm going to be very disappointed in our MVP selectors because he was going insane, and EDG as a team looked pretty good.
Pretty much. And I think we're unanimous on this desk that Mako was the MVP of this one. His just everything was fantastic
who is
from
it?
him.
What about that kill precipitation coming from Talia? Yeah, it was definitely Tom Kench. Tom Kench was on the ball for that one. It made it very hard, as I mentioned, the burst. You couldn't burst anyone down because Tom Kench was always there. You couldn't look to take any stronger, longer fights because Tom Kench and Mouse were just able to stick onto the battlefield, and Talia Wall was used incredibly well to just make it so they were in a numbers advantage.
And the thing with this, right, is it started from like level 4 when you're looking at Mako with plays on Tom Kench, saving his mid laner, fighting a 1v2 after Clear Love spontaneously finds himself dead at the Raptor camp, right? But Mako's there. Mako's able to help him. So this means the Tom Kench lane is doing enough work against the Braum lane to be winning it or having enough pressure so that he's free. Like, from that point, Mako's unlocked. If Mako's unlocked, EDG win the game. Pretty simple how that actually pans out for most teams against it. And this continues through all the way to the replay that I want to show you at 28 minutes, because this could be considered a scout highlight reel. But ultimately, I just want you to watch what, like, they miss everything here, but watch what the Tom Kench does, because his gobble on the Ashe saves Lee Sin's flash kick and Sonic Wave from connecting. The fact that that doesn't hit means Duke, sitting duck, he's just going to take damage. And Zet, we already saw how much damage he was doing to the Renekton at this stage, right? Like, this is a really good team fight from EDG, coming back and bouncing back to IG doing something desperate. But ultimately, what I wanted to highlight there is the fact that Mako is on point for literally everything. That is Lee Sin behind his AD carry, eats him up, prevents the Varus ultimate from bouncing to everybody else as well. Like, just picks him up at the right time.
And it was a mid lane fight as well. I was following a Mako, and it was like pinpoint accurate on the exhaust onto Rookie. So if all the resources are being put into Rookie to have him nuke a target and then turn it into a 4v5, also obsolete when you have Mako there just on point. And it just felt like everything he was doing was so good that game. And I think that may have gone into the feeling that I had that EDG just had control of the game. And it may have just been stemming from Mako because he was everywhere at the right time every single time. You even said it during the game, Raz, that we didn't see any Abyssal Voyage plays because he was already there when the play was happening.
Yeah, it was strong from him. Honestly, it kind of hits the meta a little bit. He's a good player. He's a great player, but he's able to pick the champion. It's the kill precipitation, my friend. 100%! 100% chance of rain.
Right, I'm writing an email right now
100%
to China.
not MVP, Raz. Get out of my cast.
100%. Nah, but honestly, yeah, Tom Kench, my friends. Tom Kench. Tom Kench. Replace Talia with just a fat
Replace all
blob.
of that but Jeep.
Yeah.
And then you have your actual MVP.
Yeah.
And it was also the fact that Mako was the last pick for him because he had the chance to pick Thresh there, and we were like, wow, there's no Thresh, and we have Megan and Mako in this game, but then he ends up picking the Tam Kench, and you're like, okay, let's see how this does, and he has a great game.
Yeah, I think Talia did play it very well. A lot of the times she was able to get free objectives just because she was holding on to her ulti, and even though there were times where she was looking for a kill, didn't work out, just wait until the next one. It was almost as simple as that, and it was just hard for IG to find a play because they were playing such a sturdy game plan.
And you've got to give props to him in the top lane as well. The fact that he bought like 20 seconds for his team to arrive and actually just win them that fight was also really well played, cutting the vision at the right times, just dodging everything that was thrown at him. So again, well played to Scout, but it was the whole lineup of EDG. We are going to take a quick break while we set up for game 2 of this series, and it looks like it might be over a little bit faster than Play with Esports. going on, guys? Welcome back to the LPL IG versus EDG. And while EDG took a commanding Game 1 up against Invictus Gaming, we have some important news. DEFCON 5, everybody, because Duke has been subbed out. And it's the Shy coming in. I have no idea who this guy is, but I do know he plays a lot of Lucian, Quinn, and apparently he used to be a Riven player.
Yeah,
he's been tearing up Korean solo queue.
Yeah, he was a top Korean solo queue player named The Shy. I remember he was a top solo queue like Riven player. He's not too foreign in the Chinese scene because it was a while back that WE picked him up as it seemed like an acquisition for the top lane. He never really played at all. I guess he was just like a streamer for them. But no, he's on IG. He did play a Demacia Cup match, if I remember. So he has some competitive experience. You could take it as you may, what it actually means, but they subbed out Duke, and that's
all
important.
true. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Important.
But that's the biggest thing. They subbed out Duke.
Yeah, that's all that
for
matters.
this guy that nobody knows, apart from people who play Korean solo queue. So this is insane. Duke being subbed out. I mean, this guy is going to have the performance of his life, but at the same time, I can understand that Duke has been underperforming.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If you understand, or at least if you think that Duke is playing poorly, I mean, if you're in the shoes of IG, right? If you take out Duke, incredible experience in the top lane matchup, you're supposed to win that 3v3 top, and you decide that, no, we're going to bring in a new blood in the top side of the map, it feels like now you are in a much tougher position. Unless if this guy can have a performance of his life, then I don't know.
Unless he can speak fluent Mandarin, I see no reason to do this. In saying that, we're going to have to kind of highlight how he does perform. And in a team like IG, in the setup and structure that they currently have and how they're supposed to be, he should be set up to succeed.
Yep.
But last game, Ning was going bottom lane a lot. He was 3-1. I don't think his score reflected how poorly he was playing early, but he started to get the results towards mid-game. So we do have to really pay attention to how the Shy performs. From what we know, in a very limited sample size, basically what Raz says, he plays carries. And if he plays carries, then he should be supported in that top lane. Because if Ning continues to go bottom, he is first time on stage playing a carry, things can go wrong very quickly.
That's the biggest thing here, because Ning, there's also question marks over him as a player, specifically of how he interacts with IG, because say what you will about Kid, but he knew that he needed to facilitate top and mid lane because those were his carry lanes. But Ning seems to be on a completely different page, so there's a lot of different changes here. We'll see if it works for IG, but I just don't know.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, pretty much same, actually, as EDG go up against IG for the second game of this best of 3. Lee Sin, Elise aimed at Ning. They are really putting the pinch on the jungle pool, actually, and Cassiopeia towards Rocky. While Galio and Zac again banned out against EDG. As to be expected, want to take away those primary first picks.
Yeah, and this really pressures IG here. This is the usual, like you see these kind of bans coming in from EDG before where they start to really put in the pinch in the jungle position because they're kind of flexing ClearLab's pool. So now it's going to be on IG to really pick their jungle early on in first phase. They're going to have to do it. Kha'Zix, for instance, to see how that goes, and if they can get a proper 2v2 in the mid lane, proper 2v2 in top lane, the counter pick for mid and top lane should be proper regardless. But Kha'Zix, I guess I mentioned that a little while, it's going to be taken by ClearLab.
Yeah. Do you expect IG to early pick their jungler here for the Shy?
It has to be, yeah, it would have to be jungle mid, AD carry, like Ashe is still available. If you're IG, you want to be able to pick that one up so you have this proper sustained bottom lane.
There's Ashe.
And I would say jungle as well. Maybe, I want to think Nidalee, but I just think that's so difficult to go. Maybe Gragas to just solidify the play. And you can have Gragas as a top laner too, so it's a good flex pick. Oh, no, just kidding.
It's going to be the early pick of the Shy's top laner, which does make sense. You want to give him a preferable pick for himself to make him comfortable on this stage.
That's why I would think that you would hold on to the top lane pick for second phase. I would think that they would pick Gragas so they can hold on to it as a jungle or top lane pick. They're just really zoning in to the Shy trying to pick up the Fiora carry.
Yeah. It's two ways, right? You wait for final pick because you're on red side to give him the counter pick, or you pick it early because it's like, I want to play Fiora. Okay, let's put it in first rotation. Yeah. And that's exactly what they did for him. EDG, Gragas and Varus picked up for themselves, so again, a more solid, more rounded draft.
Yeah, but now Ning's in the same position where Elise, Lee Sin, banned. Gragas, Kha'Zix taken away. He has decided to hold on to his jungle pick for second phase. If you're EDG, all right,
Rengar.
let's throw more jungle bans at the
Ban
ban.
Nidalee.
Yep, and so, I mean, it would have to be Ning showcasing another jungler. A Graves is still up and available, so I would say hold on to Nidalee. Let that happen. Kha'Zix is a good pick into Nidalee. If you're separated, Nidalee will have a very rough time, and it makes the IG composition a little bit too squishy. So we'll have to see. Olaf.
Olaf.
All right.
What do you make of that?
I mean, early snowball potential, that's fair. I think they want to get the ball rolling pretty early. I think the next one should be Graves, just simply because Graves can actually walk into the enemy jungle and stuff here. Even though it makes the composition for IG a little bit more questionable, it just means early pressure, and it allows the Ashe to get rolling.
Yeah, take away Mako's time catch. Yeah, definitely a good decision.
There we have
Clear as well towards Scout. EDG, yeah, should be another jungle here, honestly. Force Ning on something that he really doesn't want to play.
And I guess we have to look towards the support position. Maybe they decide that...
Like Thresh, perhaps. Yeah.
Rek'Sai. Okay.
Yep.
No tank supports for you. Now they've just found themselves in a really squishy lineup. If you're
Nidalee
IG.
Graves, right?
So it would be Nidalee Graves. You would have to pick up Braum. I would just say based off you need a pretty beefy lineup. Please pick that. Please pick it.
Saw it yesterday. It's not going to be.
Don't do this to me.
I know, we've got 15 seconds, Raz. And they're hovering. So it could be any of these picks.
Really could be. Because that's playing with Mako's heart.
He really is. Personally, I think of all of the ones that Zet's been hovering, Mako, I would like to see the Thresh the most.
Okay.
Because it's Mako's Thresh. So, alright, happy for that one. Last game, we were like, okay, well, he didn't pick it into the Braum. He's going to pick it into the Braum. This time around, you said it was not a great matchup. Why is he picking it now?
Well, it's a good question. I think the Thresh would just work with the composition because you have Gragas, now LeBlanc. So there's going to be a lot of bottom side pick potential. It would make it so it's a little easier to skirmish. If you're like a Braum, Bard would be fine because you can Q onto Braum and you can still get someone behind him. I guess he's just picking it just because it's the added pick potential for the early game strength coming through with EDG.
Last pick was Scout LeBlanc, which was actually open in this game, so you're pretty happy with that one up against Rookie's Orianna. Final pick was Rengar.
Okay.
So does make sense. Another pick that is commonly picked even without all of these jungle bans that are thrown towards him, so it's not terrible. We get the AVP matchup in the jungle.
Yeah, wonder how often he's been able to play Rengar for himself. And solo queue, not a lot of practice for, I would say. So he's just in a position where, honestly, this is best case scenario. You have the Orianna Rengar combo, and they have Ashe ulti to work around it. They are a composition which they play around their ulti cooldown, so they should be patient in playing around just that. But they have a new top laner, someone that they have to also incorporate on the Fiora.
The Shy. I wanted him to play as Fiora. I've heard good things about his Fiora.
Heard good things about a lot of things. You checked through his solo queue. Oh, you want to see his Riven? Yeah, Riven. Yeah, Riven would be a nice one. You know, one of the big joke I remember was when he got signed by WE so long ago. He didn't play a game. I think he was just there as a streamer. One joke would just be, oh, he's playing in the same team as Swift.
Yep.
Or not Swift, Spirit. And maybe you get that Riven flex pick because Spirit was going for Riven jungle at the time. That just didn't happen.
Man, when I heard that Shy was coming in, I was like, Shy's in China?
Yeah, this is one of the acquisitions that definitely flew under the radar. People just probably forgot about the Shy to start with. Would have expected if his debut came, it would be in LCK or just the Korean Challenger League. But now he's back. He's here.
He's in LPL.
He's in LPL. Surprise.
And of all the top laners he was going to replace, it's going to be Duke. Who would have thought this was going to happen? In 2017 summer.
If EDG, if EDG is looking for a win, I don't know if Duke is the one to take away. He died earlier on in game 1, but that was just based off of jungle positioning.
Yep. He even came down to support the play. But we're about to get into game 2. EDG and IG. See if EDG can make it the clean sweep because they have been on a rampage in their group over the last couple of weeks. As soon as they lost to Dan, it was like, all right, time to buck up, gentlemen. Let's go to work.
Yeah, the rage of the Dan loss, you might add. seems like they're just on point. Don't know what happened in their scrims. Don't know what happened with their practice session, but EDG's been back on a tear. Maybe it's been the tournament coming up soon. They can really do it for you. Rift Rivals.
Yep. Wonder how RNG are going to do. RNG are all over the place right now, out of the 4 teams.
Yeah, I just don't know when they're going to be able to put up their lineup that's been doing well. I can understand MLXG being subbed out because I think Yeehan's fine.
Yep.
The jungler. And I think that MLXG has been underperforming, but Uzi's not playing. It's just a question mark. I understand that Y4 is a good AD carry. Just think that Uzi's been playing, is a superstar that you'd want to be able to utilize. So.
It's one of those things. Klilov gets the very nice stuff from his bot laners to give him the red buff, so he gets the fast level 3 off of this jungle camp as well. We actually saw the fan vote going a little towards IG for whatever reason. It seems like the Chinese public have a lot of faith in the Shy. He was destroying. What are you doing? What do you think is going to happen if you keep going back in when Fiora has max stacks on Fervor?
I think they have my vote too. Add my vote onto that one. After that trade, the Shy, take my powers. Get in there. Just kidding. Back away.
No, he got the cooldown reduction still on the lunge. It's the
really?
beauty of going
he hit
for
the
that angle
yeah,
while Ning is getting battered by Krugs. Because, yeah, he hit the minion, so it's a win-win.
Yeah.
He's going to take a lot of damage here. Scout's following after. He will probably have to burn flash. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. That shouldn't be in range. It is in range. Oh, he has to cleanse. 100%. Damn.
All right. One thing I was surprised about that, it was such an early gank. Of course, Scout's going to be able to auto-attack him to death. He doesn't have chains, but it's still very threatening. But, yeah, Rookie had to use both of his sums on that one. He's going to have to go back to base. He's come back to lane, and that makes it all the harder for IG to play around him. Like, what do you do at this point? Rookie definitely needs help, definitely needs the wards, because Scout's just going to 100%. He has wave control with where he is right now. He pushes in this wave. He can just go back to base, come back to lane, have the wave just set just underneath his turret. And so that's a long lane for Rookie. And he's done. And the sad thing about all of that is Rengar has a very tough time in helping out laners shove out. So Rookie right now has a death warrant on his head. So I don't know how he's going to deal with that.
Okay, Raz. If I'm top lane right now, and if I'm Mouse, and I'm laning up against the Shy, I let out a deep sigh.
Okay.
Because Shy is playing like a typical Riven player.
He is.
And there is typical movements that you can see from players. They're very jumpy, where they'll challenge you over every CS. They'll poke you under towers. Sometimes they'll take a tower shot, but they'll try to harass you between tower shots. And it's just how they play. You know someone is a Riven player or like a Yasuo or a Fiora player, just how they move. You can see he's like trying to punch for every single CS. He'll challenge you over absolutely everything. And he'll make a lot of small, sharp movements instead of like moving back and forth. It will be very jerky. So you know exactly what type of player you're going up against. So you know when it comes to these plays, almost 100%, he will reaction, try and riposte your CC instead of trying to predict.
There we have it.
Mako connecting the death sentence in the bot lane. Looks like he's going to be trapped by this one. Ning coming out there. The flash already used by Mako allows the Dark Passage to gain a little bit more distance there for Zed as they return the damage in this 2 versus 3. Baller comes down, trapping him in place. So really well played to Mako.
Yeah, great gank coming through. And also good heals because he just needed the extra movement speed or else the auto attack would have hit Zed and he would have been stunned through the Braum passive. Okay, all right.
Yeah, good hook, but concussive blows will lock him down. At the same time, they did have to burn 3 summoners to Western Megan, who still have 3 available. So still a win for IG. Well played to Ning as well for making that gank happen.
Yeah. One thing we just zero back into the top lane matchup. You mentioned about the Shy. Right now, of course, first LPL match. Really focused in on his lane, focused in on the matchup, focused in on like just punishing as much as possible, which makes it a little bit more like vulnerable to, let's say, ganks. The beautiful G word that all solo queue players.
The bane of the Riven player.
Just hate it. The worst. You're zoning in, you're trying to harass under turret, you're trying to harass as much as possible, and suddenly a Kha'Zix just shows up way, way behind you. You're like, well, I can't escape this.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to see if Clear Love decides to move away from that entirely. With triple Doran's Ring on Mouse, you could expect Clear Love just zoning in on mid lane with how this lane's going.
Yep.
Really in Scout's advantage. So he might just decide, nah, you can take it on the chin there, Mouse. I'm just gonna be side by side with my friend here.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I feel like Clearlove should have gone top at some point pre-6. It's still okay because Mouse will have multiple ways to bait out the riposte, but it's just kind of frustrating because it's one of those lanes where you know if a gank happens, the Shy could have it warded and probably won't notice because he's focusing so hard on the CS. As Rookie locked up in the mid lane and the perfect combo, frame perfect out from Mouse, and that creates the first blood for EDG.
And you know what's sad about that one?
What's that, Raz?
It's that Rookie knew it was gonna happen. He had it warded out. He saw that Clearlove was coming. Just didn't expect Mouse to come from the left. It's when you're focusing too much on the right hook and you just get hit by a jab that kills you. And you're like, wait a minute. None of this even... How'd I die to a jab? No,
and he's on the floor.
Yeah, so it was definitely unexpected on his end.
Oh, Megan, not in a great position. He doesn't have flash, so he's going to have to take all of this damage to the face.
Yep.
Again, nice little play there from Maker.
But that's just persistence. And they even brought in Mouse, who we were talking about was just going to have a tough time in the top lane. But just found the opening that he had to just be able to roam all the way towards the mid lane. Maybe that's just communication not coming through from the Shy to the rest of the team that Graggy is missing. But yeah, that's just one punishment coming through and EDG taking a good advantage off that. And that's an advantage that will snowball.
Nice harass there from Scout as well, clearing out that wave. He's gone for a refillable potion. He's got the Hextech Revolver and Dark Seal, so pretty much all in on this early laning phase right now. And he has a 2-level advantage over Rookie because of how that gank happened. 20 CS and 2 levels. Pretty crazy.
He should get level 6
soon.
off this wave.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
I was going to say, there's no way he's like a full 2 levels up.
That'd be crazy. But it still holds the fact that this guy is so far behind and it's only going to get worse. It's never, you think it's going to get better. You think, you know what, there's always a dawn at the end of the nighttime. You know, everything's going to come
Light at
up.
the end of the tunnel.
I like my awful analogy.
No, I know. It's fine, it's alright.
I prefer that. You know,
yeah, the whole Yasuo and Riven thing came out recently. Dark versus Light.
Oh, that's true.
You know, so it's
I'll take
thematic.
it. I'm just saying that it's going to be this constant night. You are suddenly in Final Fantasy 15 where nothing
the last level.
Yeah, you just...
It's night all the time.
Yep. Spoiler alert.
It's not that big of a spoiler.
Yeah, it's actually, I think everyone probably knew that was going to happen. It's revealed throughout the game, so don't worry about it.
If you revealed Chapter 14, that would have been a big spoiler.
Don't go any deeper. We've gone too deep.
We're too deep. We're in too far. Clearlove, not too deep. He's got everybody with him. Man, I really just wanted to draw comparisons with that. Oh, Scout.
Yeah,
I'm sorry he didn't follow up on that. I guess he didn't have the full damage to take him out without the ignite there.
Yeah, I think he already procced the passive damage, so he didn't want to get the snare. The snare wouldn't have meant much there. But you can just see a constant harassment on this side of, yeah, it's getting okay. You know what?
Yep. See, classic Riven player. Everything you can get out of that. Like a normal Fiora player would just back away and be like, that's fine, you know, that's a good trade, I'll push this one in. No, I have to go in for this last lunge. Let's get everything out of this trade.
Yeah, it's turned into a good CS advantage, so right now the Shy performing well. Problem with that is that Mouse still, I would say, performing better towards the team because he was able to get that gank towards mid, right? And so EDG's plans don't change there. They got Infernal Dragon just based off Kha'Zix having so much pressure bot side. And now Scout is able to do this for days.
That's what we call an interesting hitbox.
Just stuck onto him. It's a clip on time, my friends.
Yep. Oh, that feels bad. Yeah, and it does go down in some parts to Clearlove just not going top at all. So his Mouse has to stay in. See what I mean? It's just going to be reaction from the Shy every single time.
Ain't nothing
these type
Mouse
of
can
players. There's an archetype of these players.
I love that you're able to just latch onto it. It's like, I know them. I face them every day.
Every top laner knows exactly what I'm talking about. And you face them every so often. It's just like, please come top. And your jungler's just like, got it. And they'll go bot lane and just camp bot lane.
Yeah. I'm pathing there every camp just while you're just getting smacked upside the head. Doesn't help.
Now he's going back to base. I bet he'll go Hydra as well. I bet you.
He's going towards it.
Yep, I knew it.
He's got it. He ain't a Titanic player. He doesn't need that tank.
They all do the same thing.
You get to see.
Is this an upgrade over Duke?
I mean, it just takes time, right? You know, like, for instance, we mentioned it on the desk that this is the team that would support a carry type player.
Yeah.
This would be the team to support a split push style player. So, if, you know what? Rookie's having a bad game right now. But if he was even out, let's say if he was in the usual Rookie style, and hell, maybe he bounces back. Then you have Rookie, who has always been firing off in these games and IG sets. They've always been playing around him. And then, of course, you have a constant, the mindless split pushing top laner. And I think that works out well for IG.
Oh, Clearlove is finally going top lane.
They're committing a lot on this one.
Okay, they need to know that he's going to reaction riposte probably the ultimate here. Grand
he's
challenge
got the movement
issued,
speed.
forcing them back. And the ultimate from Ning is forcing him away from this tower. Shy is good. Hook lands in the bottom lane. Going to be the play on top of that as well. But Megan is home and dry.
I love the fact that he used his ulti immediately. The challenge meant that he had the added movement speed, that he was holding onto his W, holding onto his Q, and he had his targets straight on Mouse because Mouse would be the one who wanted to take the tower
aggro.
Yeah. Tower aggro. They knew that Rengar was going to be able to come in just to counter it all, so Mouse would have taken a lot of damage if the Shy played it perfectly. Okay. All right, they ain't stopping.
Ultimate used. Shy gonna take that one on the chin. He knows that E hasn't been used just yet and was waiting for it, but Mouse plays very well by not doing anything at all. It means that Clearlove can come in, find the kill, and the Shy finally goes down, and Ning fell in the background on top of that.
Yeah, they just tried again. That was all it was. Oh, wait a second.
Shockwave only lands onto the minions. Now he's getting chased out from Scout. Coming up the sides there. Bottom weave, Rookie trying to get out of there. Not gonna happen though as he jumps into the bush. Clearlove is on the hunt for this kill. Distance might be able to get him away from this one. Has opened up a fair bit of distance, but Scout coming in once more does not get the chains down on top of him, so it will just be a bunch of summoners burnt from Rookie. They'll go in for this one once more later.
Yeah, Clearlove, though, just knew the next play. He was like, all right, a Rookie clings onto the tower. The tower will not save him. But they just pull away from the play. Entirely, though, they just go back top lane, get a kill on the Shy. Even though the Shy was able to dodge out in a lot of CC, that's just pure damage that you cannot dodge, Shy. And you're going to get ganked again. Guess what?
Flash, the E coming in from Mouse. He doesn't have the ultimate, though. Clear's going to jump in, and it looks like there's going to be 3 of them. But actually, Scout, double bait. And it's going to be him coming into the soft lane as well. So another kill onto the Shy. And this is how you tilt Riven players.
Yeah, you know what? The rest of IG is happy that the Shy is living with them and knows them well enough so he doesn't flame them immediately. So this is one of those moments where the Shy has been doing well in the lane, but you just get those moments where EDG have been winning the rest of the map handily. Mid lane has been doing incredibly well. And even though bottom lane, even though I say handily, Zed and Mako, they've been kind of falling behind on the little CS because their lane is completely dictated on what happens mid lane. If Scout is doing as well as he is, it's his option as to whether he goes top side to really upset the top laner and be able to take down Shy, or comes down to the CC heavy bottom lane of Varus ulti and Mako pick to get the plays working in their favor. They choose top side because they want to get the Shy behind. So they're just going to stick to it until they become relevant in the mid game.
Clearlove, I feel, has just played this so well in the early phases of the game here up against IG. Because while he did sack top lane, he was also getting the rest of his lanes ahead, and then comes back around and 3 ganks in a row.
Yeah, mass pinging this lane. Scout's coming in as well. Yeah, okay. All right, they're going to move it away. Control ward sitting there.
Now what you do if you're Clearlove is actually just sit now in a different bush and wait for 30 seconds to go in anyway. This is going to be the one-man gank from Scout onto his own lane.
Show yourself, Rookie.
Clearlove's coming in. Megan's waiting for the counter gank.
Knows.
He knows. Scout's coming in. Mako looking for the hook.
Oh, wait a second.
As well. Hey, what's going on? It's me, Clearlove.
Yep.
Coming in for a quick gank. And Mako's just going to walk it on back to bot lane. Bit comical in the mid lane, but everyone will back away from this one. Gunblade completed by Scout, so he knows he is fairly strong when it comes to the burst department.
If you like that gank in the mid lane, like, comment, subscribe, my friends. Come right back to the mid lane.
I can see Clearlove as oh, nice comment there from Mouse.
Oh. So this is just ridiculous pressure. Like, absolutely insane.
He's actually just top again. I mean, at some point, Ning's going to know he's there, which is why he's here right now. But in isolated targets, it's always going to be Clearlove who comes out on top. So the Shy is caught out. And there's 1v3. He's not going to get alive. Clearlove tanks up the tower. It's another kill and the tower to go down. First tower of the game. 3 quick kills onto Shy. Time after time after time.
And he's just getting bullied top side of the map. Look, Rengar actually had to put a hold to his entire farming affair that he had in the bottom side of the map. Oh, no, it's not going to turn into anything. But He was just putting to hold, and he had to sit top. He had to wait for the counter gank. It had happened far too often that the Shy was getting dove. The problem being, he needed more than just 2 members. It can't be more just Ning in that situation, in that scenario, because Scout's always coming to the play as well. But Rookie is stuck in the mid lane because he cannot roam for the life of him. He's already too far behind. Has no damage to his name. So they honestly didn't have an answer. It maybe could be Megan if they were looking to roam. He already roamed towards the mid lane, so that'd be way too much. He'd be falling behind in experience. So right now, ID don't have answers. The tower is down, so technically that's an answer that he can farm safe. The Shy can farm safely. But now question is, what is this guy going to do now that the wave has been shoved out? Because that is a long, long lane for him, and he cannot continue to push because he was already getting bullied.
Man, 0-3-0 after a laning phase, and this is pretty much just like the cycle, pretty much. Like very hyper mechanically talented players like this who tunnel vision on their lane, and if you just camp them over and over and over again with multiple members, you're like, man, what's the rest of my team doing? Why isn't anyone like taking anything? But that's just because bot lane's still there. Mid lane Rookie's not going to take the tower by himself. There's no objective on the bottom side. Maybe IG could have gone towards the dragon, but they don't have the time to react to that if Ning is also trying to go in for the counter gank. You simply don't have the members. So either you say just, hey, leave me, because Rookie is going to get full combat out here from Scout, or you don't go for the 2v3. Because at the point where you bring Ning to the top side, it means that the rest of the team cannot go for an objective like dragon, and the Shy just loses his life for nothing.
Exactly. So they make the wrong choices there. I guess the one thing to take away from this is this is the Shy's first competitive game on the LPL in a Premier League, right?
Yep.
So just being able to get the team play solidified, ironed out, is a good lesson for him. Speaking of lessons, Zet's going to learn
Speaking of
one.
lessons, don't do that, Zet. But he does flash the wall and is probably safe right now. Mako looking for this kill, perhaps onto Megan. Both teleports going down to the bottom lane, and now Scout activates his own. West pinned against the wall. Big follow coming in from the Shy now. This is the time to shine to make it happen, but he's low on mana. He's jumping everywhere, but he doesn't get the grand challenge. It's blocked out by Mals, who walks up against the wall, and Sombrero on the floor, and so is chances of IG winning this fight. Great double flame coming in for Mako. Does he have anything else? But Scout blows up. Finds the kill. Glenov with the reset. Hasn't skilled the E coming out there, and Ning will jump away. 4 kills to EDG, 10-0, and this could be a perfect game.
Yeah, pure tilt, my friends. IG went for the desperation bottom lane play, and honestly, the Shy, he's playing these team fights well. You play the top lane well. Mechanics are there. It is. It's just they are way too far behind currently, and he has a build that is catered to split pushing, so it's not going to work out, and they even have a Rift Herald to boot.
Go on, guys. Hit the tower. Rift Herald didn't die for this. All right, there we go.
There we go.
Good guys there. And he's got the getaway driver, Mako. Wow, clearly also taking up this dragon. Now he's out of mana, so he would like someone to come along, but he has his might, so he's fine. Goes back to base, 10-0. Next round of the Mountain Dragon. Let's see that one more time, as it looked like Zet was dead, but great flash over the wall, and Mako there to save him once again.
Yeah, and they had the option to go onto the fight. You can see Zet just sitting on top of the lantern if he wants to join in, or if he had a flank or at least an angle of his own. And then just take a look at the side here, because the rest of IG, okay, they've been blown back, they're walking away, but he's in the middle of 5 people, so ain't gonna work out there. Now this is the saddest thing you can ever look at with the sombrero there. Yeah, this at this point, it is a proper fight. Scouts just popping off here, and clearly that's gonna be jumping and diving.
So when you wish, as a Kazakhs player, you weren't a team player and you didn't go for the W, and in fact just went for the Q evolve and the E evolve and just started nuking everybody down, getting the resets, making a highlight reel. But still, he is 6-0-3, and has pretty much been the reason why EDG won this early game. Mako clearing out everything, and the best IG can do right now is look for picks, and that's what West is trying to do, but Mako blocked all of that damage up with the Courage of the Colossus. And with the cast coming in, best of luck to Megan. EDG, send the regards. And Scout will back off in the mid lane as he looks towards Rookie. Combo coming down, it almost one combos in by himself. Shockwave goes off and lands against Mako, but Scout actually just 1v1s Rookie.
And it's all working. Everything is working. Like, Braum tries to go in for a ward just to place it down, and there is no way IG can contest. They don't have the manpower, as Fiora is still in the bottom lane without TP. So this seems like a massive stomp. Maybe they're trying to get that one goal, which is just don't get perfect game. By all means, take that tower.
Take it.
Work on it.
Please, Shy.
Don't save this turret. Just take down that tower.
Don't get perfect games. This is literally your one and only job.
Move the...
Okay,
I want to observe it. Get in there. Did he get it? There we go.
At least pip that. Because now the perfect game is off the table. Yeah, well played to the Shy.
Yeah. Save them from...
But this guy is literally me. He's up in a side lane. His inhibitor is getting taken.
That is true.
Could have maybe defended. However, he did pick up this tower. So he feels pretty good about life.
He wouldn't be able to defend the inhib, but at the same time, he should have, like, without TP, he should have been able to push and then move so Braum can get the ward down. Even if Braum gets flayed in, it's not immediate death for the for the Braum player because the rest of the team would have at least looked to...
just means with an extra man you can do something.
Exactly.
You know, you can push out as soon as they leave. Maybe you can get into the jungle, actually play some aggressive vision, clear out the wards, and maybe make a potential Baron steal happen, or just use that as your one chance at life. Or you can just take the tower.
Got the tower.
Yeah, got the tower. And he's back to the bottom lane.
Oh, well, let's see what that is even going to mean. Mouse has
he's
TP.
got no TP.
Yeah, so, like, Mouse has TP. It's going to come up soon. So the Baron setup here that EDG's had, it feels like it's going to be game ending, right? This is the one play you don't want to have, especially with an open, like the inhib's down and top lane tower is about to die. So there's a lot of open objectives that EDG can go for if the Baron goes down. So right now, IG, they can't take a fight. All right, so they can't even hope on Baron doing enough damage for them to look for a fight. But what they can do is look for a steal. It's all going to be on Ning here. I don't want to put too much pressure on the man. But I feel like at this point in the game, you kind of have to.
Yep. It does feel like that. This time he is Rengar, so can't make the snap play. Shockwave just landed, pulls Zet into the arrow from West. No way is he going to survive. Oh! Clockwork wind up, ladies and gentlemen.
Threw it out of the park.
That one's a home run.
Okay, well, here we go. Does
he
outplay the situation? He doesn't even have mana.
What are the chances of survival here for Shy?
Absolute zero.
Absolute zero.
Yep. Hope there's a Nunu here because that is an... Oh! He got the stun.
No.
Yeah, there we have it. It's a win in his books.
Yeah, he got the mechanical outplay, and that's all that matters. He is 0-5-0 in this game.
Yep.
And ultimately, that is the life, really, of a mechanically talented player who very much focuses on their lane. This is something that when you get into these competitive leagues, players like this will start to cut their teeth on these games and figure out that, hey, I actually have 4 more people on my team. This is very much a team game. I can keep those mechanics, but sometimes I need to sack winning the lane so that I can not just die to Ashe. What's happening here? He's just dying to West. I'm not sure what's happening with Ning, because he's actually just getting dragged into the box and he cannot escape. He can't get out of the box.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. I wouldn't even blame the Shy too much because I think that the game was way too much decided by how, I would say, early level 2, Clear Love tries to go mid. Remember that? Way back in the 50s, my friend. Way back when that happened. And then it just felt bad because they were able to punish Rookie time and time again. Oh, no, get out of there. Please don't let it happen again.
Good Shockwave this time around, but Rookie just get knocked into the team.
Oh!
Surely does find the kill. Shy got the extra health regen, but he's getting chased out here. It's good enough, and Scout just tag team him to death. West trying to get alive, but he just disappears from Summoner's Rift. And Megan, last one remaining, while Rookie made it out alive. The only survivor to tell the tale of what happened around Baron Pit.
Well, you know what? Here we have it. This is so hard for IG, but they played it as well as they could have in being able to take down Mouse and Mako. Problem with that now is that it doesn't. These trades are always going to be negative trades, especially with Baron on EDG. So, what are these death timers? 10-second death timers, so they won't go way too far on this, but that's 2 inhibs down.
Oh boy, 18-3, 7 towers to 1, over a 10,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. EDG are just going to town on every team that comes near them. I guess it just begs the question of whether this is the rebuilding of the dynasty with the new generation here, Raz, because EDG, they were starting to ramp up in spring. It was a big shock to a lot of people, you know, the fact that Clearlove wasn't there anymore, new AD carry, for example. Mouse wasn't even the starting top laner for a lot of their games. And it was a team where you looked at them and it's just like, so consistently EDG were the #1 team.
Yep.
And in last split, they were, I don't know, 4th, 3rd maybe? They were not at the very top, and anything less than first was a major problem for the organization and the team, but it was a new generation. Now, EDG are demolishing every single team.
And you start to listen to the interviews of EDG. Mako would talk about his newfound role because there was a time where he was listening to his older brothers, and suddenly he became the teacher. He became the member who stuck with the team, the veteran perhaps. And he talked about how frustrating it would get when teams wouldn't when the team would listen to him on the plays that would happen. He still gets struck by the Ash Arrow, but he realized, well, my brothers at the time were patient with me when I was young on the team, and he realized that he had to be patient with them to get to the point where they have rebuilt. This time around, I mean, Ice Lolly's not here, but Ice Lolly did improve near the end of the split. Bringing in Clear Love. Clear Love looks like he definitely improved coming back in. And Mouse, we saw him how he played out this early game. We saw him how he played last game. His flanks were on point. His impact in the mid lane was really stellar. So
Yep. I think it's been good for a while, to be fair. I think Mouse has been good for a bit. I do want to see him go internationally again because, of course, the image that's burnt into many people's retinas of Mouse is his Worlds performance, where he did not have the most stellar performance, but there were outside factors for that one. While the Chain of Corruption does land on Braum, Megan just gets dragged into this fight. Glacial Fissure comes in. Maybe he makes it alive. Most likely he doesn't. As he goes down, the Shy is going in for 1 versus 5. He's going for the highlight reel play, and he does get Scout in that one. But that's the only kill to go down. Trades his life in a 1 for 3. Doesn't take mass genius to know that that did not work out well for IG, and EDG are just knocking on the front door, looking for their payment. As Ning gets dragged in, double play once again, and goodbye West. Ning, the best thing you can do right now is save what is left of your KDA, as Mako just wants to take that one away from him as well. 1-3-0, 22 kills to 4. EDG with a 2-0 dominating victory.
look at the smile on this man's face. IG, they were supposed to come into this split coming in as the third place team in the group. Looking hot with the moves and the changes that they've made, but now they're 1-2. Dan Gaming has spread out ahead, and take a look at EDG now.
In a great position, but what a striking shot we just had of the IG members. Head and hands, just what is happening right now of our roster. We cannot find wins. That second game was a disaster, and without Duke it just seems even more dire actually for them, while EDG picked them apart. All of these players just really looked down in the dumps, but the handshake's coming out regardless.
Yeah, I would say that Clear Love definitely outplayed Ning this set. He had the veteran calls, played around Scout, who was incredibly a strong performer this set as well. Really popped off in the LeBlanc pick. His LeBlanc pick took over the game, and he got an MVP last one, so I don't know if he would get 2 MVPs in one set. Maybe they'll distribute it off to Clear Love on this. One of the points that I actually had put on my notebook was duke it out. You know, play around Duke. We saw him picking up the Fioras earlier on, and he was going in for these 1v2 scenarios.
Yep.
Maybe look to play around that aggression, but it looks like they actually just took Duke out. They just put him on the bench. So maybe they wanted to look to grow out this lineup that they had on the bench with the Shy, right? They wanted to give him the experience, but it's the summer split. They want to be able to go to Worlds. They want that opportunity once again, and I think that it looks like they're just starting off on a bad foot.
Does seem like it, as EDG are starting very much on the right foot. Welcome back, Rusty, to the desk, and I'll sat here and ready to analyze what was a very short game and I think a very binary one. But what were your thoughts?
Then? What is the difference between Duke and the Shy?
Well, the Shy is very much a solo queue player.
No, the difference is about 1 kill, because they both fed relentlessly in their game so far this split. The difference, and I guess the problem that they're both facing, is that EDG are just ramming themselves at top lane. It's by no means their own fault every single time they die, but they die a lot. Ning nowhere to be seen usually during most of those times, and at this stage, this is just a destruction from EDG. They just walked in and incrementally took apart Invictus Gaming until the game was over. It felt like there was no chance of them coming back in whatsoever from the get-go. And try as they might, honestly, EDG outclassed them.
But at least it wasn't a perfect game.
At least. And I think one thing that will stick in Rookie's mind for a long time was when he put out that ward to his right side, I suppose, of the lane. He knew what was going to happen. Probably his team should have. Ning should have been there faster. maybe if you want to call in more people, I think Ning was the only one that was really necessary. And the call about where the top laner is should have been in question. It didn't happen. And even though Rookie knew that was going to happen, got bopped. Flash, Gragas body slam, and he was just done in the lane. He had no flash. He was just going to keep getting demolished in what was a difficult matchup to start.
It was just a straight-up disaster, honestly, from IG. And as weird as it is to say, I feel like Ning is not necessarily an upgrade from Kid. You know, as much criticism as Kid garnered last split, I felt like Kid knew what to do with the roster. He had the right mentality, whereas Ning, it doesn't seem like he's fit into the team yet. You know, a lot of the plays that we see from him, especially in this series, I feel like was highlighted that Ning isn't synergizing well with the team.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Remember, Kid's been along with the team for a very long time, and Ning is honestly just growing with the team now. So he hadn't had a lot of time. They definitely want the veteranship, or at least they want to get off the right foot immediately so they can get to Worlds, but this is definitely a long-term goal.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that IG are going to show up and be a very good team until about week 7 anyway, just because their jungler is new. Kid has been a long-standing veteran in the roster, and it's expected that he would then be a part of the communication, the cleanliness within the team's comms, and now that's all completely eradicated. Hard to say, as of course you can see your MVP on your screen, but as far as I'm concerned with Invictus Gaming, it's going to take them about 8 weeks to ramp up, at least get a communication link going on between all of the players and understand each other better, right? You've got a new jungler with Koreans. One of them does speak Mandarin, but I'm sure Duke does not. And that's already difficult if we're telling him to focus and camp top and mid.
Yeah, that's what it just feels like right now. IG just need more time. It doesn't seem like IG will be a world caliber team by the end of the split. It may be a 2018 goal, which feels sad, honestly, considering I felt like the team had so much potential. I was very excited to go in and watch and cast IG games last split because I was like, man, Duke and Rookie in a team, this is going to be fantastic. And then now it just seems like everything's falling apart.
But that's why the keyword is outclassed here in this set in particular, right? Because EDG, like, they aren't individually just outstanding compared to their opponents. I'd say that Duke is a better player than Mouse individually when you put the names next to each other. I would still say that Rookie is better than Scout when you put the names next to each other, especially at an individual level. For Rookie, I think he's the best mid laner the LPL has right now. But when you look at the team against the team, there's honestly no way that IG can crack something like EDG. And Ning, like, performance aside, Clearlove played better. And that means Clearlove's coming back into form, and that's the perfect timing for EDG, because he now gets to ramp up to Rift Rivals, ramp up to Worlds, and be a superstar on the international stage, potentially.
And for me, actually, Clearlove was the MVP of this game. Maybe not of the entire series, but I felt like he set up the early game so well. He knew where the resources needed to be allocated for his team, and he was exactly where he needed to be. So for me, he was the MVP over the mid laner Scout.
Yep. I think regardless of that, because both of them played their part, of course you get the layup, but also the dunk as well, because Scout's able to constantly be there for Clearlove in going to the top side. So he didn't squander the lead. He constantly punished the mid lane. He went towards the top lane constantly to get the fights. When he went towards the bottom lane fight, he was able to make it work very well. So that's a second MVP in this one set alone. So he's actually tied up with Rookie and MVPs, both of them at 3, which is hilarious just based off of that one set alone. Nice thing that happened. So Scout, now that he has a jungler to constantly back him up, or at least some solid play coming from that in a consistent basis, potentially.
Yeah.
Then there we go. It looks like he's really able to thrive off that.
And there are reasons that I say potentially, and I'll dive into that in a second. The other thing that I want to mention off your point is, like, the key part of EDG winning here is almost like reciprocity. Like, they gank mid lane, they get a kill, and then Clearlove and the mid laner go top lane, almost like as a thanks to their top laner for ganking in the first place, right? Like, that is, to me, a really good team play from EDG. They're not going bottom lane, even though it's got high crowd control. They could camp the heck out of that if they want, but they kill Rookie because that's the #1 target, and they use that lead on mid to keep Rookie under turret. Then they kill the other solo laner because that's how Invictus Gaming wins. So they're definitely outclassed here when you actually match them up. But what I mean when I say potentially is, you mentioned this, Pulse. The Dynasty might be back for EDG. Now, the problem with the Dynasty being back for EDG is it's a domestic Dynasty. I have very rarely seen it succeed on an international stage. And as much as I want Mouse to show up, as much as I want Clearlove to show up and actually prove everybody wrong, this is the domestic EDG that we've seen known and loved for about 2 years. And the question's always going to be, can they do that?
Yeah, and that is as a question for international. I actually really like the fact that we get to see the teams go international, at least on a small basis, earlier on in Split and Summer, instead of this being this massive gap until we see them going to Worlds, because there is actually like a chance here to see if a team like EDG can, if they come in with this ferocity into Rift Rivals, we can actually see maybe that dynasty not only be rebuilt, but seen on an international stage.
Yeah, and just to hit that on that point, they have to go for a brief pit stop before they hit that. Because in week 3, they have to go through WE, finally have to face that one
big
team.
test.
That is a
It's
major
finals.
test, of course. If they can take WE, then go into Rift Rivals, then we could see where they are stacking up against a top laner as well in 957, who is very strong, of course, who can play towards the team, also play to his own strength, of course, when he plays the Kled.
Yep.
So I want to see how they match up, because it seems like WE hasn't had a lot of competition either.
That's also true. I think for both teams it will be a test, because if both teams put up a very competitive game against each other, that only says good things about the LPL region. And we actually are going to see WE very shortly as well, so we get them to go up against what I feel like is a very sad time, because Snake are now essentially the punching bag of that group. So WE are just going in for a bit of training before they come into week 3 up against EDG. So I'm not sure we're going to see too much from that game, but it will at least showcase what EDG are going up against. So all of this is good data for EDG.
Yeah, it's good data, and it also keeps WE honest, because WE has been having a lot of quick games, honestly, and I think that in their last set they had some poor performances, mostly in Mystic, just throwing Ashe ultis.
I mean,
I understand they don't need those Ashe ultis to hit.
He was playing soccer with his opponents. I don't know if that was even
that
a
game,
poor performance.
He just didn't need it to hit, but he's going to have to go up against EDG very soon, so the quality of match will definitely rise pretty quickly. So that's going to be a good test to see if they're still honest to themselves.
But to be fair, that was the Bob Ross game, wasn't it? That was the Resident Sleeper game. We were just all chilling out, and then eventually WE are going to win the game. So I don't think we can really pull too much data away from that one, but we are going to take a look at WE and what they do up against Snake, who will be taking it to them in our final series of the day. Stick with us. We'll be back after this.
不想放弃，下面有一个克烈撞了进来，现在在场上 IG 只有3人，但这个伤害还吃得住。不过此时家里要进场，是成功打出一个相当不错的击飞。Rookie 在这个关键的时刻按出了一个血池，接着他火箭腰带向上
，AJ 倒了，踢回来了，这一脚您踢回来了一个金脚，被斯莱吃掉屠走，但是超风闪现跟上，女警走不掉了，斯莱的自己要被带走。
先动9桶了吗？看下自己怎么说。一个一闪加后来，解掉，但是炸了一下，闪现过来拼了，血这边没有拦，很尴尬。这边路人只能给出一个大招保护，但是没有伤害。再跳一次，还有没有办法接他 Rookie？ 拉开一座塔的一个差距，这边手本又来了，一套完美的一个连招，踢回了一个 Mouse。Mouse 这边是没有被 Crystal 给击飞，但是被刷了一下，还没有办法打出自己的怒气码，剩下一点血。OQ 一个很精准的 Q 技能，在塔下穿刺掉了 Mouse 的克林。
伤害很高了，又来了，嘲讽又嘲讽到了，感觉就是指向性技能啊，但是没有杀掉吗？
往后拉，然后
还是把花雕杀了，
救赎再抬了一口血 ，Rookie 进来还在场上奋战，再给一个魅惑，哇，角度刁钻，竟然从一个斜角度命中塔下的女警。
中路没推到，大队减速到了，是的，R 直接过墙，能量倾泻，R 回来想打净化减，漂亮。看一下啊，这波狐狸 ，R 上去，能量倾泻跟过来 ，R 下来被解减到净化秒解，然后 R 带法球的位置，但是盲僧已经一把人头收掉了。
从上面跳下去呢，有给到一个
闪现下来一脚 ，R Q 回去漂亮，气合成。而且逼了对壁的一个中亚出来，回来是否跳进场，直接后排被秒了。老干爹这波为什么不撤呀
？9桶这一波立大功了。IC 现在输出看一下，凯南换掉了之后，但感觉自己也是要死。
这前期现在因为直接秒了个蜘蛛，再往回 R 了一下半血了，交了个闪，一个 E 技能没有刮到，还有中亚的 Q 一下，一个大队又戳死了，3个打1个被杀了2个。
Rookie 有闪现有疾跑的情况下，这一波看扛地的有机会了，闪现绑没有绑到，这边想先杀前西叶被他打了一下，没有招，打死了。 这边是千里来追杀，虽然歪风扭掉了2个技能，但平野绫举起了盾，把这个矛全部收下，而且后面硬核的伤害已经把歪风的闪现给打了出来，现在远远的利用生化巨炮在吐，歪风这一波的一个拉打非常的漂亮，把血量给回起来，想要去送塔，一个 Q 技能往前丢矛，再跳一下，这时候再往右边走，但一个 R 技能扭掉，大举再往后跳，这边已经跳到了对方的基地里面了。我的天，他要冲到全水了吗？要打阵了吗？最后是看到了双子星塔死在状况之下 ，SQ 的歪风成功的阻止对方拿到他自己的300块钱。
挡一下卡边，哎呦，贴脸这一剑没准就过去闪现喷杰拉，把杰拉喷死了 ，ADC 自己找机会。中路看似补兵，其实暗藏杀机。突然，这个位置 W 一开就上来点了，然后走位把这个兵剑躲掉，闪现过杰拉大招喷死杰拉，然后一个比较完美的走 A， 再杀艾希。
Twisted is all in my head, cause darling I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed, won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I rule by my heart and it's bound for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the pain I'm falling. I'm falling
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL and our final series of the day here on Saturday. It's going to be WE up against Snake. Now, first question I have for you, gentlemen, is how fast is this series going to be over?
You know what? This actually comes back to what I was just thinking of. I've worked it out. My alter ego, Blonde Rusty, is no longer on the desk today. So we haven't had a 6-game day. This one has to be a 2-0 now because I'm here.
Of course.
And I feel like 2 25-minute games is a pretty good way to end the night if you're WE.
Okay.
If you're Snake, you want a 50-minute 2-0. Probably still be losing, but you go to 50, so you'd be happy.
Okay.
I actually just echo that statement. I didn't even know where to go with that one. That seems pretty clear to me. I think that Snake, even though they have stronger early games than I would have expected, stronger with the asterisk of they can't complete the actual play towards mid-game, right? They would have great setup and ward placements, and SOFM and Crystal will be doing hot things, and then it would all fall apart. You're like, oh, well, you know what? I don't know why I believed in you.
I mean, you frankly saw it in the top 10 plays from SOFM as well. Like his Lee Sin was incredible. There was always a thresh hook ready for him, but as far as that can take you, it's not going to get you an entire team fight. So ultimately, Snake 2 steps in the right direction, but there's 5 steps total in the team.
It just feels like that's the only thing that Snake is going to do. You know, like SOFM's going to jump in over the Lee Sin's going to be doing crazy backflips and then like dunking people for the first 5 minutes, and then Condi will come over and backhand him, and that'll just be the end of the game. And then he collapses and the rest of the team just falls apart. It doesn't seem like Snake necessarily have a chance here. But if they did, how would they feasibly win a game in this series?
I think it starts with something simple like a Thresh pick, right? Because Ben is also really proficient on Thresh. I want to see them be able to hit that point once again with Thresh Lee Sin. I want to be able to see the 2 members of Snake be able to just kind of make the plays or make the initial advantage start to snowball. It's almost as simple as that, because WE is a great team when they're ahead, sure, but also when behind. And so you should still be able to take that first few steps and just make it a slower game. We talk about 50-minute game. It almost seems necessary, because if WE makes, or if Snake makes one mistake, it all will fall apart, especially if WE is looking for that one error. So it feels, I don't want to say that Snake should play it overly cautious, but they should do one or two things. Overly cautious or overly aggressive, and neither in between.
I'll give you a different answer, almost challenge that just a little bit.
Okay.
I think that they win through Flandre much more than they will with anything else on the map. The one time we have seen Snake successful was when he played Gangplank. The next time they looked good was when he played Rumble in 1v2. So for me, this prodigy top laner that has been now around for years did look good and has suddenly dropped off. Still seems to be the difference between Snake winning and losing. Because let's just assume, coming into this, that Crystal and SOFM are going to be consistently making plays, consistently good. Well, if he's playing Rumble and his equalizer is 30 degrees off the right target and he's hitting terrain, they're going to lose the game. But when that hits, that's when we've actually seen Snake win. So for me, that is the deciding factor. And mostly because against Team WE, 957 is also part of the reason that they do lose games when they do.
Yeah,
sure.
They can definitely look to play towards Flandre. That's an option as well. It seems like it's going to be played towards SOFM as much as they can. So I think if they tend to do that, I want to be able to see Crystal work forward. But I would love to see Flandre come back and be able to take a game and maybe have the team allow him to put out that performance.
Yeah, SOFM is very much a selfish player, and I'm not saying that in a negative sense. He's the type of player that if a lot of resources do go his way, it means that he carries the game for X amount of minutes, and that may take him to, say, the 35-minute mark, and then it's up to the rest of the team then to do the rest of the legwork, which is sometimes difficult if SOFM has all of the kills at that point. That's also when WE turn online. So it's one of those things where it feels like just in this matchup specifically, no matter how hard Snake struggle, WE will always be strong when they think they're strong.
And I think fundamentally, because we're looking at a Snake that doesn't really make a lot of sense right now. They've lost their coaching staff. They're losing back-to-back games, not even taking maps now off their opponents. For me, I look at this team, and you have to think back to when they were good. And I'm going to say good with this roster. So they had tank mid lane. That, to me, already a better roster. But then they need to change their AD carry out because of the import rules. They've got OQ right now. And I always think that, you know what, they've got this AD carry player. You may or may not know him. He's their support. And he can play the role pretty damn well, I hear. I also hear Draven's in meta. I just think there are solutions that Snake haven't even considered because they want to keep OQ so badly.
Yeah, perhaps. I feel like they have considered it, but it came back to what happened in Spring Split when they had that roster shuffle, and it all stemmed down to the support position because no one could play it to what they were expecting them to. Mo didn't come back, and so someone had to fill the role, and it was eventually Crystal. They had Mint as a Chinese AD carry, but then, of course, it just felt like no one can do it as well as Crystal could. So now he's turned himself into a really proficient support player.
And I'm going to tell you that fundamentally, Snake's decisions always seem to be remove the problem, not fix the problem. This has now happened 3 or 4 times. You just gave 2 examples of that. And to me, that's why they're never going to be in the top 3 of their group unless they find some consistency or they find a superstar and they get 5 SOFMs running around that'll win lane, win game.
5 SOFMs. That would be incredible to watch, at least for a game.
Right.
I don't know how long that would last, though. However, WE, who are the epitome of consistency, 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Ben, never going to change that roster until they start doing badly. But that's not going to be for a long time because this team has been consistently just good.
Yeah, so they even have Zero out there who's just still playing incredibly well, but Ben is driven us here.
On the opposite side, though, they're up against Snake and Flandre, SOFM, Zatai, OQ, and Crystal, so they are sticking with this roster for now. But even this roster by itself, despite it being the same, still had many issues with it.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I think Crystal is a good support. I know Flandre has a lot of potential. I'm just trying to come up with some solutions here for the roster of Snake, because we're all a bit confused watching them play, honestly. A lot of the decisions they make, we don't get the inside knowledge that they have when they make them, but they feel so wrong for us as a viewer.
Yeah, and even to hit on that point where we're talking about changing up some of the players on the roster, seems like we need to find out who's going to even be in the coaching position, right? I think we touched on this a little earlier on. Who's on the market? Maybe former IG coach Chris, perhaps, just to put out names out there. They just need to start looking, because I don't know who's on that stage. Probably not someone who will be able to guide the team in pick ban in the game once they're after they're done the first game of the set. So it seems like there's going to be a bit of chaos, and they need to be able to regain focus and understand what they're at least trying to do right from the get-go.
It does raise the question, though, is it actually, like, is the coach the problem? Because as you said, Rusty, it seems like the Snake mantra is, if there's a problem, get rid of it. Not, if there's a problem, solve it. And it seems like in the coach's position right here, and like obviously it's very difficult for us to sit here as analysts and say this is the problem and you are doing the correct thing, but it doesn't seem from the outside that the coach is necessarily the problem on that team.
It's speculative, and we can only really speak towards what we've seen in regards to coaching staff. And I can tell you that from a traditional sporting standpoint, watching Australian football leagues, there are going to be coaches that are subbed out before players are changed. There is definitely a reason that some coaches don't mesh with some teams, because they just don't fit a team dynamic, whatever that may be. And, you know, Snake have a very strong individualistic identity, and there's a chance that the coach comes in and is like, we're all about team now, and then they start losing games. And, like, as you're the owner of Snake, suddenly it makes sense to get rid of him, right? It's all speculative, though, because we don't know what is happening internally, but there are sometimes solutions that do involve removing a coach.
That's one of those things that could work, but... Okay, Raz, I know you are the king of flip-flops, but I feel like this one is a very easy one to predict. This one's a gimme, so gimme the prediction.
2-0 WE.
That's all I wanted out of you, Raz. That's all I ever wanted.
That's the only flip-flop you'll get from him as well.
All right, WE and Snake going head-to-head for game one. Pretty simple bans coming in from Snake, Elise, and Zach so far, while Fiora, Syndra and Oriana removed from Snake's roster.
Expecting a Galio to follow that one up here from Snake, and then we have our standard League of Legends bans on
there
red
you
side.
go. Whoa. WE coming in for their first pick, and insta-locking Jarvan for 957. Okay.
That's adventurous as far as instant locks go. Funnily enough, actually think that Thresh, even as a hover right now, is potentially a higher priority. But WE, they've got 957 on Jarvan. He's going to make AD Carry's lives a nightmare, it seems, from the get-go.
Oh, there we have it. So Thresh coming in for Crystal. You can see the man on your screen right now. Just thinking about life.
And he was a very good Thresh. I think that's worth noting here. First pick, Thresh for Crystal. He looked good. We'll have to give him credit.
Crystal always looks good, Rusty. I don't think Crystal ever looks bad in that support role. The rest of the team, however, is also something else. But mechanically, I think he's done pretty well. And that was a very fast lock-in, confirming the bottom lane already from WE, Braum and Cogmore.
They knew the matchup that they were against, and they also want to pick it in the first rotation here. This does leave junglers a little bit exposed, and curiously enough, if I was on red side, I'm okay with that. I have SOFM on my team. Pretty good with the counter pick if it comes to it, but also because I'm on red side, I can pick and ban away and then have priority in the second ban phase anyway. So this is still the right idea from Snake, and it is curious that WE, by having to go for the Jarvan this early, have them put themselves in this predicament.
Yeah, and I mean, that was probably the easy prediction of the century if we were going to say there's going to be Lee Sin coming in for SOFM before we head into the second phase of bans. It's just the SOFM champion. So if you are put up against it, then why not just pick that one up? You can see the new coach from Snake just on stage right now. So we'll see what he'll do with the picks and bans. It does appear he has a notebook, so we'll see if they do anything different here. But Lucian banned out here against WE, so aimed at Xie primarily, and Talia as Zatai.
Yeah, of course, having to take out the Lucian means that they might be looking towards something like the Kassadin in that middle lane with Syndra Oriana banned. Two champions that you'd say do okay against Kassadin, but in its current state, they're focusing pretty hard on this middle lane. They don't want Xie getting very specific AD champions, means they do usually want to go towards either the last remaining one themselves or a weak early game champion mid.
That's a great notebook. That is fantastic. That is
meant to read
top tier. He is definitely meant to read it. However, he He is making sure that the camera can see the design in the front. Outstanding. Jace banned out against Xie as well, so removing these EDG threats. And Kled against Flandre is a good matchup into the Jarvan as well. So makes sense out from WE, pretty much stock standard. Now over to Snake, see what the next pickup will be. They are looking for a mid laner and a top laner.
It feels like, you know, I've already mentioned this, so I don't need to explain why they've picked it now that they have locked it in.
Yep, that's all good. So
Gave myself 30 seconds notice.
Now.
Yeah. All right, I don't know where I was going to go with my predictions, however. All I know is that they banned away the counters to it, and so WE will have to pick some kind of standard matchup mid lane. This is a risky one, but still wins hard early.
Early, okay, got it. And final pick now, they need a jungler. Unless they're going to flex the Jarvan in there, but more than likely for them to go for probably an AG jungler now. The fact that they have a bit of magic damage coming in from Kog'Maw, and they have a heavy AP mid lane in the form of Cassiopeia, so it will be the Kha'Zix in the end now for Condi. We are waiting on that final pick from Snake, and it will be a top laner now for Flandre.
Yeah, and he knows his matchup. He's known it since the very beginning, but most importantly, he's aware of the team composition. So if he so chooses to go with Shen, then they're committing to pick. If he chooses to go, which he has, the Rumble, then maybe it's a bit more around objective control. They've also got a decent 1-3-1, but more importantly, they can put Kassadin in that side lane, and then they can just run a 1-4 with Rumble around the objectives at the very beginning. So there's a lot of possibilities for Snake as far as drafting is concerned. However, if you're 9-5-7, you're rushing magic resistance, and then you're just going to continue rushing magic resistance. So there's no kind of item spike lane swapping here to be seen from Snake. It should be predictably 1-3-1-ing.
Yeah. In theory as well, the Snake roster, the Snake lineup and composition doesn't seem bad whatsoever. If I saw this picked by any other team, I'd be like, hey, it's pretty good. It can definitely work out for you. WE as well, going over to their side, look to be in just solid team comps for both teams. There's nothing here that I would say is a bit weird, a bit jarring.
The one thing missing for me is the Orianna instead of the Cassiopeia here from Team WE. They banded themselves away from their opponents, so they didn't want to see that one against them. However, it now means they've got a Cassiopeia, so it's much more about protecting Mystic. That's where the compositions really come about towards being. The Jarvan might actually just be a distraction, get in the back line, and then whilst he is being dealt with, WE deal with the Kassadin, and that's basically how the games will start to pan out. So we'll have to highlight that one and how it follows through as the game progresses. But so far, I think you're right. The team comps are just pretty as they are.
For the LPL as well, Rusty, like it's one of those things where you could pick an Orianna there, but it's the LPL. So if you've early picked a Kog'Maw, then you're going to pick a high-pressure mid laner. So it's almost to be expected. However, if we were sat in like an NA or an EU right now, I'd be saying, yeah, you know, why was the Orianna banned and not just picked up? But
and I guess the other big thing that people may not realize is like why I say it's for protecting the Cog. Of course, Cassiopeia can be a hyper carry, can scale up herself, and does have a lot of damage. It's the ultimate usage. If you want to deal with a Kog'Maw, you then have to get through a petrifying gaze, and that's pretty impossible to do both at the same time, unless you're an absolute madman, Faker-esque on his Riven type of play.
Now I just want to watch him Riven. We flirted with the idea when the Shy came in. You brought it up as well when Faker used to play. That's all I want to see now. I'm gonna look it up, see if any Riven's been playing around the world. But that's something for me to do after the games are finished today, because we're about to get into our final set of the day, which is Snake up against WE. And I know a lot of people will be watching this game. If you are watching right now and being saying, well, this is basically another 2-0 for WE. Just for them to get a couple reps in. They're going to be low weight. I don't think this is particularly difficult for them. But we'll see if they can work on form today.
You're expecting, again, this to be squeaky clean. You know, WE just going to the car wash. They're going to come out shiny at the other end. But that's where we have to highlight how they do it. And if they do, because most importantly, and something that needs to be recognized every single time Snake plays, they'll show up. They will. The question's when and what week and what form, but they will show up to play. And sometimes that is actually enough to beat a team like WE. We came into split one of the LPL this year. We said Snake could be the #1 team in the group.
Yeah.
They legitimately still have the potential to do that at any given moment. We kind of just wait for it with bated breath every single game.
And it's really interesting when the question is asked that 80%, when people say, what is more important, you know, the mechanical ability of the players or the mental game? And I will always say 100% of the time that the mental game comes first in League of Legends or any sport, because if the mentality isn't there, then you can have the most talented players on your roster, but if they cannot mesh, if they cannot perform on the stage, it literally doesn't matter.
I always cast my mind to LGD when someone gives me a point like that as well, because they were meant to be the super talented side with star shot calling and all of the makings of this, but they play like five fingers would instead of like a full hand working together. That's how we always referred to them. So ultimately, you are absolutely correct, and that is why experienced players are so valuable to rosters. That's why IG still looks good with Kid, as an example.
Same could be said for a team like Vici. Last split, they've had world champions, multiple of them in different iterations on that roster, and they end up getting relegated in the final split that they could. So, very unfortunate for them. But I hear they are doing well on LSPL, so maybe we'll see them back at some point.
I'm so happy for them. There is a chance, of course, that we see them back. Miss the organization. They've been around for quite a while, but
well, that's a conversation for the time. Probably next bit, 2018, when that one rocks up. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Flandre taking a bit of a beating. This is still old Rumble. He hasn't had the changes on 7-12, though they will be very spicy for the top lane. We'll see how that one works. But
seems to be mixed opinions on how the champion runs. I think it's good. There are others that think it is going to be a strict nerf. So we'll see how that one pans in a patch from now. But right now, it means that current Rumble does a little bit less damage, but has more heat management, I should say.
On the early level.
And so he should have more lane control early. 957 being Jarvan means he should have a fair amount of it himself with just the Q. So everything kind of diffuses, and we're waiting for junglers to have a bigger impact.
Yeah, and that's always going to be it, right? And for right now, for SOFM, either he finds the easiest gank of all time in the mid lane, which I don't think is going to happen. Zatai is very far back, and she is playing very smartly, playing towards the top side of the lane. That being said, still going to try and make it happen. Qs towards him, gets a bit of damage down. Never going to be a kill in that situation, but maybe he can burn a heal.
But that's still actually the right idea from SOFM. He gets damage on a Xie, forces an extra potion out, and in a matchup against Kassadin, that is actually incredibly valuable, because Kassadin's running Deathfire Touch. He's only going to be trading with his Q and maybe the Force Pulse if Xie steps up too far. Xie's got heal as well as flash, which is a little bit different. Wants the 2v2, so they are looking for that. I like what SOFM did. It means he can just path all the way up to his Krugs, be perfectly fine. He just needs that his bottom lane plays safe and ideally doesn't die.
Yeah, pretty much his main objective right now is getting that level 6 so he can just rock up to top lane, mid lane, see if he can make a gank happen. Maybe he comes bot lane a little bit as well with the assistance from Crystal. That is essentially the play from him at this point in time. So
but you can see how heavily it affected that middle lane. Xie is playing passively. He's stuck now pretty close to his turret. There's a wave building up, so this is pretty good recall timing for Zatai if he wants to get an extra shop in there.
Yeah.
Maybe some extra lane control with a Dark Seal and a Doran's. He's well and truly in that ballpark now with his CS that he's got.
Then again, it is always dangerous for a Kassadin to be pushing up when he's pre-6, because there are always potentially a jungler around the corner, and the jungler doesn't necessarily have to have that much CC or has CC from his lane to provide some hurt onto that Kassadin, because he is fairly vulnerable in this early game, and that's exactly why Condi is now on the bottom side of this lane.
He's gone to the area where SOFM should have no vision, as he's gone to Krugs and recall. So it's the right idea from Condi with positioning, as he's now looking. Might get a flash out of it.
Yeah, he'll jump in. Lots of damage coming in. There's the flash coming out. So very cookie cutter, very much by the book, as to be expected. And that'll pretty much be everything that we're going to see until we start hitting level 6 from junglers and solo lanes, I have to feel.
Yeah, normally we'd also say, you know what, cancelling this recall is fantastic. And it is. It's slowing him down. But it doesn't buy Xie anything, because Kassadin actually has the teleport anyway. So what the Cassiopeia wants from this, slow the recall, let him get a recall off himself, because that's the real victory here for Xie. Zatai even staying.
SOFM's on his way to the bottom lane. I'm not sure if he's going for the gank or more maybe for deep vision. We have second buff spawning in about a minute and a half. So
why not both?
Why not both? Yeah, Crystal tossing out the lantern. Get a bit of damage here onto Ben. Ignite comes down as well. They are really looking to try and find this kill, but I don't think that was necessarily ever going to happen unless SOFM comes in for a second gank now as Ben comes up.
And he can. He absolutely can. The minions are about to crash. It's a big wave with a cannon. If they want to dive, Crystal has flash. He can double flay them.
They're on a timer here, Rusty, because Ben had all his pots remaining, so he's able to get up a little bit more. If this hook lands, this could be disastrous. Teleport coming down from Flandre. Ben comes back, but flashes back towards Mystic.
Ooh.
Equalizer comes down. Extremely well played by Flandre to secure that first kill.
And even SOFM, barely living, does Krugs, I believe, to get 6, having to smite the big one. This is actually very clean from Snake. He's in the right place, it's at the right time, and suddenly WE, they lose their support, they lose their first turret blood, and it's a sizable gold advantage suddenly here for Snake.
And that was exceptionally well played, as you mentioned, from Snake, yeah. Getting that level 6, Flandre coming down, exceptional equalizer, everything was on point. And that's what can happen when you have Snake and the stars align, you know? We've criticized so many times Flandre's teleport. It's like, what are you doing? What are those timings? Clearly, it's either a you problem or it's a team problem or both. That one was simply perfect. And if we saw that every single time, Snake suddenly become a different team.
Yeah, it's like when you know, the solar eclipses come around once every couple of years or whatever it may be. You're actually expecting multiple planets to line up for Snake, not just the one eclipse, for them to actually be firing. But that's an example, you're absolutely right, of what they can do. And that's why we never count them out. As much as we all give 2-0, we say it'll be a clean game. For WE, it's just so possible that things go the other way. And that is step one in the very much the right direction. However, what they've now done, Snake, is they've brought OQ up here with Flandre. They're hard committing to turret trading. And WE literally have not responded at all. They've only just got Braum leaving base now.
And Kog'Maw just recalled, so they're not even showing bot side. They had the vision of River if they wanted to make it happen, but there's almost certainly going to be even more tempo over to Snake now as they take down the top tower. Knock this one over. It goes over to OQ and Crystal. So, yeah, 2 towers to 0, and Snake are starting to ramp up very quickly.
You have to wonder what WE are doing above all else. They're just watching it happen. They're just farming their lanes. Condi's now going to leash blue, but he wasn't there to help in the first place. Ben gets there well before Mystic does. And it's because the minion wave down in the bottom lane was just so large.
Yeah.
There was no way for Mystic to respond unless he sacked minions. Snake are playing this out well. They've got 1 outer turret left to take, and Ashe is 6, so that's what they're looking for.
It's important now that we actually see Snake continue the pressure. We need to see them make the next play. It's all well and good that they have step 1 and step 2 sorted out, but we need to see the rest of the playbook. But if they do that, then, you know, Snake could really potentially take game 1 here.
Well, we're at 9 minutes in the game, so Rift Herald.
Dragon,
I always
that's
say
the next
Elder
objective.
instead of Rift Herald. That's up in 1 minute, and it's a Cloud Drake. So the least influential Drake, I would imagine the next step from Snake should be to invade the jungle with SOFM. Actually place down some good vision, and then set up side waves properly with your Rumble this time around. Because honestly, they've done really well. To note that Flandre still has the same CS as 957 in a situation where he's been with his team all of the time. And so 957 hasn't stretched any kind of advantages. Mystic is constantly holding minion waves opposed to pushing for structures and objectives. And so it should be a really easy thing for Snake to accrue. Just walk in together, get some vision down, and use that vision to take the objective. We'll have to watch if they do it.
And Zatai has survived in the mid lane, and that was his objective. His only goal in life was to survive. As long as you're 2 waves down, absolutely fine. You're casting at the end of the day, you're looking towards that mid game. Get some of those item spikes, and you'll be all well and good. You see the recall coming out from Ben. Both AD carries essentially even as well in terms of farm. That 10 minutes, Herald has now spawned, so let's see if Snake do move towards it and keep up this pressure, because that would allow them to break the mid lane tower.
You know, sometimes you wonder when you watch Kassadins, they alternate between Blasting Wand and Catalyst as to where they'd like to go, but Zatai, by even getting a Catalyst with a Darksteel in his first recall, speaks towards the state of that middle lane, and even how a small gank from SOFM is able to assist in the entirety of that lane panning out nicely for Zatai on the Kassadin. And so everything's panned out the way you'd want it to go if you're a Snake fan. I know that they're feeling a little bit hurt lately. You're going in the right direction.
It is the right direction, but at the back of everybody's mind, regardless if you are a Snake fan or not, is when does the self-destruct happen?
Well, that and when does the Kog'Maw scale, I think, is the other more valid approach here that you're looking at. Because Cassiopeia, Kog'Maw, they're going to hit late game eventually. And then it's a battle of, can we kill him or will he kill us? I mean, you've got a Kassadin, you've got a Lee Sin, you've got the Ashe Arrows of Thresholds, you've got makings to do it. But it's a Kog'Maw.
And it's
Mystic on the Kog'Maw. And so it's probably not going to happen. And so you don't bank on late game.
Okay, so if Snake are fully banking on that mid game, which to be fair is very strong for them, as you mentioned, all the pick potential from OQ, Crystal, and SOFM, added with the fact that Rumble and Kassadin are insane mid game champions, then they just need to keep knocking down towers. Herald would be the first one to do that. Had they gotten the pick onto Ben, that would have almost certainly been the objective, but the fact that they pinged it like 7 times, I have to feel that Snake want this.
Yeah, it's definitely still the objective, and the biggest reason that I suggested Herald, like even a minute ago, is just because they want to break the middle lane. They have a Kassadin in their composition. It's too early almost to start splitting just yet. He runs the risk of dying, and so realistically, get Herald, use it mid with the Ashe Arrows, with all of your pick. And so WE, They're trying to answer this. It will be a smite battle.
Actually holding
Or
on.
not.
Oh no, SOFM's just gone. So Ty's going to have to jump over the wall, and WE says, thank you very much. Thank you for the Herald. I guess we'll take this. You've done all the legwork.
Okay. I mean, he has Flash, he has Ward Hops, he had a Cassidon to jump onto with his W, but they let WE just have the Herald. You know
Best
what?
leash of all time.
You get a freebie.
Yeah.
I'm exiting. My planet needs me, and I'm gonna take a land towards. I don't know, man.
And the funny thing about Herald is that when you take it, you essentially give up like a minute to a minute and a half of tempo to then get a net minute and a half of tempo later when you place it down and take a turret. What Snake just did is lost a minute and a half of tempo and gave WE the Herald. So they just lost of like 3 minutes now.
It's the 2-for-1 map control special here for Team WE. You'd be pretty happy with that one if you were Condi.
Yeah.
Just walks in, SOFM
Black
is
Friday.
Like, hell no, I'm not taking that fight. And to be clear, SOFM made the wrong decision. I think we all know that.
Yeah, he just pieced out. He was like, I'm done with it. I actually do not like the stresses of going for a 50-50 smite battle.
It's just too much for me right now. I've had a big week.
I cannot deal with this. I'm out. I'm going to Raptors. This is my happy place. Right now, Snake's advanced with the 2 towers and the 1 kill. It's just a question of when is Condi going to place down the Eye of the Herald.
Still very good timing here for Snake. They don't necessarily lose tempo just yet. They've got pressure mid lane. They pushed it as well during the Herald trade. And they've still got the Ash Arrow. And they've actually got a big item spike for Zatai with his teleport up. So now Snake, they actually enact the 1-3-1 at 13 minutes into the game. And as far as I'm concerned, the timing is great because this should get them the middle lane turret. If they try and put the Rift Herald down WE, it has to be mid lane you would expect, unless they want it to split push and just sit in a long lane, so they don't have to 1-3-1 against their opponents. But the idea behind this is that they should be immediately grouping, and now they have the Herald to assist them in alleviating pressure in one of the areas.
Yeah, Condi's actually just sitting in Fog of War right now, so it seems like the play from him is to see where the members of Snake could go to.
He wants SOFM to come over to the red buff. Very patient game, but he's going to do it. SOFM's going to do it. Yeah, get out.
Okay.
That was worth it.
Here comes Crystal. Alright, this is a bit weird. Bit of an altercation in the jungle. Let's just back away from this.
Look,
one.
honestly, Condi has asserted his authority to the point that SOFM refuses to fight him at any moment. And that's not SOFM style at all. It's a little bit disorienting.
Yeah. So Ty's in the top lane, pulling out this mini-wave, pushing this one in. Herald's got about, I'd say, a third duration left on Condi, so he's going to have to place it down at some point. But none of these lanes are particularly in position for him to do so, and they're keeping OQ and Crystal from Snake's side in the mid lane to make it harder to just take a tower. So Snake have actually played this one out relatively well.
Yeah, they're playing it super calm, and on the bright side for Team WE, when Condi places it, he's not going to risk losing a Baron if he does it from spawn, so maybe he wants to do that this time, who knows? He doesn't have a lot of time, you're absolutely right, and he should place it soon. And again, expectations are towards the middle lane. That's what Snake would have done, WE, if they took it.
Condi is still just chilling in River. It might go top lane actually, because the recall did come out from Zatai, so that seems like a very juicy tower. Yeah, now the assist pings come down from Snake.
Oh no.
Or not.
It was all a ruse.
Alright mate, you're going to have to place down the Herald at some point.
I think a big part of the problem here is that 957 doesn't have teleport, and they are against the 1-3-1. I think he's just going to place it from spawn right now. The longer it takes to go out, the better. Yeah, there he goes.
Bot lane. Yep, there we go.
Okay, well that's going to go bottom with Jarvan.
Oh! And SOFM suddenly on point. A lot of flashes happening in a couple seconds, but Crystal finds the kill there onto Ben.
He wants to dive. There's still the Ash Arrow. I haven't seen one thrown yet. This is really dangerous.
3 more people. No kick from SOFM, but he's still looking for the flank. Hook doesn't land. That would have been the go button. 957 over the wall. Condi will join him.
And now Rumble's going to have to go back and deal with this giant monster in the bottom lane. He's just going to be a pain in the butt. And so what we saw is SOFM sees Condi channeling it in the bottom lane. He makes a play, reacts to it super nicely. Very happy with how Snake played this one out. But WE now have the opportunity to make a play if they choose, because Herald's meant to be a big distraction. Didn't really do a lot though. Nope, Flandre got there in time.
So essentially just turned into a
wasted
promoted minion.
Yeah.
Yep. In the side lane, so a little bit sad. Herald didn't die for this.
That's twice today we've seen that.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is
So the first
disappointing.
one lost... who was I playing this morning?
Don't do this to me. I should
Ah.
know.
I should know as
You know
well.
what? I'm
I
getting my
watched the
book
game.
just in case. I know I was watching it backstage.
Yeah.
I
Because Ben Ford, the team Ben, Aime.
Aime, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then he lost the game for them.
That shouldn't have been
because,
that hard.
Yeah. It's one of those things. I don't know what it is, but the first game is so difficult to remember when you're in the third. You've just had so many games. But yeah, Ben Ford places it down. And he was like, oh, excellent. Jungle's at base.
Yeah,
Let's just take the Baron.
The thing is, right, like SOFM did the similar thing in terms of trading. Like,
Yeah.
You see someone in their own base channeling Rift Herald and they're like, oh, sweet. The jungler's actually just not on the map right now and I can make a play. It was Baron in set number 1. It was still a kill in set number 2. Gave them pressure and time to work the middle lane turret, but for no particular reason. And this to me is the biggest pain point of watching Snake right now. Is they can't break mid. OQ refuses to use his ultimate like he hasn't skilled it, but I can see that on the right of my screen as a spectator. I know you've got it.
Rusty, this is turning into plan B of the WE playbook, which is chill for probably, let's say, another 12 to 15 minutes.
Operation Turtle.
Operation Turtle. And then they will turn up, win a fight, probably win the game. And Snake, they need to do something. They have that same number of time to do something.
I think a lot of this as well. Snake have a very good scaling composition when I look at their entire team comp. They still want a 1-3-1. They have been doing it for the past almost 5 minutes now. But ultimately, Snake just need this objective. Once they get it, they're open to continue 1-3-1ing and actually have map pressure.
Yeah.
Because until this turret dies, really easy for WE to walk out and play shallow vision. And this is still the big part of the problem. WE, we also know that if they scale, very good team fighting team. That's how they've always played the game out. 35 minutes, get 3 items, 4 items, and ramp up too hard for your opponent to deal with. Even if they match you in scaling, they execute better.
Yep. This time they have a cog more, so he's going to start hurting more and more. SOFM back to its natural habitat of the Raptor pit.
Of course, it has to be the enemies, Raptors, for it to be a natural habitat.
Yeah. It's always the blue side. Always the blue side. Hook doesn't quite land there. Got Dragon coming up in around 30 seconds. It's in the Cloud Dragon, so again, WE not going to be too concerned about that one. Baron up in around 20 seconds as well, but won't be seeing that one for probably another good 10 minutes, I would have to say. Coming out of Caston is the Super Soaker build, so he's looking to gear himself towards that mid-game, get that earlier power spike. More than anything, though. He's not already been interacting with anyone since he's 0-0-0, but that's what he wanted to do.
And it's the Ahri into Syndra build as well. He's gone for his Lich Bane afterwards, so trying to maximize his on-hit damage at the same time as surprisingly high amounts of burst with the active there, and just the unexpected damage from a Lich Bane auto attack. So he'll be able to destroy Mystic's health bar super quickly if Mystic isn't ready. There'll be a lot of respect paid by WE, and that to me is why we might end up at that 40-minute mark, just casually. The Cloud Drakes don't give combat stats. There's a lot of scaling left to be had in this game, Pulse.
I'll tell you what, Rusty. As soon as that first tower went down in the bottom lane, I knew we were going to go to 40 minutes. Because that's as soon as that happens, WE go, all right, let's execute plan B.
You know what? I feel like, so everyone references WE as like a turtle-ish type of team.
Yeah.
You know, they default to turtling if something goes wrong, and they hide within their own shell. I've always given the analogy, because people don't seem to understand it, like a snail's eyes. Like, as a kid, you see a snail, you're like, poke it. And then its eyes are like, hell no, I'm going back inside my body.
Yep.
That's what WE are. But if they get poked, they're gone.
Okay, that
And
makes
they
sense.
slowly come back out. And if they get poked again, they're gone.
I always like the idea of them actually being a turtle, but if they do get those kills in the early game, they go like full Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They stand up, and then they just come at you. Maybe they step out of the shell. And we see that sometimes. And it usually comes from Condi, actually. If Condi picks up the early kills, he'll just go in.
Absolutely. If Condi gets going in any way, he will carry an entire game with aggression. The rest of the map, you know, Mystic and Vent. Happy to be a little bit more of the sleepers and just play it slowly. And keep scaling. They love Kog'Maw. The LPL loves Kog'Maw. It seems to be just this unbeatable champion, no matter how the games go.
Now, if WE were the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, who is Splinter? Or, yeah, who's Splinter?
I thought we were going to name who the Turtles were. I was so
we
ready.
could do that too.
Like, Condi's
That's
absolutely
fine.
Raphael.
Condi, yeah, 100%.
Even though, like, he needs to be more of the Leo.
Yeah. Raphael's the red one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You confused me
One
for a
with the
second.
size, yeah, gotcha.
Ben's Donatello.
Yeah, see that.
Problem is, who's going to be the leader of the Turtles?
That's what I'm talking about. Who's Splinter? Who's the master? The sensei?
The coach.
What's wrong
There's
about
a
that? Hook lands onto Ben. Ah, see you later. Oh, that's one down. Got another 3 totals to go. Mid tower finally collapses, and that's really good for Snake. This is exactly what they've been gunning for the last 22 minutes. So, as you were saying, Deep Vision is the next objective for them. And they can start playing around Baron as well, actually, just completely clearing out this vision. It's actually pretty bad now for WE, the fact that all of their outer turrets are down.
We're expecting an item spike here, perhaps from Mystic. That's why he just took the Raptors. Hopefully they get something big. This is still awesome for WE, but at the same time, you're absolutely right. That was what Snake have been gunning for honestly far too long. They've gotten it, and so now they can take those next steps. With Baron available, the mid-turret broken, mid-turret with a Kassadin on your team, and they're still the first one to take it in mid lane. There's so many positives here for Snake moving to the rest of this game. They've hit mid game. Rumble's got 2 items. Kassadin has 2 items. They're so set to team fight. They just need to place their vision and set up first. And WE, you'd have to imagine when it comes to the vision game, they won't just let it happen. They'll probably try and contest that vision.
Yeah. Which they are right now, placing down wards in the river. So they'll be not letting go of this one, but realistically, they have another 12 minutes on the clock for them to ramp up to full WE, and it's probably also going to align with a 3rd item in from Mystic, you'd have to imagine.
And this is still WE getting challenged, and that's very important for us. For WE moving into Rift Rivals, and for Snake showing they can do it.
Oh, hello, SOFM, looking for this pick. He's going to die for this one. Will they get the Ben kill in return? Well, they'll get the Mystic one for certain, as Flandre and Zatai on his face. Ben unable to get away. And in comes 957. He's pretty much by himself, and Condi is locked out of this fight as the arrow slap bang in the middle of Condi's face. But he's not going to die from this one as Crystal turns around with the death sentence, and GA was so far away from that play, couldn't make it happen. Still a 2-for-2 trade.
And that's the big thing. Shie was not available, right? But Condi lives, 957 lives. Maybe should not have lived, but they did. And now they threaten the middle lane outer turret themselves. However, Zatai doesn't want to let them. He's going to spook him.
Yeah,
get him away.
Not going to happen in that one.
But still, honestly, SOFM, you'll see the engage here. Wasn't horrible, but it was so early. He doesn't have anyone here to immediately get the kill because Braum exists. So Mystic, he gets stuck on an equalizer, does so much damage, and actually, after the Zonias works with 957 and kills Flandre. After this point, 957 has his ultimate, so he plays the Jarvan out well. It's just that Shie wasn't here. Like, if he was here, Oku was probably dead. Zatai may not have been able to do as much as he did, but no one was there to protect the Kog'Maw besides Ben, and he was going to die because of the equalizer from Flandre. He has shown up today.
Has indeed. Also a very unfortunate situation for Mystic to be in because there was no good way to turn. And then Zatai was there, so it just ruined his day. But yeah, indeed, if Shie was actually there, definitely would have made it happen. I think for that reason, he probably is Master Splinter. Comes in just at the end, after the fighting's all been done, so we never actually get to see the true power of Splinter.
I also think it's Coach Ohm, but...
Coach Ohm? Then who is Shie? Because here's Mystic and 957, the tag team right here. And Flandre never had a chance. He's just one of the generic bad guys sent out by Shredder.
I honestly, I'm struggling to give you the proper answer here for what turtle they are. But like,
maybe he's the reporter.
For the most part, that was
he's
still
April.
Yeah, he actually probably is. That's why it's not as important that he's there. But yet it is important. So you know what? I take that back.
Yeah.
They still get a kill. They take out Flandre.
He's one of the cast.
That's what I get for praising him.
Yeah.
Rumble's going to die. 957's actually a pretty big threat to watch in this game as it currently stands with 2 big damage items. He has a lot to take out OQ.
Oh, yeah.
And OQ doesn't have summoners. So WE are starting to get themselves, it's only 2k between the teams. It feels like more. It feels like it should be more, is what I meant to say. But it's not more.
And Rusty, we're not deviating from the script. We all knew exactly what was going to happen, how this game was going to play out. And it's just one of those things where Snake, are they actually just going to tear up the manuscript and say, hey, this is how the game's going to turn out now, or is it just going to go the way that every game where WE loses the early game and get poked in the eye?
As long as we agree that Mikey is Mystic, then I'm happy.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as we say SOFM is Shredder.
Yeah.
Oh, great hook coming in from Crystal. Down goes Ben. Great knockup, but there's no one there to capitalize. And Flandre comes in with the TP, gives everyone a high five. It's like, all right, good job, gents. Let's do that one more time.
Actually, a really good Baron bait. They're going to continue this again. The vision's still there.
Had that
and they have a pit composition. 957 literally has to take that damage just to check that it's not being done. But they've set up mid lane. Now it is a 4v5 without Ben. So WE don't want to fight this. Snake do, but not that much. They just want to use their equalizer for fun.
All right, back to the pit.
Now they're baiting without an equalizer.
Back to the pit.
They might actually do it this time. I think that's the difference.
Back to the pit.
All right, we'll play the patience game. I still think they'll start it. SOFM
They don't have another one.
They've got the Scryers right there. That's the bait.
All
they
right.
want to hook the person who hits the Scryers orb. You ready? Oh, this sucks.
Probably want to back away. They definitely accidentally hit the Baron while trying to hit the ward, but... all right, now let's go to a different bush. Or Raptors. That's also okay for SOFM. Anyway, mid tower's going to go down to WE. That's probably the weirdest 30 seconds of my casting career.
It's like, Snake, they have one plan, you know, and someone will get this genius idea. I feel like that's just their dynamic right now. SOFM, or I feel like it was Crystal. It's like, we're baiting in the Baron pit. You don't understand, like inside the pit we're going to bait. And then no one else is allowed to deviate from that strategy whatsoever. That is the one and only play that Snake seem to be allowed to do. They can't clear mid-wave. They can't set it up. You know what? Flandre used his equalizer to damage them, to poke them, instead of even clearing the mid-wave. And suddenly the turret's gone.
I mean, who's going to expect them to do it 5 times? You may expect them to do it, you know, 2, 3, maybe 4. But not the 5th time. Why would they still be there the 5th time? That is the play. And now that they have a new coach, don't make the same mistake twice is no longer a mantra they have to live by.
Make the same mistake 5 times and everyone's confused. Is that the mantra right now?
Yeah, pretty much. Because they don't have to adhere to the other one.
They do have a pit composition, so, I mean, standing inside the Baron pit by no means wrong.
No,
it's just that
at
they
the core
did it
it's not
so
bad.
much.
They just did it 5 times.
It's just a lot of standing in a Baron pit.
And WE are just like,
Crystal had
okay,
no
I
one
guess
there.
we'll just take mid.
That's great.
The real homie, Risk Scuttler, just living life, messing up hooks, messing up plays. Actually just like the Mr. Saturn of League of Legends.
We're at that 2v2 point as well, where we're watching Crystal and SOFM try and work together, but Flandre spent so much of his time grouped.
Oh, that's just the kick right there into a hook from Crystal onto Mystic. SOFM is actually just going to keep going in. The Phantom was over the wall, so he couldn't take it. Connie almost bites the dust, and it's still one more kill over to Snake. That's what they were looking for, and this time, see what happens when you go outside of the Baron pit?
And they're obsessing over having Flandre nearby, and that's exactly what they need. The wombo from SOFM and Crystal. It's not even a wombo, but they're making it one. As the kick into the hook continues to happen between games. WE, they've got 957, they've got Xie. This is big.
Oh, big Cataclysm. That's going to be Zon's coming down out from Flandre. Is it enough, though? SOFM confirms the kill on top of the Baron. 957 still in the back of the pit. Ben is locking up the front line. Connie comes into the fight, but he doesn't have the damage to kill anybody just yet. Crystal turns around, connects the hook, but his team wants out of this one. May have to sacrifice his life, but he's actually good. And all of Snake survive with the Baron.
They actually get themselves the Baron. The fact that nobody dies so that entire fight is rather confusing, but ultimately, Snake are the biggest winners coming out on top of that one. They've continued to scale. They're getting close to that level 16 point, and Mystic is having a bad day against the pit composition of Lee Sin and Thresh. You'd feel like he's learned his lesson here just a little bit, Pulse, and that you probably shouldn't pick the Cogmore into all of that pick.
Yes and no. I think that Mystic will now position better. I feel like those 2 kills are the only 2 kills that are going to happen from here on out. He's going to wait for another 4 minutes, get to 3, 4 items, and he's going to turn around.
And tell me more.
No, he's 100% okay. Don't even worry about it. He's just going to murder Zatai right here, who almost rift walks on the spot. And Mystic will have to run away because Flandre was potentially coming around the corner with that equalizer. So both of them almost die, but in the end, both survive.
And here's a small nitpick kind of thing here for Snake. Zatai should not have taken that trade. He does not have teleport. He has Baron, but it now means that it's going to be a 4v4 where Cogmore is going to be closer, and he's going to be able to be a threat sooner. So Snake now waste about 40 seconds of their Baron just by taking a trade that isn't going to commit to a kill because the member doesn't have teleport. If anything, Flandre should be the one looking to make an equal trade, backing, using teleport to get there so that it's a 4v5 mismatch. So it's still okay for Snake. It'll result in advantages for them once again getting turrets, but they give opportunities.
957 really wants Crystal dead. They may get it. It's going to take some time. And Crystal blows us on top of them. Actually, the redemption keeps him alive for a long time. Connie gets locked up. He jumps away using the league. Meanwhile, SOFM was looking for that flank, but has to back away, and it is, in the end, just that 1 kill down onto Crystal.
Lots of caution, actually, onto the Lee Sin. WE completely back away and just try and prevent him from getting a kick, but SOFM doesn't have flash, so it was a super risky thing to commit to for the Lee Sin, and ultimately, once again, another kill will be there. So Crystal gone. There's a lot of time now where the Baron may not be as useful for taking structures, more so just for map control. And as the map stands, Snake massive advantage. WE are holding on well enough by getting picks, winning trades, forcing Snake to prolong this game.
It's always that ticking time bomb. And for now, it seems like there is a chance for sure for Snake to take this game. They're taking the Baron. They put the pressure down in bot lane. They are pushing up and winning some of these fights, but over time, and especially if Flandre turns the corner and finds Connie here ready to kill him alongside Xie, misses the petrifying gaze. And will probably get this kill here, but
that was really bad.
Oh no, oh, Zatai was right there. That was just a comedy of errors.
Oh my lord, what are you doing, Xie? This is a warm-up, is it? This is a warm-up. They haven't played this week. They have. Shh. They're warming up.
They've only played once this week. This is only their second game. So if they had the third game, surely they'd be warmed up. But Snake, just another 1-for-1 trade, and OQ is already in position in that mid lane, taking this one away. And it's actually just getting better and better, actually, for Snake.
Yeah, it's up to 5k as a gold lead, which is quite substantial, but the gold numbers are increasing. And the concern is that the more it increases, the more the gold lead may stretch just a little bit more. It means less and less. And ultimately, they've got a 3-item Cogmore. He's got his 4th, which is a QSS. And to me, that's a whole item. It's a super important item in and of itself. Now harder to kill him. The Thresh Hooks can't be the engaged. The Ash Arrows can't be the engaged. It has to be a kick from SOFM, or just sit on top of an equalizer is basically the name of the game here to kill Mystic. But even then, you can QSS Flash out of a Lee Sin kick if you're ready to go. So Mystic's just picked up the most important item that he will this game towards winning WE the entire thing.
It's one of those things where it's now entirely down to Mystic in this one, where if he is on point, there is no feasible way in which Snake could kill him unless everybody dumps everything on top of him at the same time, and then you discount the damage from Xie, Condi, and 957, who are on the front lines. So it's one of those things where WE, if they play the team fight well, which we know they can, they're known for it for a reason in these late game team fights, then it suddenly becomes difficult for Snake, because those team fights can go the other way still. However, Snake, they've been playing well this game, and if they can keep up the pace, which they usually have full games in which they're good, so I'm pretty confident that will be the case, then they could win this game.
This is the best they've looked so far this split, so...
yeah. I mean, definitely the split. I was trying to think if you could extend the statement into spring, but they definitely had some good... They had some good games in spring.
There's still so many scary things, though, if you're Snake, and I feel like that's where they're a little bit too cautious now. They've got all their summoner spells back besides Zatai. He's just used his flash to get out a little while ago, so he's going to be the only one missing a summoner spell, but that means they're fully equipped. They're fully set to go. Cassim level 17, what more could you ask for, honestly, for the entire roster of Snake? But 957's got his Gargoyle's Stoneplate. As far as I'm concerned now, he is a super tank. It's going to be super hard to kill him, and if he is standing in front of Mystic, then no one's going to be touching the Cogmore. And so when you highlight the team fighting that's going to happen here, Zatai is the most important, I feel like, above all else. He needs to be able to kill the Cog immediately.
Well, arrow doesn't quite land there, and that would just be that opportunity.
WE might still look for it. That's the concern. If you miss an Ash Arrow.
Wasted for a little bit. Yeah, 957. I was wondering if he was going to pull the trigger on that Cataclysm, but still, everything was up for Flandre, and really fighting a team fight in the jungle against a Rumble, not the best decision.
Yeah, but only the Ash Arrow was gone. So they can just hang out for a little bit longer. It'll come back up soon enough. You can see it ticking down very quickly. Everyone just wants to reset. I appreciate that 957 did not use his Cataclysm because the summoner spells are there. And that's step one of trying to win the game here for either of these teams. If they can get rid of summoner spells or kill somebody through all of the summoner spells by layering their crowd control well, then that's how you set yourself up to succeed from this point out.
Cogmore's getting bigger and bigger, moving towards his next attack speed item. SOFM is waiting, looking for these picks, essentially at this point in the game. Anyone who's overextending from WE. And Baron is spawning in 15 seconds, so it will be the next objective for Snake. You can see WE have moved up, placed down a bunch of vision around the area, not directly on top of the Baron, which is a bit of an issue, but they are focused around this mid lane, so they know if anyone from Snake moves towards the area. Fancy animation from Baron.
He's back. Rah.
And Snake, already here, ready to go.
Ash Arrow's there, WE. Potentially a target. Banshee's Veil is good though. Xie can almost be a frontliner in that respect. And if he's with Ben, then they can protect each other. Snake are still looking. They're aggressive in their stances right now, looking for opportunities to make that one big pick that can win the game. That's all it takes.
From either team, really, but yeah, the pick potential definitely is on the side of Snake right now. It's a whole lot of tension is building here, Rusty, because, you know, it just takes one person to get hooked who doesn't have a Banshees.
They are 1-3-1ing, though. The Kassadin has gone to the side lane. He's looking to threaten, and it should actually be a free turret for Snake as the end result here. WE, they see this. I don't know if they can react to it accordingly. Snake are now going to have to play cautiously, but WE have to send someone to deal with it. That's the problem, and this is where Snake then turn the aggression the other way around.
The splits WE apart. 957 has to address. Keeping him at range, though. WE are doing a good job of making sure that Snake don't do anything. And we're now at the 38-minute mark, and this is pretty much where we expect him to turn online. And for all the targets for that one to hit, Xie was not where you wanted it if you're
he's straight in.
And that's actually going to be an engage hit by 957. Has to use the kick there to knock him away, prevent the full-on engage. Redemption comes down and actually puts Snake in a very healthy situation. Big Force Pulse comes down. Crystal does not land the hook onto Mystic. He's still alive and good, but takes out Electro Harpoon there, slowing him down. He can't get in range just yet, but he actually turned it around onto Oku. Dies mid-air as he comes in for the dash, provided by the Dark Lantern.
Watch the tie. He's always going to be a big threat in these fights, but so far, so good from WE.
Crystal pull onto Ben here, drags him into the tower, still tanking up for them, but should be dropping. Last tower shot finds him, but Crystal trades his life for that privilege. 2 kills to 1. WE find it and ram it down mid lane.
And Flandre no ultimate. Zatai has to go back to base. SOFM has decided that the best thing he can possibly do in a situation like this is just resume jungling, because that's what you do when you're losing an inhibitor. Of course, I don't think he would have been able to assist in actually stopping it, but he has his ultimate, so it was always going to be nice to have him around, or at least have a hand to hold.
But he does this every single time, Rusty. And he places a ward over the wall as well, so you're just like, okay.
And here we are, Pulse, because 39 minutes is the number. And we're back to a position where...
And what did we say early game, Rusty? What was the number that we were saying that we were going to turn this war around and win a team fight?
It was about 40.
About 40?
Yeah.
Oh, shocking. Yeah, and this is how every single game goes when WE fall behind in the early game.
It's also because we're watching Snake play against WE, and we know that this is going to happen. The thing is, like, no matter who he hit there, I don't think it made a difference. He has a Braum who could have put up a door after he was stunned. So the follow-up from WE is immediately reacting to the lack of an Asher. It means that Mystic has a lot less to QSS in this game, so he's happy. That was good from Zatai, but now the Grounded from Cassiopeia just wins them the entire fight from this point. They find themselves with an Ashe simply because he was knocked up by Braum's ultimate, and now the Zonia's from Flandre, which was for the purpose of doing as much damage as he can. Like, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, the W from Cassiopeia won the fight more than anything else did. Snake were just trying to pick people off, but with all the mobility they have, the fact that one spell can negate all of that, it's super easy to play around their Cassiopeia because they're just protecting Mystic, and he's just going to throw it out in front of Mystic.
Mystic hasn't gone back to base yet, so I'm very excited to see what he picks up now. Elder Dragon is on the board, and this should be at least a full complete item. Yeah, it is. And there's a Quincy's. Okay. Okie dokie.
Well, that's dangerous.
Yep, Coggan was big. With Elder Dragon on the board, there are split objectives that the team needs to go over. If there was a time to just lose the arrow, it would pretty much just be now while Mystic and Xie trying to catch up. But W are now trying to find the engage, and everyone is grouped up for the perfect cataclysm. And this fight, you can only feel is going to go well for WE, but the Great Equalizer zones them away to tie up to the side, chunking down some of these carries. Ben takes the brunt of that arrow as OQ is now lagging behind Crystal.
Good hook.
Now on the front lines. Connie will have to jump away. SOFM dives all the way in. 957 bound to the back line. And Mystic is unleashed. No one can do anything against him. And this last living artillery not going to catch him up. But the flash comes out. The scrap shield. Dodge! Finds it. And Flandre gets out alive barely from that one. But it's still the 1 kill over the Crystal.
They still get 1 kill. You know what, Snake, they'd be pretty happy with the end result because there's only one of them dead ultimately. They barely get Flandre out alive, but he has a teleport for what it's worth at the same time. And Snake actually get a bit of map tempo at the end of this. They're immediately looking towards the Baron, I believe, straight off the bat. Well, OQ is.
No one else is, and he just took like 4 Baron auto attacks and has to go back now.
The fact that Mystic wasn't in that fight, I think, is the difference between a clean ace and not as well. The Cataclysm was nice. The Gargoyles actually activates to give him 100% because there was 3 people nearby, which is one of the great things about Jarvan, and he's going
let's
again.
Just do it again. Why not? Flandre has to instantly Zhonya's and his Mystics. Let's see how fast he dies. Yeah, that happened in less than a second. So Snake lost their top laner. That's 67 seconds on that one. And oh, what's going on, OQ? You have to defend base, and it seems like the rest of the team is now getting chased out by 957 and Condi.
Now, Mystic is a Kog'Maw, so the Baron, once it gets started, will get absolutely destroyed, let alone the fact that Xie is playing Cassiopeia and Condi's playing Kha'Zix. This is one thing this team composition can do. It's destroy a neutral objective, so good luck to Snake getting inside that pit.
That went down in 11 seconds, and that was only 3 people on the Baron. So, yep, Kog'Maw does a lot of damage to those neutral objectives, it turns out. 42 minutes on the clock, everyone goes back to base, and almost everybody from WE has full items always getting there. And Snake, after a great early game, a great mid game, just cannot finish the game fast enough. And WE are very good at just stalling out the game and going for those late game team fights.
And Cassiopeia could have soloed this one very quickly as well. So here comes the dynamic trio, the objective-taking trio, as you would. Because there's a Baron, there's an Elder Dragon.
Any better trio to take an objective?
Not off the top of my head. I feel like these 3 are the best equipped for it.
Oh no, it's a Zatai on the run, but he's slowed down for centuries. Thank God Crystal happened to be there with the save, otherwise he was done for.
There's not a lot stopping Condi right now. There's not a lot stopping Mystic at the moment. WE, they've scaled, they're ready to go. They've actually got themselves the gold lead for what feels like the first time this entire game. And now the structures are falling. The fact they got mid lane inhibitor means this one should be all that easier to take down for themselves.
It's dying so quickly.
Snake just, they need to engage, honestly, if they want to survive this.
Flandre tries. He draws the line in the sand. The ultimate comes across onto Ben, the stun. But Snake, they do not go all in for this one. And Redemption undoes all of the damage that they just took.
It's only temporary, that pain that WE just suffered. It could be 2 inhibitors, because conveniently mid lane respawned at the same time. They don't want to do it.
That's it. Rinse and repeat. Go back to base. Good haul, lads.
Great haul.
And now WE, I just don't see any feasible way they lose this game now.
I hate saying that we called it from before the game even went into draft phase. But how can these teams be so predictable sometimes?
Yep.
And the best part is Snake are playing okay.
Yep.
They had such a good early game. They had such a good gold lead and set themselves up to succeed. Yet we're still where we said we would be.
Rusty, if Snake had played like this against any other team in the group, they probably would have gotten game 1. Maybe even gotten series.
Look,
but
I
they
don't
had to
think
turn
you're
up against
wrong.
WE.
And you know what? I hope Raz comes in and says what I'm thinking, because the reason that Snake didn't win this game, to me, is just the Rift Herald. Like, if he just won that 50-50 smite, broke the mid lane turret at least 20 minutes earlier than when they danced there for that long.
Yeah. Suddenly they get vision earlier, and it cascades out of control.
Here we go, though, Bols.
All right, let's do it.
Elixirs have been popped.
If they can take out Mystic, they have a very good chance, but they've just formed a V formation around him. They've actually formed the Roman tactic, the turtle, around Mystic.
The most important part of defending Mystic is always going to be Cassiopeia's W. Prevents flanks from the Lee Sin, and he's always going to be the person that kicks Kog'Maw into the rest of the team and into death, ultimately. So that's where we're watching right now. That flying V that you mentioned is actually the best way to play this, because Xie with a Banshee's Veil can sit on a flank and use that W and try and prevent people from actually getting into the middle.
It's a long shot. There's one bullet left in the chamber, and that revolver there for Snake, but if it finds its mark, perhaps they can turn this one back in their favor. This Baron buff doesn't have too long left on it. In fact, it's just worn off on everyone but Conti, as he has been taking the mastery.
15%.
So yeah, so he's got it for one more push. Tower's dropping. Flandre's got the ultimate. When does he drop it? That's good damage coming in for Zatai. This might be the time. 957 hasn't taken much damage. Hook doesn't land. And Redemption again.
It completely diffuses everything. Crystal with a bit of an oopsie-daisies, makes a couple of mistakes.
You've got to go
now they go.
And now Flandre drops it. 957 is in the backlines, and it's taking a long time to kill him, but they do take him out in the end. The rest of the team didn't follow up, but Super Minions are battering on the front door. They may still lose this tower. Hook again does not land onto Mystic. Not sure how that one didn't land, actually, but the top tower and the top inhib have dropped. Triple inhibitors down. And WE are not necessarily up against the clock. They can just wait for 957 to respawn and run it down mid.
And really, that's just unfortunate timing as well. The fact that all of this now just comes together, the thresh hook not hitting you right at the end, maybe that changes it. But ultimately, 957, he goes in when the equalizer's down. That's the unfortunate part here for WE. They could have just won the game if it was timed maybe 1 second earlier or 1 second later where he doesn't go in. But 3 inhibitors, you'd be very happy with this. You can go back to base, you can shop, you can refresh all of your elixirs and items and maximize your strength. It is only 3k between these teams, and we have very much acknowledged the fact that Snake do a lot of damage still. They've got a fully scaled Rumble, only missing 1 completed item.
That's horrifying.
They're waiting for the red buff, by the way. I wonder how long he'll wait.
It's coming up shortly.
Not even, I think it just turned yellow.
And now, Snake can see him dance. He's still there. Fire another hook shot. He's still dancing.
You know, I was talking over it, but the Chinese Cogmore is the scariest sound in League of Legends.
Oh yeah, it's horrifying.
Yeah, if you haven't actually heard it, look it up, because it's disgustingly scary.
Yeah, it's definitely worse than Korean Lysandra.
No, I'm 100% the scariest thing you'll ever hear coming out of that thing's void mouth.
Yep. I wonder if Mystic has muted the VO. I would have done. There's no way I could listen to that for an entire game.
Yeah, perhaps. Good decision.
Well, he got red buff.
He did. It's like 40 seconds worth of red buff.
Yeah. And it was just eking out everything that WE can possibly get, making sure that they are fully optimized, min-maxing their potential stats as they go for this one last final fight.
And if he gets auto attacks off, Mystic will be tapping everybody into oblivion. Except for that one, because he's got to scale the Guinzoos.
He definitely does, but he's locked up for a second. So Ty finding the opportunity, but that was probably the one shot that Snake had. Unfortunately, it just flew past Mystic.
Top lane's got a big stack of minions coming in. Bottom and mid are now crashing simultaneously. The minions are going to win this game if Snake don't get the equalizer and engage off right now.
There it is. Flandre has initiated the fight, but the disengage is a little bit too strong. Mystic has not taken any damage so far. SUFM has to jump away. Ultimate comes down right on top of Zatai's face. OQ has to try and cut it away, but 957 with the gargoyles is just not taking any damage whatsoever. And Mystic is taking down everybody in front of him. It's dinner time for Mystic as he jumps onto the spawn pad. Good guy Ben jumps in there as well so they get some tanking out onto the spawn pad, but it's the Nexus going down. Snake do not want to have to deal with that Cogmore, and it's game 1 over to WE.
And this is a case of so close, but honestly not close at all. As that's just how it feels watching Snake play League of Legends
That's
sometimes.
not the statement, Rusty. It's so
yes,
close.
I know. Thank you.
So far.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers. Don't worry about it.
It was intentional.
No, I got that.
No, I'm just telling it to everyone that knows that you've just corrected me. I know you got that. But still, it was a good win from WE. All things considered, I would say that was a very much exposed early game where they were sleeping.
Yeah.
But they woke up. And when they did wake up, there was nothing stopping them.
And they just chilled out, honestly, for 30 minutes. You know, they jumped inside of their turtle shell, put on the TV, put their feet up, came back 30 minutes later and just smacked Snake and won the game. Yeah, and that basically tells the tale of the game. Snake had the advantage early game, or up until, what's that, the 37-minute mark, around 40 minutes perhaps. And WE just re-emerge and bop them. Welcome back, Raz. Do you have greater analysis of that game?
If the RNG this time around was in Snake's favor, they would have had 3 Infernal Dragons. No, that's. Here's the thing. here's the sad thing about life. All right. It was nice to see Snake utilize the Lee Sin Thresh combo that we know they can do, that they've showcased time and time again. SOFM and Crystal working very well with each other, and it makes it easier because we have a scaling composition on WE, right? Now, it's only going to be easier on the bottom side of the map since Castile is going to be doing well versus Atai fairly early on. But the early lead, once again, in Snake's favor. I liked how that came through, and you can see for the majority of the game, it was so difficult for them to get pushed off of it. So, hello, how you doing? So,
someone gift that.
So what's really difficult is the fact that Snake once again can't close a lead. It is impossible for them to do so. They have an Ashe, they have the Thresh, they have the Lee Sin. They're sitting in bushes, they're sitting in pit constantly. I know they're going up against WE, so they're the turtling team in doing so, but you have to all in on these situations. You have to all in on the Baron, you have to all in on the fight. If the game goes long enough, you'll find yourself getting outscaled. Hashtag outscaled. You get into a 50-minute game, and it's going to happen. And I'm going to guess go straight towards the replay for me, because this was a moment really early on where you can see the tides start to turn. This was a great kick coming through. Lee Sin gets demolished immediately, and the flash comes through on Mystic, right? Sure, he ends up dying at the end of the day, but it takes so long. Zatai was kind of late to the fight, and Ashe Arrow comes in late because, yeah, they've already disengaged from this point forward. And you can see how messy it was for Snake and how WE was able to immediately deal with it, just take down the Lee Sin on front of that one. So my criticism to Snake would be to utilize Enchanted Crystal Arrow a lot earlier, would be to play around the Baron buff a lot more aggressively. If it was a Dan Gaming, this is the first time I'll use Dan Gaming as an example for, let's say, for Snake to take away from it, is to just start Baron, right? Start Baron to pull them in towards you, rather than chasing them down, throwing Rumble ulti, and then going back towards the Baron. So that was a very long time in which Snake did nothing with the advantage that they had. And this is the play where you saw it coming through, and then when they finally get onto Baron, they're able to take it away. But the biggest problem in which I see here is that they're just so unwilling to just start the objective. Maybe against any other team, Snake will get a pick off of them, someone will crumble and make an error. WE will not do that.
It's just the fact that Snake just did that 5 times. And just expected the result to be different. The definition of madness.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they were expecting to happen there. And I think it does also harken back to what Rissi was highlighting during that game, is why wouldn't you just go for the 50-50 engage onto that Herald? And like the mid tower was a huge problem for them for the longest time, and they did take it down eventually, but it was like, what, 10, 15 minutes too late, at which point that's 10, 15 minutes that you just gave WE to scale.
And frankly, I looked at this game, and it's like the amount of times I said Ashe has her arrow up.
Yeah.
And like Lee Sin engages every single time. Why is he even Ashe? Just pick something else. Just be a hyper. To be Twitch yourself.
And honestly, it's a good lesson. He needs to get back on the Ashe. It feels hard to say that, but you need to be able to, when you get those leads, you have to push you have to push the button and get the arrow across and push the game forward. Mystic gets the MVP.
Agree, disagree?
I would agree to it. It comes down to the fact that he was the one they were waiting for. The moment he got Rage Blade for himself, it's like, okay, it's official. The Casio Miasma will stall enough time for Kog'Maw to be able to just burn whoever's in front of him, right? So that's the time that WE was just stalling out for, and then they got Barons immediately, because at that point Snake is they just couldn't do anything.
He is the definition of MVP, because he's like Celine Dion right now, in the bodyguard, just being protected by everybody. But like, I wouldn't say he was the MVP of the game.
Yeah.
Where I feel like it was more like your 957 or Condi playing the fights out just a little bit better. Like naturally, he's going to scale as a Kog'Maw. He's going to do his damage, but he wasn't the MVP.
But as is the way with WE, it's essentially a team MVP. It's always going to be. Sometimes you get the game where Condi kills everybody, and it's like, Condi is clearly the MVP, or Mystic positions like a guard, and it's like, he's the MVP. But outside of that, it's always going to be a team MVP. WE play as a team, which is actually surprisingly rare for the LPL in general for these teams. So again, still well played to WE. It was as we expected. Literally before Champions Night, you could say how a game was going to go, regardless of whether Snake turned up on this one. We are going to take a short break while we set up for Game 2 and see if the second game goes the way that the history books wrote it. Welcome back to the LPL and potentially our final game of the day as WE once again go up against Snake and win the first game in WE fashion is what we expected pretty much. I do want to go back and talk about that first game because I think it does highlight essentially how this series will go for Snake if SOFM continues the way that he is playing with this replay that we're going to bring up now for you. Talking about the Herald on this one because just take a look at this one on how SOFM literally just pieces out, doesn't want anything to do with this 50-50.
I didn't think too much of this one in particular, Raz, but the big problem for me with this trade is just how much respect for the first time in forever SOFM actually gives to somebody. Like 1400 health, doesn't want to take any kind of battles for this, just leaves it in the pit, leaves the tie in the pit, and leaves WE to take it. Like, why is that not at least contested? He's so afraid as a champion that has 3 different ways of getting out and is not fragile to the point where he'd die. Like, I just don't understand why they did that. And then like immediately pushing here. If they had Herald, ooh, that could be a turret.
That's true. That's true. And I guess one of the biggest points that we would hit is that, of course, mid lane turret being able to just stand for so long. They had such a large lead that they could have done that if they were coordinated enough as a team with the Ash Arrow that they had to just be able to push them off. They had good vision control early on in this game. They could have just threatened through the enemy jungle, but that's the thing. They couldn't do that, and they didn't have the easy answer with the Rift Herald as well.
Yep, and that's pretty much how the series is going to go unless SOFM A plays in a different way. And also B, I don't know if Snake is going to have the same performance that they did in Game 1 because I don't know if we're going to see the same performance because that's the best chance that they're going to get if Snake do have a game where everyone's firing at the same time. And that was one of those games, but it's WE at the end of the day. Had they done that against anyone else in the group, maybe we could have seen a win here, but I just don't know if there's anything extra that pushes Snake over the line.
Yeah, there's 2 points for me. One point is that I think that Snake, their 6-minute dive into the bottom lane was incredible. With the TP being coming through, that's something that's different from this Snake than the last, is that it was really well coordinated and a good TP coming in from the top laner of Flandre. That being said, the second point is that I just don't think that WE will get a scaling composition like that. I think the Casio is fine, but I think going for a Kog'Maw will be changed. It'll probably go towards an Ashe, go towards a Varus, something that has more pressure so they don't eat too much in the early game.
Yeah, and it just feels bad if you're saying that you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You know, coming into a game like this, especially with like new coaching staff coming in for Snake, and especially when you have that game where everyone is doing well and you're like, well, crap, it does actually matter if we all play our best because we still can't win. However, if they'd done this in a different day, maybe it is morale boost because they actually get that win. So it's just so hard being the life of Snake, I feel right now.
And if they are, it all comes down to mental fortitude when it comes to them, right? Especially since they went through 50 minutes of a game that was well within their grasp. So they have to come out in this one, hopefully, head above water.
Yeah.
Just bobbing.
Just bobbing along.
Around in the water.
Need to do more than bobbing.
Yep. Hopefully you know how to swim.
They still have some fans, though. Saw that fan. They love Snake.
Yep.
So they're still there. And at the point where Snake, you know, do you finally turn it around, then all the fans will come.
Oh, they want to come. Like, these players have so much personality, so much individual skill, so much style. You want them to succeed.
Yeah. And SOFM still having some good games. Outside of that player that we saw just before, SOFM is on point, making the least in plays happen.
Yeah, no, mechanically he's great, right? That was just one blunder, and for me the only reason we highlighted that is because it was a map-based blunder, not him individually. He chose to leave, and when he chose to leave, he mechanically left well. It's just that the decision was wrong.
All right, so this is not going to be a traditional prediction. What I want from you is when is the game going to end for WE?
All right, I'll give you 23 minutes.
23 minutes. Okay. All right. We're running Price of Right rules, so I vote 24 minutes. Anyway, Snake versus WE will be Lee's Kog'Maw casting coming in. Fiora, Galio, and Zach coming in from WE. So pretty much traditional bans on red side, and also taking away Mystic's Cogmore, which was an absolute terror in game 1. So Snake get pick of the litter for their first pick. Would not be surprised whatsoever if it is Thresh again here for Crystal.
And you know, first thoughts looking at the bans right now is that Zatai and Snake got rid of Kassadin. And you'd actually look at WE here and say that maybe the game 1 Zatai Kassadin pick was also just a denial from WE as well.
Maybe,
you know Xie is a Kassadin player. You know that he's a very good assassin player. And that does, in my mind, kind of feel more accurate just looking back to how Zatai played game number 1 as his Kassadin.
Sure.
He wasn't perfect. He's a good split pusher. He's a top laner by trade as well as mid laner. His teleports will be okay, but it was not perfect.
Very early lock-in again for 957, our first pick of the Jarvan. And we're looking for the next pick now for WE. We'll see if it is Ashe coming in here for Mystic, and indeed it is.
Yeah, they picked themselves up the Ashe with the Jarvan. The Jarvan's expected just based off last game as well, but higher priority on Mystic getting his champion. And again, we could look at OQ. I feel like his Ashe wasn't the best. Just because that was one of the big reasons that they weren't doing it. Like, throwing it out would have been 10 times easier for Snake. So they give it over to Mystic, and we know his Ashe is incredible. We have seen some very good things from him on the champion. Of course, not last week, but he has got higher highs than what we have seen.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Flandre coming in here. The early Kled pick, it was banned out last time by WE as they went into the second phase of picks and second phase of bans at that, just because Kled does very well against Jarvan, as you get some levels in that one. So picking it early, making sure it is not denied by the bans. High thought process by Snake as they also look to lock in the Caitlyn here for OQ.
Yeah, locking in the Caitlyn with the Thresh, so a decent pick lane. Of course, it actually requires pretty good communication and coordination from them. You don't want to flay someone out of the trap, but that is how the synergy between these champions will usually go down. At the same time, WE have responded with their bottom lane.
Yeah, Ashe and Braum coming out here from WE. Ban away the Orianna from Zatai. Snake, back over to them. They are looking to take away a mid laner and a jungle for Kondi and Xie. So
WE have to reveal a role here, so by banning away the Orianna, I still get that inkling towards a mid laner. But they've got the top lane already secured, and jungle is actually one of the roles that is still contentious between these guys. So it should be for Kondi, whether it's a higher priority once again on a champion like Kha'Zix, whether he even wants to look at Lee Sin and deny that one from SOFM whilst also giving it to himself. It's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, 100%. LeBlanc banned away against Zatai, and it will be Jace and Syndra. It's a lot of mid lane banaways from both teams. Does leave the jungle pool pretty wide open. Let's see if WE actually want to prioritize that here, or they give that last pick away to the mid lane for Xie to get that counter pick.
All that really matters is that the Elise is gone from Kondi. Of course, the Zac being banned is expected, but here we go. Looks like they're considering mid again.
It's good. Yeah, Cassiopeia for Xie. So final pick goes over to Kondi. Snake, 2 more picks for them. They need a mid laner and a jungle themselves. Lee Sin is still open, so I'm a little surprised that Kondi wouldn't maybe take that one away from SOFM because he finds his most comfort on that champion.
Yeah, we already mentioned this through the bans. Like, maybe mid lane just becomes a higher priority suddenly just to get a champion that you're after. But you're right. I feel like not going for the Lee Sin just means you know that SOFM is going to pick that one. You can still respond in kind. I feel like Kondi's a decent enough Rengar player. They might look towards something in that respect. Yeah. Kha'Zix, we already mentioned, it could be good. But they also just, I guess they want to see the team composition completed before they pick their jungler to cement what Team WE want in response.
Sure. Now I would say Kondi maybe picks up the Lee Sin himself, because Gragas was locked in for SOFM, actually swapping away from the Lee Sin. They were definitely hovering it for a second. So Snake trying to change the formula a little bit here. But I don't see any reason why Kondi wouldn't lock the Lee Sin.
It depends what he wants with the team composition. If he doesn't need an engage source or a follow-up engage, then he'd still consider the Kha'Zix above Lee Sin, just because Kha'Zix can evolve the W and actually set his team up. But they've got Braum Ashe in the way of slows. They've got Cassiopeia W, Jarvan W. Like, they've got a lot of that already. They don't really need one more slow just to complement the slows. They'd like a little bit extra, something more meaningful, and a kick does that quite well for the team comp.
Also potentially accelerates the composition from WE this time as well in that early game. Outside of a blunder in the first game that we saw, where Snake were actually able to capitalize multiple times and force WE back into their shell. So It's one of those things. Maybe Condi just gets that advantage early game and we have a very different game from WE, but it's one or the other. Opposite ends of the spectrum in the end of the day. S2FM. Going for the Gragas here, what do you think about the rest of that composition? Got Kled coming in for top lane as well.
Yeah, I like the Kled pick quite a bit. I still respect that they've gone for the Thresh for Crystal with how he's been playing on the champion. I think it's been fine. You know, a couple of late game mistakes coming out of the player, but he's so far been very sound and it's gotten him through his laning phases pretty well. So I'm happy with Snake's overall champions they've selected. When you highlight their team composition though, it feels like a lot of their engage is now riding on Flandre or a Thresh hook in particular though, or they need something crazy from the Gragas. But they have been responded to the Gragas, which they last picked for the record, into a Braum, which has been known as the counter to Gragas because you can put up your door and it stops your ultimate from actually knocking everybody away. So ultimately, it does come back to that Kled. And Flandre, he was grouped a little bit last game. He spent a lot of his time grouped, so the Kled may work, but he's not exactly renowned for his ability to group up with his team. He's more of the gangplank split pusher.
That being said, Flandre's teleport in the early game was exceptional, and that is really what we want to see from Flandre because honestly, he becomes infinitely better as a player as soon as he fixes his teleport. So if he keeps it up, Flandre could actually be the prodigy he was meant to be. As we get into game 2, right into battle on this one. It's Snake versus WE, game 2. Let's see if WE can make it the 2-0, because that's what we do expect out of them. Anything less than a 2-0 here is pretty much a loss in the eyes of not only the players but also the fans for WE.
Yeah, and honestly a bit of a failure for WE if they lose this one. They should have lost game number 1, but they are still here to play. They outscaled their opponents, and coming into this second game, there's no Cogmore to be spoken of, but there's also no Kassadin to threaten a 1-3-1 either. It's a much more standard front-to-back game of League of Legends, I think it's fair to say this time around. You've got your Kled frontline, your Gragas frontline, your Thresh as well to be an intermediate between them all to protect the Victor and the Caitlyn as they do an abundance of damage. That's your stock standard Snake team composition here. They just want to scale. They've got good wave clear from their AD and their mid laner. Really hard to breach those walls of the entire team composition unless your Kled or your Gragas fall behind. That's where you'd really be looking. However, there's also really good 2v2 from WE down in that bottom lane. So there's a lot of volatility to be seen.
Fan vote shifts a little actually to the way of Snake. It was 80-20 before, and now it has shifted back over towards them. Bit of a trade down in the bot side.
Not a good one though. OQ winning the trade, and support's always having 3 potions. It's always a cause for concern.
I mean, trading in the bush against Caitlyn at level 1 is rarely going to go your way, especially with the flay damage as well coming out from Crystal. That being said, it is OQ's Caitlyn, so it is something to be feared. And this is still the patch that everyone goes Darren Shield.
Ooh, dodged the vision. He's looking for a level 2 mid.
He's going. Forces the flash from Zatai. Very nice from Condi.
Condi takes a minion, leaves the lane promptly. Denying a bit of experience to Xie maybe, but it should be perfectly fine. Lovely pressure, however, from Condi. I thought he was going to go from red buff to blue buff, but he actually completely foregoes the Raptors, looks mid, and goes straight over to his own blue buff. So whether that's respecting SOFM's Gragas, which isn't likely to invade, it feels more like Condi's accelerating himself by taking the easy camps, all of the single target camps as Lee Sin, so that he can go back to base and either get some damage or continue to just relentlessly try and gank people.
And that's a small point. I think if you were trying to speedrun your jungle and go from buff to buff, jumping towards the minion, actually jumping towards Zatai and going towards blue buff there, actually sped him up by a couple seconds versus just going through pathing his own jungle. So Condi is winning the speedrunning championship, any percent of course, as he also goes for these Merc Wolves. And he's level 3 double buffs. He's going to get level 4 off another camp if he goes Raptors.
And you know, most surprisingly, Pulse, is that Gragas didn't go and invade the Raptors himself, because he was just doing blue buff, I believe, at the time. Like, there was a possibility, and it's SOFM, that some kind of response would be mounted from him, but no opposition to be seen from him. Doesn't want to be risky at all. Just assumed that perhaps the blue buff would be the next plan of attack from Condi, and they just want to farm the jungle out.
Sure. Well played by Flandre there, pushes in that minion wave, and at the time where he dismounts, there's no way that 957 can engage on him, because there is such a big minion wave. So he gets the easy back for himself, gets Skull back, picks up some boots, goes back to lane, continues his day. But it just means that 957 not particularly behind. Ben is going to land this concussive blow shortly, but nice dark passage. Oh, there it is in the end. Crystal turning around, lands the hook onto Ben. it's not going to result in too much, as again, Concussive Blows is fully procced there by Mystic. And for the most part, this lane in the bottom lane will be even.
And surprisingly, didn't land on that trap there, Ben, after he got hooked in. So
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, no follow-up to be seen. Surprisingly, I actually swear that trap should have actually went off on him. But either way,
Faulty.
the trading is fairly incidental. It doesn't mean a crazy amount actually between these two. Not impactful when two tanks tend to hit each other and Braum has a door up. The big thing for me is always going to be this lack of flash in the middle lane. There's no need for a cleanse for Zatai, so technically for our lane-relevant summoners, he has none. And so you would always look towards this, Condi. It means that SOFM should also continue to try and pressure that area. Once again, those traps refuse to work.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe has to place them a little further back, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, mid lane as well, as Zatai going up against Xie, essentially an even matchup. It is a farm fiesta for, a farm siesta, I guess, until they hit like level 6 and the jungler comes up their way, but again, requires a level 6 from the junglers. Condi is making his way bottom lane, and Crystal, he's very close to being stunned. Mystic, if he wanted to, could have flash stunned him there.
The fact that it didn't stun is the biggest part for Snake surviving in that gank as well. Condi opting not to reveal himself was the right move, and now he does kind of threaten back towards the middle area of the map. We already mentioned that's a fairly important place to be, and he's just doing his part in the jungle now.
Yeah, it will be contested here by SOFM, so Condi will get all the small ones, and maybe
he wants it.
He finds this. Little Raptor just gives a bit of help there, but it's going to come down to the smite. SOFM even miss-smited, so Condi should have stuck around, but in the end, not the biggest of deals. He gets away there.
It looks like he's going to just pressure mid lane, either prevent Condi from getting in or either assist the recall with Zatai perhaps, but he just does a pass-by, says g'day, I suppose, to Xie here and there, and then wanders off, waddles into his... back to mid lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, with SOFM. I feel like if he's not on Lee Sin, this is just kind of... Oh, he's back to Raptors, naturally. But this is the thing with SOFM. Outside of the Lee Sins, you don't see those hyper-aggressive plays. He very much just kind of chills out.
His Rek'Sai was fantastic as well, so it does feel bad now that Rek'Sai is not being seen as much.
Yep. Different champion now, for the most part.
Of course, she's picked here and there.
Yeah, the one game I've casted of it, it lost. Quite spectacularly.
Well, got some nice buffs in the current patch. Ideally, anyway. When I say nice buffs, it means
7/12.
The ult is meant to hit more?
Yes.
Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, but to my knowledge, it's meant to hit more.
Yep. Which is a big thing. Because if the ult's not landing, that's a lot of damage down the drain, and essentially you don't have the ultimate anymore. With a lot of the power has been shifted.
Big power spike here for SOFM as well, Pulse. If Condi comes in and checks him, he's level 6.
It's true. Condi must be close to 6 himself.
I actually don't know if he is. He was a level behind at the Raptors when they were trading with each other. It was 4 to 5.
Oh, what a hero. There's the trap. That's landing. But OQ's going to get stunned up here, surely, by Mystic. And he's taking a lot of damage. Oof, this is going to be close. And we'll find out after the break of what happened to him.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go ahead and assume that
Give you a quick
nobody
cliffhanger.
is going to die there. Yeah.
Oh, you got the prediction right. Okay. They had to cut the CCTV cameras on that one.
They still had some of the spells on the Caitlyn, so I'll give him that much. I'm assuming that he wasn't going to die. It's not that big of a prediction.
Yeah. Did survive in the end. Zatai gets his blue buff. Goes back to the mid lane. Simple donations, no first blood just yet. And WE are always going to be happy with that. They just scale on up. Get to that point where they just win that team fight, win the game. And Snake, where do they strike? When do they leap on WE?
Well, at first you'd say level 6 would be super important for them, especially when you've got the Gragas scaling up to that 6 point. But WE are the first to make the move. You can already see down in the bottom lane, the BF Sword Caitlyn's ready for action. This hasn't been set up the right way from 957. The minions have crashed onto the turret. So whatever hits here is not going to be a big wave. Mystic's level 5, Ben's level 5, so there isn't actually a lot of kill threat. Rather confused as to how this is now currently playing out. But WE, what they have done is they've swapped lanes. They're committing to the 4-man top lane. There's a lot of pressure about to come down.
That tower is very much dead. Yep. Flandre will go back to base. Probably go to somewhere else. OQ is hammering away at this bottom tower. And while there's no doubt in my mind that Snake will eventually take this bottom tower,
2 turrets, though,
there is
from
a tempo advantage from WE, which may allow them to pick up the second tower. You are 100% right on that one. Flandre is going to the top lane, but don't see how he necessarily defends.
So this is right from WE. They're placing vision, so Ben and Condi are getting all the wards out, whilst the carries that wave clear still stay in the lane. They just try and suss out what's happening. You know, the Ashe just hit 6. They've got genuine kill threat, and they had so much tempo available to them that the next move is on them. Even if they look mid, remember that Victor has cleanse, so this is super tough to execute on.
Yeah, a lot of things going here. A lot of pieces are being moved around the board. At this point in time, Zatai's going to have to back away, but SOFM also turns up to try and prevent the play. And the dive not happening. It's actually diffused from Snake. So in the end, the tempo actually goes to waste as Snake take the bottom tower, and it is just a trade.
And I'm actually really unhappy about that for Team WE. They should have sent their Ashe back to base or Jarvan and collected the bottom wave, because that was quite a large wave of minions that they'd actually corralled to the next turret here. So OQ and Crystal, they do the natural trade, but they've also found themselves with a 14-odd CS advantage through AD carries, because WE are trying too hard to make that team play. Part of me feels like I'm watching WE experiment on live stage, opposed to like a script.
Yeah.
That's how it feels watching this.
But he didn't take the high percentage play, right? You know, they could have just gone bot lane, taken the big wave of farm. Maybe they could have gone top lane. Or maybe Flanger could just kill Condi. We'll find out next time, as in the bottom lane, 957 is just getting blasted by all these players. We'll actually flash away. This is going to be close, actually. Very, very close indeed. 12 health. Yep, 12 HP.
That last tick of Ignite was not enough to get it. That was actually closer than I thought it would have been. So WE, as you can see, Condi, he's pretty alive. He used his flash to survive as well. We won't actually get to see how that one happened, you'd imagine. Because meanwhile, they're actually doing a trade, and you'd have to imagine they commit to smiting this one, Pulse.
You'd think so. There's a lot of clenching going on in this game, but here we go. Condi picks it up. And last time we saw the Herald go down, despite WE picking it up, it wasn't that impressive. So this time I would like to see them capitalize on it and get some tempo back from that one. Whereas, again, it's going to be a Cloud Dragon. And as Raz said in his analysis, if
it was
if it was 3 Infernals, then maybe Snake get it. But yeah, again, it's going to be Cloud. Next one's going to be Ocean. History repeats itself. This is one of those things.
Those poor blokes, they're just trying to trade, make a living.
Yeah.
And it's just not going to work out as
the system screwed them.
It happens sometimes.
Certainly does. Very equal in terms of farm across the board, though. There's barely anything in it.
Actually spot on in gold. The difference right now between them is actually just the AD carries farm.
Yeah.
Feels like the only real differentiator here.
Yep, a little bit on SOFM and that's it, literally, over to OQ. So means he hits his item power spike a little bit earlier. But unless Snake are able to capitalize on that, and of course it's Caitlyn, so it's going to be at the very least a 2-item unless he goes for the early Infinity Edge. Otherwise, it's going to be 3 items because it's Caitlyn. So in the end, it's not going to be too bad. And that's how you do it. Condi places it a little bit further back so you can't be interrupted. And then Harold will go to town.
Of course, it's just going to one-tap this turret based off what WE have set up for it already. So big angry Harold is going to come towards turret number 2. And this is another tempo play. They've actually sent Victor down to the bottom wave to try and deal with Herald. And so we watch what WE do in response. Now they see everybody. They've got Cassiopeia setting up mid lane. I'd probably just go mid.
Yeah, see you later. Someone's going to have to deal with Herald for a couple more seconds. And then we'll clear out the route. And it's actually mid lane now being sieged. And if WE pick this up, this is a big tempo advantage towards them.
I don't think they'll be able to get it just yet. They are able to rotate quickly here, the side of Snake. It's just one turret, but that does ultimately mean the turrets will get traded by Snake, so they're super happy with the outcome, all things considered, as the Rift Herald was used. But that turret in mid lane is now low, and the turret in the bottom lane, the inner, has also suffered a fair amount of damage due to what WE have done to it with Herald. So they've set themselves up for the next push and for the one after.
Yeah. 100%. And if WE are able to knock down that mid tower shortly, then they will be in a fantastic position because then it can start to accelerate the game. And I wouldn't put it past them, you know.
This is going to take a little bit.
Yeah, he's actually out of mana, so he's popped his corrupting potion. Ben can't help him here, so gets it in the end as the Twin Fan comes back up. But yeah, there we go. It's essentially waiting for the map to reset now at this point in time, Rusty, for WE to you know, all go back to those lanes.
Yeah, and they finally found a lane to give Mystic farm in. So he's going to catch up a little bit, needs the Blade of the Ruined King spike, so it's good that they've actually allocated some resources to their AD carry again. Once he actually secures that one, his damage will skyrocket. And so it's super important now that you're absolutely right. They reset. but they also set themselves up because they need those item spikes before they make another play, before they even get any kind of aggression coming out.
It's very difficult to comment on how Flandre has been doing, and in fact, how anyone's been doing, because we're at 0-0 kills at 14 minutes. We're on equal towers. We have a Cloud Dragon to one team, so in the end, it's been tit for tat.
So WE, they've tried to pick up what they've set up earlier. They've got 3 people pressuring. They know that Snake are mid, but the fact that they don't get it means that Snake suddenly find themselves with tempo, funnily enough.
Funnily and suddenly.
Yeah, funnily. They funneled.
Fuddly, I believe is the word that you used there.
Yeah.
You know, in Germany they have a lot of compound words, so there you go. I'm sure there is a word in German out there that has just that. So those 2 words combined. Somewhere in the world that's a thing.
I hope so. So I royally messed that one up.
WE running it down mid. Arrow fast buys the tie. That was nice.
Okay, nope, that was not nice. He has cleanse. Use your cleanse.
That was not nice buys the tie. Ultimate, the disco ball was flying after them. And there's the disengage, courtesy of SOFM, as Courtney is getting called out. Nope, never mind, he's got Wardhop. You know what game this reminds me of? It's the last time WE played. Was that the WE game? The Bob Ross game? Was that
OMG? No, it was WE Dan.
Dan, yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of, actually. We're playing ping pong in the mid lane. Flange is going to hit it a couple times, the minion wave is going to dissipate. Hook doesn't connect. It's going to be the next minion wave for sure.
They're waiting one more wave to secure the objective. 957 is setting up top lane. But I also don't know if they'll be able to get it on the next wave because WE are still here ready to actually mount a defense towards it. And they don't have the Gragas ultimate. They don't have the Victor ultimate. Their kill threat is significantly less than what it would have been. And at the same time, just to bring it back to what I said before, Zatai has no flash. He could have cleansed. It's probably a better summoner spell to use. Just quietly. In a situation where an Ash Arrow is coming at you and nothing else is going to be a kill threat. Like if Condi hit his Q and you'd cleanse the Ash Arrow, maybe you're a bit concerned. Maybe you're going to get kicked.
Sure.
But I don't feel like that
was definitely instinctive.
Maybe I didn't see the lead Q.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I do feel like that was a reactionary flash, forgetting he has cleanse.
Yeah. 16 minutes on the clock. No kills. Static shift picked up from OQ. And Cassiopeia's in the mid lane, so that means minion wave, goodbye. Connie's even here for moral support. That's going to be it. So Titanic Hydra on both the top laners. Rod of Ages in the mid lane.
And solo XP for Mystic, so he's going to get closer to that level up point. Everyone's pretty happy on the side of WE. They're just content with their farming, and it is a little bit of the catch-up game, to be fair, because this side lane farm allocation hasn't been going the right way. They've been grouping up a lot, and Condi's been taking some resources.
Yep.
So 957 and Mystic have a bit of catching up to do to their opponents in their respective role.
But if everyone's happy, is anyone truly happy? If everyone's good, is anyone good?
If WE are happy, I'm always concerned if I'm their opponents.
Yeah. Because
saying that if Snake are happy, something's gone wrong.
This actually is WE versus Dan. Mystics has come back to that game. It's just like, you know what? That game was so chill.
That was the most casual Ash arrow that just lists across the screen. Like you hear the sound effect of the arrow just wobbling.
Snake are going to take Ocean Dagger. W are going to be like, alright, that's fine. Let's go mid lane.
What's happened to WE lately? And to OMG. I feel like our off-season has made everyone scared. Except Snake.
Maybe.
They're obviously not.
Jumps into the mid lane. Petrifying Gaze. Hook comes out as well. This might be the full-on fight right here. Or maybe just the disengage. Not going to happen there as Ben finally dropped for first blood. Zatai gets him down.
A lot of effort goes into getting first blood here, but Snake get it. Now they've got pressure on this middle lane turret. It's a cannon wave, so it should go unless Condi decides.
Big play in from Crystal, and this could be a big opening forward. But 957 drops the ultimate on top of all of Snake, and the tower's still alive as well. But 957 drops 4 kills over to Snake. Mystic, the only one to survive. Flandre gonna get Skull back, and that's the ace coming in for Snake.
And Snake just suddenly turned up out of nowhere. Summoner's Rift erupts, and you know what, WE, you can play as calm as you'd like, because Snake are the ones going forwards. And that's the Kled composition being the primary engage of them. And Crystal with the biggest play of all, with the flay under 3 people. Condi kicks away Victor to try and prevent damage. And I was looking at Mystic saying, all right, this is the moment. But because Kled comes untargetable. He's able to get back on and remount as well. There's nothing to stop Snake from just completely dismantling WE. And here we go again.
Back to a low in action. We'll be here for a little bit. And if game one is anything to judge by, WE are now going to, as you said, the snail in this one got poked in the eye, dip back into the shell, and we'll see them in about 20 minutes. And then they'll go for a fight with Ash and Cassiopeia once they're all big and beefy.
So that's why I think they're the snail more than the turtle, because they'll poke out a little bit.
Yeah.
As in if they make a pick or they get a kill, then they'll poke out more, and their heads, the eyes are out again. If they get poked again, they're gone.
True. The shell isn't as strong though as like, big turtle shell. Like you can step on the snail. You can't step on WE.
I mean, they just got stepped on.
It's true. Not dead, are they?
No, they're not. They're iron turtles, I guess.
Yeah. It's a thick shell.
Either way, we're waiting for the next fight to break out, and it feels like W are actually cheesing just a little bit. They're looking for opportunities.
Oh boy. Can't he sat in the bush? No wood in there, but was spotted out by the tie. Just playing battleships right now, actually. Anyone in
3D
D4?
chess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta wonder when will Snake actually make the play. They're playing it slowly, and this is good. This is what Snake should be doing. We're kind of waiting for multiple things in this game, right? We mentioned it all through game one. Is it going to be an implosion, or is it going to be another ace? And if Snake get another ace, then it might be an inhibitor. Once that's broken, they do have a free pass to the Baron. It's 20 minutes in the game. Maybe they learn from Dan.
Man, this game is, if it could be described in an emote, it would be cool story, Bob. Very much chill. Very much the same. Yeah. Alright. I'm feeling it. 21 minutes in. Let's go, Flandre. Get some damage against this turret. Violent tendencies. John's going to come back.
As well.
Cow's Paw. I was going to say it probably won't go down after this push, but OQ's here, yeah. So goodbye to the tower. 5-2.
Snake is 6k gold ahead in a game with 6 kills.
They do, Rusty. But the reason why I'm not, yelling off the rooftops right now about how far they are ahead, it's WE. And they will stall until the end of the world.
I worry that it's not going to happen in this game, Pulse. Just this one. Like, there is a game 3 always possibly available to us. But in this particular game, I feel like Snake have enough.
One of us is going to be right, but it's going to take at least 25 minutes.
Yes, that's how it works when we both picked one of 2 options.
Yes. It usually doesn't take that long. Oh, that's a pick onto Condi. It's almost certainly dead. No, he jumps away. Cask, don't know what that was about, but he still dies. Crystal with the damage. SOFM's trolling. And another kill over to Condi.
Yeah, Crystal's hard carrying the game right now. SOFM misses the ultimate. Flashes to try and secure the last hit. Not to be. Of course, at the same time, Ben didn't give an option for Condi to jump to him with a shield. Instead, he has to war jump to safety. So a couple of mistakes happening there. As Snake, they've started the Baron. They've actually started the Baron.
Unreal. This is a big adaptation for them. Zatai locked in place. Doesn't use the cleanse. Knows he's not under pressure. Baron over to Snake. 7,000 gold in front of their opponents. This is an exceptional play so far from Snake.
And with the Baron buff, you'd hope that it's going to be even more than 7k. Again, this has to be the game of all games that Snake play on Summoner's Rift where they find themselves with a victory.
That's it, Rusty.
No, what do you mean? I just said it.
Don't get my hopes
You
up.
can't say that after I've said it. Pulse.
Don't say it. Don't mean it.
Okay, I definitely didn't mean it.
They are very big. If this was two
They're
different
so
teams.
fed.
If you covered the nameplates of all the players in this game, didn't tell me it was WE and Snake, I'd be like 100%. This team has like an 85%.
But this feels like an
chance of
OMG
winning.
against someone game from this split as well, right? You've got
Yeah.
your Static Shift Caitlyn, your
Yep.
Wave Clear mid laner. They're just waiting for their moments.
Sure. Kled in the top lane, could see Shing on that one. Ty takes the top tower. 6 towers to 2. Almost getting to that 10,000 gold horizon.
WE are nearing a point where if they threaten 2 lanes at once, maybe they just have to engage on their opponents. Flandre's got a lot of side lane pressure. You can already see that 957's respecting it. The thing is, 957 actually needs to group with his team as well, and he doesn't have the side lane pressure. So Snake, they can just waltz on in. Their only worry is the Ash Arrow. But they've got a QSS and a cleanse on their 2 primary carries, so you have to imagine that from this point, Snake are good. Just threaten 2 lanes, maybe 3 lanes at once. The tie Remember, he was a top laner for a split, maybe a year, came back to mid. He's going to have a habit of going to side lanes. He's currently on one. He's got a Sheen.
I'm not getting excited until they break and inhibit the tower. At that point, I will say Snake, you have a very good chance of winning this game. But WWE are going to stall. We're going to be in this situation for a good amount of time. 24 minutes in. This should be a win. Well, almost 2,000 gold in the Baron power play. Perfect.
Refusing
Fantastic.
to jump on the Snake bandwagon for a game where they are 10,000 gold ahead at 24 minutes.
Nope.
Really just summarizes Snake.
Mystic trying his best to correct this anyway. Very difficult for them. They're about to break this tower. I'm ready to jump on. I bought the ticket. 1 foot's on the train right now.
They're actually going to get an inhibitor.
This
All
inhibitor's
right.
going to go down. 24 minutes. All right, I'm feeling better.
It's
Snake,
happening.
let's go. All right, good. Back off now. Excellent. All right. Okay, I'm on the train.
Yeah, this just got an inhibitor. This is way too casual. What are WE doing?
I don't know. They're not fighting. That's for certain.
Ashe has arrow. They have summoner spells. They could look to engage if they wanted, but there's so much respect being paid to the side of Snake. And, like, yes, rightly so. They are super fed. But if you don't engage ever, then you just lose the game without fighting.
957. Not fighting again, and top lane tries to cut with the minions, but of course he's going to stand there.
Someone
He's a
do
tank.
something!
Arrow comes down, hits Crystal square in the jaw. Everyone backs away. Connie finds the kick onto the side. This could be it, though. Ben tries to lock him up. You got Kled on the back lines, and Mystic trying to deal with that one. 957, everyone dogpiling on top of him, but he's just not dying whatsoever. Goes down, loses Skull. He's still running around causing havoc. Eventually he dies. The top laner for the support. 957 takes a headshot, but he's good to go. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Zatai chooses not to go back to base. Doesn't opt for that one as they break the bottom tower. SOFM jumps in, pops the ultimate.
Condi's still well behind them flanking from when he's first kicked to them, so Snakes start to respect, but the engage, whilst it was there, you know, whilst they hit the target, Condi, he plays it well. He actually gets a really nice kickoff. It follows on OQ, and OQ freaks out. He thinks it's on him, but it's not actually on him at all. He's gone towards the Victor, and that's actually a really nice play, but they've got the cleanse still under the Victor, so he's able to walk it out just a little bit. And the amount of presence that Kled's actually got in the backline commands Xie as well as Mystic to move over there. The fact that the Victor ultimate zones away Xie was a bit of a pest, but at the time of that fight, mid lane inhibitor was dead, top lane turret was broken, and so Kled's able to flank properly with his engage anyway, and they got the middle lane, the bottom lane turret. So really, that was a too little too late moment from WE.
But they're just not doing anything. I don't know what's happening with WE in this game, but they're just choosing not to do anything whatsoever. And it just means that it's essentially just giving the game to Snake. But at the same time, I can't say that Snake are going to win this game until the Nexus falls. But at that point, where they're 1-1 against WE, if they take this series...
Krakus has an Athene's on Holy Grail.
Feels like during Game 1 and Game 2, they said, SOFM, no more Lee Sin for you. You're a team player now.
But he has an Athene's on Holy Grail.
He has an Athene's on Holy Grail. He has a Frozen Heart. No,
what is he planning
no
on doing
Iceborne
with his
Gauntlet.
Athene's on Holy Grail?
I don't know.
Like,
new coaching.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you apply a heal or shield to
Yep.
someone else, it amplifies it with an extra amount of the damage that you've
Yeah.
done.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, Gragas,
Yep.
he's got a lot of heals and shields.
Yep.
So naturally, he'll be using all of them on his allies to amplify the item that he's completed.
100%, yeah.
So, like, the pick makes absolutely zero sense. I'm mostly confused by SOFM's wasted item.
What would make more sense to me is it being a graphical bug.
I hope so.
He doesn't ever have mana issues.
Got
Arrow's going to hit him, but the Fiends and Holy Grail mitigating a lot of damage here, though he is going to get kicked against the wall and die. There is a split push happening in the bottom lane, though, by Flandre, who will take this. So it's still a net positive for Snake.
Yeah, he's going to get the inhibitor, you'd have to imagine, completely uncontested. WE aren't even looking at him taking it like it's going to be something they work towards. So it's a pick, and SOFM with his flash up gets hit by an arrow, and here we are.
Rusty, I don't like this game. Rusty.
I want to go home. This isn't your everyday LPL action, for those wondering.
If you're tuning in today and this is the first time you've watched LPL, trust us when we say this is not how it usually is.
And I'm sorry. We have an Athene's Gragas.
There's
So,
usually-
you know what? Someone just tweet at me if I'm wrong and it's actually a good item for a reason that I don't know.
For Gragas? No.
It
Look,
can't
I'm going
be.
to look this up right now. Because exactly what you just told me is how I think that the item works as well. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't give it to yourself. I'm pretty sure it's on...
It's not self-heals, right?
No.
Well, maybe it is. Because then your W would heal you for more. But then you're better off with
Yeah,
a
the
Spirit
Spirit
Visage.
Visage.
Yeah. You know, I don't get it. I refuse to get it.
Right, hold on.
SOFM's trolling.
I'm looking
In saying
up
that,
right now.
we have the Static Shiv rapid fire cannon on Caitlyn as well. So whilst we're talking about bad item builds, we can look at good ones. Because I actually really like that item build from Caitlyn. I think it's actually very strong right now in the current meta. And with the changes to the items, they go together very well where they didn't.
Okay, here you go, Rusty. Gain 25% of the pre-mitigation damage dealt to champions as blood charges, up to X amount based on level. Healing or shielding another ally consumes the charger to heal them, up to the original amount. So it does nothing for him,
Charge!
essentially. But we're charging in. Flandre wants to engage. Xie turns around, misses the ultimate, misses the Q as well. Actually, nothing from W is landed whatsoever, and Connie's about to die by himself. Declared. Ben turning around, Glitchful Fisher lands.
Flandre's still got him
refuses
stuck.
to take damage right now. Connie stepping back and forth. Kicks Flandre for no particular reason, but he just jumps back in, jousts right on top of Mystic, lands the bear trap on the rope, and is about to get him with the violent tendencies. Disco Ball comes down, and WE don't feel like dancing. They're about to die. 957 falls. Xie instant flash, and SOFM's on the hunt. Two
their
of
base
are
is
closing
dying.
in from the bottom side, flooding into the base. And Snake's safe. Okay, let's go take Baron.
Well, they just get a team fight that they're looking for. So Snake, they're about to get Skull back onto the Kled as well. You have to imagine, as the longest journey ever, gets him back onto that. It'll be completely uncontested and free unless Condi pulls off a miracle. He's going to have to do that in front of OQ's face. And a trap.
He actually just
That
jumps
was not a
into
miracle
trap.
at all.
Nope. This really is a series of
That's a
unfortunate
Baron.
events from WE. There's been multiple Barons over to Snake. They've taken almost every single tower on this board away from WE.
I'm trying so hard to find positives for many things in this game, but the biggest positive of all is that Snake are actually winning. Like, they're
Yeah.
against the #1 team in the LPL. They're actually winning the game. It looks convincing, albeit it also seems to look clean.
But it's also one of those Keanu Reeves not like this moments where it's like not like this. WE, they're not playing like they usually are. They're actually just like they've not turned up to play. They've turned up to just be on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
They've queued up for normals.
I'm pretty sure
and Snake are
SOFM's queued up for an
tryharding.
ARAM with his item build. So, I mean, for a Snake are tryharding. WE, I mean, I feel like they're still having fun.
I don't know. I can't see the player cameras.
No one can. They're hidden.
Yeah. All the inhibitors are down. There's going to be double super minions closing in from every lane.
Ash has arrow.
Ash has-
Cassiopeia has ultimate.
Yes, they do, but WE have not been playing these fights out well, and Snake they smell blood in the water. They're ready to go on this one. One Nexus
could just
turret
be the
remaining.
game.
WE have just... Do you realize
This is
that if
actually
you
just the
lose your
game.
Nexus, you lose the game? Ben jumps in, pops your pit, flashes away, 957 jumps onto Zatai, and Ben is about to die himself. SOFM is around the side, and Mystic is kiting away, but he cannot compare with the down from
Tied
OQ as he
minions.
lines up the shot. Meanwhile, on the Nexus, Flandre just wants to finish the game and wants to take this one over WE. It's about to die. Game 2, over to Snake, and I actually cannot believe my eyes. As Snake take down WE, and it's now 1-1.
Part of me feels like Snake can't believe their eyes either with how that one's actually just played out. WE just sat there and took it the entire game with very little resilience coming out of them, and that was after, honestly, a reasonably convincing early game from them where they enacted the lane swaps, they tried to start the movements off around Summoner's Rift, and then it all just stopped very promptly towards the middle stages of that game, and then Snake never looked like slowing down.
I cannot make heads nor tails of this game, so hopefully Raz can. Raz, do you have an answer for me?
Well, what do we say when we talk about Snake before the set happened? They're going to take
They're
a
not
win.
gonna win?
Oh, well, no. I mean, if they were going to take a win. It'd either be them all inning really early on, coming in as a team, I guess spring split Snake, or slowing the pace of the game down and just being very deliberate, because otherwise, if they have the same problems where one person thinks that they can take a skirmish, another one thinks they can take a skirmish, and WE can sense that one area where they can finally bring the game back, then, yeah, you get the same, I guess, game as you got the first one, where WE can take one mistake and turn it on its head. Now, Snake definitely played a much slower paced game.
Oh, really?
He's even speaking slower to compensate for how Snake played.
They took slow steps. And honestly, I feel like they should continue to do it. It isn't going to be a pretty sight. I know you guys are, you were looking at that canvas and you were like, this is just scribbles. Like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. It's like a 5-year-old child had the paintbrush. But guess what? If you're deliberate enough, if you're slow-paced enough, you can be able to draw something that people will purchase. It's as simple as that. So once you guys go home today, after everything is said and done.
Are you saying this game was abstract art?
It was
Snake?
very much abstract art.
Okay.
So but just to be a little bit more decisive on this point, I think that Snake, in game 1, they came out 6 minutes into the game. They dove into the bottom lane tower. They are playing the dives properly, and that's what I like to see. That's a big takeaway from me, right? And it showcased here when they were moving up to the mid lane turret, they understood how to be able to take this dive properly. There were 3 members under this tower. They were able to get right on top of Cassiopeia and completely demolish her, and at this point forward, Ashe is not able to output any damage. The turret was really far low, so if Snake had backed away, if Snake had took some time before walking up and taking the tower, which I guess in game 1 when they were walking towards mid lane turret, it was much harder for them to get past that point, and I think Gragas made it easier to dive. So honestly, Crystal walking in there gets a perfect play, and they all follow up, and I thought that was great. From that point forward, with mid lane turret down, it becomes an easier game to just walk into the enemy jungle and just fish for hooks. That was as simple as that for them.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think Snake played that game well, and massive props to Crystal. I actually think he was my MVP of this game. But if there was one word I could use to describe how WE played this game, it would be half-hearted. It didn't seem like they were trying to win this game. It seemed like they were there because they had to be. You know, when they're dragged along to a field trip, you don't want to be there. That's what it felt like. WE did not want to win this game.
Well, and of course it's going to be, it'll be Zatai taking out this one with a Victor pick. Had a lot of damage going on forward in the game, 90% kill participation. That's how it is. I would have liked to see Thresh it, but that's, you know.
It is what it is.
We would have liked to see it.
We would have liked it.
Yeah, whatever. But that's the thing with WE. If you were to compare 2 teams and they would be polar opposites, it would be an IMA versus a WE. IMA, when they find themselves in a deficit, which happens often, they will ram certain points until they ram, let's say, top laner going for a TP play. If they see a TP play that could happen, they will try it. Even if they have to mechanically outplay to make the fight work, if it's a 40% chance of them winning the fight, IMA will still take the fight. WE, I mean, we keep making the turtle joke, or a snail joke, apparently.
There is, I guess.
Yeah, but it's for a reason. They will stall out until they feel like they can get a flank play with certainty. They'll stall it out, and if they can't stall it out, well, it looks like a slow burn of a game.
The thing is, right, and that is definitely true. That's why we make the jokes. They're super passive. They play it super slow. Sometimes, 40% comes 30, then it's 20, and then there's no chance of winning the fights, and they still don't take any of them, and eventually they will just lose the game.
But we almost never see a game like that from WE. But we'll see if they can bring it back and actually take the series, because still taking that loss is a loss in many fans' books as we go towards Game 3. Welcome back to the LPL. We are here for our final game of the day, and I didn't think of any of the series that we had today. It would be this one to go through games, but it is indeed WE and Snake going at it for the title of the points coming in here. And okay, I want to quickly revisit the Fiend's point just very quickly before we move on, because Raz, you said that he had Stumble Pact, so that would make sense because he is actually applying heals to his allies. We don't have the numbers right now. That's when we need the Freak to actually help us out on that. I don't feel that it is very efficient though. It feels pretty bad, but what's your take?
If you have Stormborn Pact, just like looking at the rest of his item build point, if he has the AP jungle item instead of Cinderhulk, then I feel like, especially with the armor item that he had, I think it was Frozen Heart.
Yep.
Then I just don't see the benefit of that. I would much rather go towards Cinderhulk, have that, have a lot of HP, armor stats on that front. Athene's, you can see the mindset behind it, having Athene's, but I don't like it.
It's like innovating just a little bit too far, I think, from the side of SOFM.
And remember, it's the same player that got Renan's Hurricane on Graves when he had a massive lead one time. So you can see the idea, just to have extra shove, but you have a shotgun and 2 bullets. So.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, either way, they won the game. So.
He's also playing on a team with a Trinity Force LeBlanc player.
That is true.
They've got some things going on with that roster.
And honestly, being able to take a game off of WE is such a big boost in morale. And I think the one big focus, as we see, maybe we're going to Jam Select, is Thresh. Crystal has been stellar so far this set. He has had Thresh both times. Take it away from the man. And Ben, maybe pick it up yourself. You are a great Thresh player, so let's see how that works out.
Raz, now I will actually ask you, because maybe you could make the prediction of the century right here. You could say that if Snake win this, you would beat the Prophet.
Oh no, that's
is that worth your reputation?
That's a Tom Kench ban.
Yep. I'm even giving you 5 of these bans.
Yeah, all right, W taking it.
Okay, W. All right.
That's a Thresh first pick right there. I just set it up there. Alley-oop. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Okay, I'm out.
Thank you very much, Raz. All right, let's take us all the way through the bands, and that's
oh, he wasn't ready.
That's the setup. Thank you very much. Yeah, feeling pretty good. So Snake now, first 2 picks. What's left open for them? What do they want? Lee Sin's up there, but apparently SOFM can play Gragas.
I wonder if there's going to be any attention towards J4 or most importantly the bottom lane like Ashe for the AD carry again. Of course, Mystic didn't look that great on it, so maybe they don't actually care that much, and the Caitlyn comes up again as a higher priority pick for them. I know OQ looked pretty good on it. Did his part.
Cockmore is open.
It is open.
Banned in game 2. So it's a possibility for WE if they want it, or Snake if they want to deny it, or ban it away in the next rotation.
And yeah, that's the thing with current League of Legends as well with the meta right now, is that because red side has been forced into target bans all over again, blue side now gets to alleviate that pressure and they get to target their bans. This is where we're at with a lot of forced picks and a lot of forced bans as a response from this.
I do enjoy teams like this because you do get to feel like a god when you predict exactly what they do when they are very predictable teams. So Cogmore also picked up here for Snake.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Callista. Yep.
I've got the Thresh and Callista bottom lane 2v2. Very strong, lots of kill threat. They scale up well before the Cogmore does, but more often than not, we've just suddenly seen these Cogmores actually do well in laning phase when they probably shouldn't be, and he's got a Braum to set him up for that. So Crystal, it's not going to be his Thresh. He's going to be playing Braum. We're going to have to watch how that one plays out, because Snake, the shoe is on the other foot in game 3.
Talia locked in there for Xie, so it's jungle and top lane actually still open for WE. I don't expect them to go for anything particularly spicy as it is WE at the end of the day, but it will allow them to go for that. So Snake now on their pick. Victor, I felt like did fine in the last game. I don't know if it was MVP worthy, but it did fine.
Not fine enough to pick 3rd. That's also, okay, that's a flex. So, you know what? They can if they want, but that makes a little bit more sense. A higher priority, something that does get banned all the time. Maybe actually pick the LeBlanc before second ban phase.
Yep, LeBlanc in there for the tie. So over to Snake for their bans. Probably hitting top lane. I mean, Jarvan hasn't been picked up and it was a priority there before. So it's going to be Rumble first off from them against 957. Cannon as well as a response. So likely that one would come out from Flandre.
Yeah, lots of top lane focus so far. And the junglers, seems to be that besides the staple bans, they're not getting rid of anything from one another. The priority just seems to lie with elsewhere on the map. Condi and SOFM, they're going to get as they please when it comes to these picks.
Of all the jungle bans, I was not expecting Kha'Zix, but I can see it over towards Condi.
Well, I mean, Snake have the first pick on second pick phase, so by banning Kha'Zix, they can pick something else that's more priority for them. I know that with Elise gone, Kha'Zix gone, you've got your Lee Sin as the standout aggressive jungler remaining. If they really want to pick the Gragas again because they just want to force Condi onto the Lee Sin, then that's also applicable as an option.
Shen, final ban from WE up against Snake. Taken away from Flandre. And yeah, I would just like to see the Lee Sin, you know. SOFM was relegated to Gragas last game, and he built in the Fiends in Defiance. And now he goes back to his Lee Sin, so we'll see if that has a positive or negative effect.
Now there is a couple of scary things here that we have to consider with Kled being locked in. Firstly, it's 957's Kled. We know that he is a fantastic Kled player, just as much as Flandre was in the last game. But there's also a Cannon and Rumble banned, and Flandre's just banned one of his own champions away from 957. So the team composition of WE is actually just deadly, and now he has to pick up something a little bit different to combat the Kled.
Yeah, there's a Rengar and the Kled in from WE. And the final pick from Snake would not be surprised in the slightest if it was Renekton. It could be Renekton, Gragas, Jarvan out here. So there's plenty for Flandre to pick from.
And the Gragas, maybe a higher expectation. Renekton, if he really wants to have some lane pressure early, just match the clear, perhaps. But there you go. He went for the third option, which we usually say that Kled does well into it, which is why I didn't mention it.
Yeah, door number 3 is opened, and it is Jarvan behind it. Yeah, personally, if you are looking for just matchup scaling and stuff, Gragas is very good. Once you get the first back and get triple Durant, you're actually in a very good situation against Kled, because he doesn't do any damage against you, and you go in and blast him, and it can almost one combo Skull away. So that is a very favorable matchup. But it's going to be Jarvan in the end, purely for the team, because they also have Kog'Maw, so it creates a space, which is very difficult for Kalista to jump on his face.
I mean, in saying that, I didn't want the Renekton because they should be protecting the Kog'Maw. I still think Gragas is a better version of it, realistically anyway, if you're going to play protect somebody. But you are right, Jarvan has a lot of zone control, so specifically locking someone down and forcing movement or summoner spells to get out of that area is nice. But when you look at the side of WE, they're fighting near brush. Condi's got jumps. They've also got themselves a Kalista who can just casually hop over walls while still going. And so it is less about perhaps killing the AD carry, more about protecting the AD carry of your own team. And we'll have to pay extra attention to how that one does play, because ultimately I don't see Flandre as a protective type of top laner.
No, not whatsoever. Though Snake have a real opportunity here to take this series up against WE. Though WE may have just activated their enrage mode, so this game could be over quickly or could be in for another 40-50 minute game. It all depends on how the first 15 minutes go of how the rest of the game plays out by WE, because regardless if they win or lose, the game pace is dictated by them.
And I really want to stress that fact that WE might come into the third game angry. And we have seen angry EDG for a week now, and we know what that can do to you. And so WE losing a game, I'm sure they're not happy about it. It felt like they were just playing casually and calm in game number 2 and 1, even when they won and lost them respectively. But now they're coming off a defeat. There is a very real chance that we see what pissed off WE can look like.
Well, they haven't gone up against Dan yet, so they're the ones who are lighting fires under everybody. But yeah, losing against Snake, probably not going to feel that good as we jump onto the Rift for game 3. First Dragon's going to be Infernal, so even the Rift wants to ignite something within these teams. So Tai is sitting in this bush. He's going to see Ben. Jumps away with the distortion. Quick skill on that one. And Ben will not be able to find the hook. So everyone goes back to their respective places.
It does indicate the spell, rather, that LeBlanc has started in lane. Going for the W means Talia should actually still have the shove. You kind of want your Q to help last hitting if you get pushed in, but that's not going to be the case. So things are okay as far as level 1 is concerned for Team WE on Summoner's Rift. A little bit of extra experience as well for Condi, albeit a small thing, can actually start to add up.
Yeah, it's all good in the end. Xie, yeah, he's just waiting around, probably going to help Condi out with his Raptors, times I feel.
We've also got a very conflicting start here from both of these teams. So Snake have gone for the Corrupting Pots. WE have gone for Dorans, respectively, across the board. You've got your Ring in mid lane for a bit of extra mana, but also just a little bit of extra pressure with the ability power and health. That's the most important part. So I'm actually looking at WE with how they've started this item build off and saying that the early aggression might actually be there in this game. They might actually look towards something a little bit more adventurous than they otherwise have.
Corrupting potion trades are very good over time for Snake, but yeah, maybe they look for the all-ins with the extra
And
combat
Mystic
starts that
just
they have.
froze the wave at level 1. He actually corralled the minions into freeze it.
I haven't seen that for a long time. After the first wave of minions, the change came in that you can't have them aggro you and then aggro the first minion that they see to push away faster. So, not happening on that one.
It's still working out okay. You can see, you know, a slight CS difference, but it's where the lane resets, like level 2 will hit in terms of tempo.
Yeah.
It's not that Condi's going to come in. You can see his lack there of health is not going to be ideal for a gank, but they want to prevent the Kog'Maw from getting control and prevent Braum from getting into the bush. When he's in the bush, if he can hit a stray Q here and there, he can commit to jumping on a minion very easily after that.
Meanwhile, mid lane. This is a tie. Chasing after Xie. This is going to be quite bad if SOFM gets in behind and lands the Q. So this is a dead man. And Xie probably shouldn't have even used the cleanse right there. But he does hold on to the flash. And first blood to Snake is very good going.
He's actually super dead there and still used the heal, I believe, to keep himself up for an extra second. Like that was going to help him. Talia, not exactly the best idea. His only option was to flash out of the tether range and then somehow also dodge a Sonic Wave at the same time. So Snake, they move from blue, they get mid. Now they have 2 blue buffs running around on Summoner's Rift with a teleport LeBlanc. They've actually started this game off perfectly as far as mid lane and jungle pressure is concerned.
I'll tell you what, Rusty, I definitely punched in my ticket for the Snake train because I actually genuinely believe they could take this series now. They've started off this series in good fashion. SOFM got the first kill. He's going to snowball that. We know he will. He'll constantly revisit these solo lanes. Xie had to burn that heal, as you mentioned. And it's all good. It's all starting off on the right foot for them. And this is a WE as well who started off with these Durans. Starts looking for these fights. Looking for these fights. And right now, Zatai back in lane didn't have to burn the TP. Minion wave's right there for him, so not only is it ahead in farm, but he also just has the time right now where Xie has to just twiddle his thumbs and not be able to do anything.
Yeah, and there was a hard farm start from Condi on the opposite side. WE wanted to play the early levels, obviously, just to get some extra experience, get an extra couple of camps, and then use that for a gank with the double buffs, but because of the tempo that Snake started to set in this one, just a little bit accelerated, not a lot, it's enough to actually get them back to a position of power. SOFM, he was down 12 CS. Well, now it's only about 4, and he has the kill, so he's actually ahead in the current state.
The WE, they've definitely been poked in the eye, so I expect this one to be a longer one here, Rusty. At least 35 minutes, and try and fight around this mid-game win. Mystic has at least 2 items.
Yeah, in saying that, Snake, very good level 6 composition coming out of them. They definitely have SOFM, who's going to be a major threat.
Crystal taking a lot of damage in that bottom lane, however. Yeah, SOFM is probably going to get a kill off of that Dragon's Raid. He's picked up Stalker's Blade and 2 longswords, so he is in the perfect position. And Ben continues to land constant death sentences against Crystal.
Good awareness, though, from Crystal to actually put the door up, because it looked like Ben was going to aim for OQ. So he's very much aware of what WE are doing in this lane, and they're poking out Braum to the point where they then have kill threat on either both of them or just the Braum. They're happy with just the 1 kill, because realistically it's lane control for WE, and that's the name of the game down here. Give Condi some free time on the bottom side of the map. You know, that's exactly where he's going to be farming, and he is right now. It's all about that level 6 game for the junglers.
And Crystal realistically is going to be fine with that. He only just burned his last potion and he's back to essentially full, so it's kept him in lane for a good amount of time. Condi is level 5 and it is looking like he's trying to make this gank happen in the bottom side. Ben is stepping up. Hook lands onto the perfect target, comes in with the double flame, but SOFM is here for the counter gank. He's level 5. Condi jumps in on top of Crystal, but there's no kill just yet. And now it's full retreat coming out from WE, though the teleport has been cancelled down. Condi should be dropping into 1-for-1. Mystic turning it around. He has the red stacks ready to go. That's the second one. Kevin Surprise will finish him off, but he finds the third. 3 kills and the triple to Mystic.
And you know what? WE may not be angry, but Mystic certainly is. 3 kills coming to the AD carry. Funnily enough, OQ also gets 2 himself, so this is going to be a hot and heavy bottom lane now breaking out on Summoner's Rift. As this game, that is not WE going down into a turtle stance. This is absolutely all in action, and it kicks off most importantly with the fact that Mystic just keeps getting stacks into Crystal. When he comes in to help, there is absolutely no way that that is going to secure anything other than his own death. And then the second kill, the third kill. Look at the way Ben plays it as well. He's putting everything into protecting Mystic.
Yeah, exceptionally well played. And Mystic always getting those kills with the Rend, takes it off cooldown and just allows him to chain those back to back to back. So yeah, could not really fault the performance there from Mystic, and that's going to give him a 7-minute Bilgewater Cutlass, 2 daggers, ward, potion. So he's swimming in the gold at this point in time.
Ben was trying really hard to fake Crystal out there, just throwing a lantern at nothing because he has a control ward in the bush, but doesn't deter the brawl. So control wards and vision will be contested continuously here from the Snake side, especially as they're pushing in. But you're absolutely right, that item spike is big. Kog'Maw's gone the other route with his items, however. He's gone for the Berserker Greaves, some movement speed. As Ben may need to use the explosive plan.
Yeah, he's going to have to. There you go. Oh, the wall. Top lane, Flandre getting chased after. Jousting coming in from 957. There's a lot of damage. Just wants to knock him off Skull, which is going to happen very shortly. Big evade happening here from Snake, but has been warded out. And Condi, oh, wall. But everyone has jumps, so nothing really going to happen. So Tai's even going to wait out the wall so he can just wander back to mid lane. And Condi clears out the ward, takes his red buff, and everything is okay for WE once more.
Just jumps around angrily here and there, so Condi will secure the buff at the very least. Snake with their advances are completely quelled by the ultimate of Talia, just saying, we obviously know you're here, and we're obviously able to stop you if you choose to come in. This is actually a very volatile position for Flandre to be in.
Oh boy, that's a lot of damage, but wants this final violent tendencies to come up, but Xie comes in very, very close, but he must have. Oh, he locked himself in Q, didn't he? As soon as he jumped in with the flash, so he couldn't use the combo.
Xie, he was trying to one-tap, to be fair. He was basically 1 Q away from killing Flandre, but because that doesn't connect, Xie now has no flash. And he didn't have his ultimate because that was already used near the red buff, so he'd be a little bit sad about that fact as Snake, they're trying to reset bottom lane.
Yeah, not a
In
good
fact,
game for
dive
Xie.
it.
Here comes the tie. Sentinel comes out, should be able to catch him on this one. He is no solid Snake, but bot side's not going to execute on this gank, not feeling it. Especially with Mystic hitting that level 6, so yeah, he's pretty much good to go on this one.
Yeah, they're really hard to dive, just because if one of them gets out alive, then the other one 100% will get out alive due to the Lantern and Callista ultimate combo that's going to be there. So in one of the hardest to kill 2v2 lanes, and with the respect being shown by Mystic and Ben, there's no real threat of being able to successfully dive them. However, Snake never committed to actually taking a turret down or sieging for the first turret blood. Instead, they just go back to base and they go for a full reset.
I think in this game, Rusty, I don't feel like WWE can play the traditional style. It's almost like with their draft, they've forced themselves out of that shell that we talk about so
Snake
often.
have also forced themselves into something here by lane swapping. They've done what WE did in game number 2.
Yeah.
They have 100% committed to the lane trade.
Memory Sims correctly. Ooh, that's a fancy new graphic. Nice. Well, bottom tower falls over to WE. They slowly take them from Snake, so it's not a tempo advantage.
No, not at all. Of course, pressure has been down in their bottom lane for quite a while. The RNG gods smile on Team WE as they move towards the pit of the Infernal Drake trading with Snake as well. So, say what you will, they'll be very happy about that, all things considered.
The RNG gods say, please WE, finish this series. You have a Callista, so it should be going into 50 minutes. You should be looking for that mid-game spike. Do we get to see what the next dragon was? Ah, it's another Infernal. So yeah, RNG gods, praise be to them.
Certainly is going to be, but before that Infernal comes up, we watch the Rift Herald. We see what SOFM can do with it. And if Snake can set up for a strategy around it. We've had a very rough night of Rift Herald usage. We haven't
really
seen,
have,
We
yeah.
haven't seen the best of it. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Harold just getting misused. I just really feel bad. But I'm excited for an SOFM Rift Herald to come in. Just finding that one opportunity, you know. Sometimes you get those really hype Heralds where you get the EDG where at 90 minutes they take your inhibitor tower with it. Or sometimes you just pop it as a glorified promoted minion.
Now what Crystal did just then was reveal that there is a ward on that position. which is a mistake. He had no reason to throw that Q out, but Ben just pings immediately, a missing ping on top of himself. As SOFM has used the Herald for the better, as it's going to actually charge at the turret and do a lot of damage to it. Here we go.
Just the fact that 957 was able to hit it a couple times means it doesn't get the max damage out there, so the tower's not going to instantly go down.
Yeah, unfortunately for SOFM, he used it just before 957 revealed himself, but he was at the right place at the right time. It's nice damage onto the turret, but it wasn't a committal Herald. It wasn't a team effort type of Herald either. It was just trying to get the turret cheekily in the bottom lane. But it was answered.
Yep.
And so WE now know that Lee Sin is on the bottom side of the map. You get to watch where Rengar goes. And right now he's moving with Ben, looking towards top lane, protecting Mystic, ideally to try and get an objective. But Snake are also responding.
I would have liked a bit more of commitment there from Snake, though. Do you reckon that these players know that it applies the debuff onto the backdoor protection? Because it always feels like they back away as if it doesn't.
Look, I have to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they know they are better players than I am.
Better players than all of us. But in that one situation, I feel like they just could have just walked up and smacked the turret.
In saying that, I acknowledge that SOFM went towards one of the weirdest item builds that I've ever seen on a competitive Gragas, and we'll half rescind that comment.
It's true. But there are many facets to being a good League of Legends player, you know. It's not all just down to like mechanics, it's not all just down to like decision making. So some players are exceptionally good at one or two, and some players are good at all of them, and that's what makes them superstars.
Yeah, and of course you have to remember that like committing to that Rift Herald could have been a big trade from the side of Team WE responding to it when they've got themselves a 3-in-1 Kalista on the opposite side of the map. They sent Zatai up there because he's a teleporting member of the team. It's always possible that he then teleports and rotates if WE respond to them using the Herald, but they didn't. And so the trade basically from the side of Snake was, we'll get bottom lane out of turret, and then we'll look towards the next step. And ideally, if no one's down here to respond to us getting this turret, then maybe we do too, but you play it one at a time. And basically, because Kled was there, Kled's a very scary champion in any state of the game. You can't really dive a Kled, even as a Lee Sin and a Jarvan, it's super risky. They choose not to.
That's going to be it for now. But we have had 6 minutes, 6 kills in the first 14 minutes, which is significantly more than I believe the last 2 games. So we're already on the stronger foot. About 4, maybe 3 minutes now until the Infernal Dragon. I'd have to feel for WE if they want to try and secure that area. It would be really big for them as well if they were to get that, because Mystic has hit a very early item power spike of his Blade of the Ruin King on top of the Berserk Greaves.
Yeah, and I know it might feel weird watching a game where WE are playing slow into a Cogmore, but it's about the timing of the item spikes where, you know, you're looking at Mystic and he has got his big items, but Cogmore has 1 item, not the 3 spike. And so ultimately, with a pretty good mid-game composition coming out of WE, they might still look towards a play now. And this is where we actually start to challenge them, because playing slow up to this point is kind of expected. It's what you want WE normally to do anyway. Get through laning phase and then break outside of laning phase and get bigger objectives. And this calm, patient play has to give eventually before the Cogmore scales.
So if I'm taking his second red, a gunplay completed by Zatai as well, so he's doing pretty well for himself. And this Dragon is spawning in around 90 seconds. Pretty much both teams are in a good position to fight if they want to. They're at those item spikes. 957's going in, but I don't think he's going to hit anybody.
He was expecting his own team to commit. I'm a little bit confused there by the side of W. Mystic positions forwards, doesn't use his ultimate, doesn't pull in the Thresh. They committed to wanting to find themselves a crystal, but that crystal was not attainable.
Yep, unfortunately not on that one. Yeah, it did feel like the team should have committed right there as the flick comes in from Xie, but does not connect onto the tide. A little bit too slippery. Bit of a pipe dream to have wanted that one to happen, but 45 seconds on that Dragon clock. Snake have to feel they are in a better position to try and take this one.
They're in a better position regarding the map right now, but I would definitely not say they're in a better position to team fight outright for that one. Given that Kled doesn't have ultimate, it's going to be nice, but fighting for an objective against the Talia is always dangerous just because of the Weaver's Wall, which is able to put down and block people off from objectives, make fights super disjointed and awkward.
Yeah.
And it can be as simple as blocking a Cogmore out of the fight above to getting rid of certain people or locking him in the fight that can actually determine the outcome. And Xie is a very good Talia.
Yeah, she has just had some very unfortunate moments in this game, but you can't discount the strength of this guy. Dragon spawns, and on the clock, it's going to be started. Has been warded out by
He can still look. He's ulting. He's straight in.
It's dying very, very quickly. It's going to be taken by SOFM, but it's now what happens now because everyone's locked in and they have to make this fight happen. OQ's jumped away, but he's locked down as well. He cannot auto-attack anybody while Mystic and Chie on the backlines again, actually not doing that much work. And Mystic gets assassinated by Zatai. Meanwhile, Cogmore's back into this fight as 957 gets locked down by Zatai. 3 kills for 1 so far to Snake as they have the rest of WE on the run. Chie locked in place. The Winter Bite lands. He's taken out the flag and the drag. Puts him in the body bag there from Flandre. 4 kills for 1, and Snake come out massive.
And I'm hoping we get a replay of that one, Pulse, because Mystic just gets popped by Zatai. That was a big play coming out of the LeBlanc of Snake. And those big plays, those hero moments is what it takes to get rid of Team WE. And it all starts with him zoning away Condi. Oku's stuck here, right? But Mystic is also in a little bit of an awkward spot. SOFM, the kick wasn't perfect, but it's perfect enough to put Zatai within kill range. So this is Snake's game. This is also what WE are doing. They're trying to kill the Cogmore, and it feels like this is a sign of what's to come. Flandre still had his ultimate after all of that. And then, you know, Chie, it's just pretty easy pickings. Zatai getting a triple kill, compliments of a kick from SOFM.
Snake could actually win this series, and that would be absolutely insane. We already said it at the start that if WE, if they do not come away with the 2-0, is a loss for them, as they need to solidify these wins against the bottom tier teams. But Snake, this could be a massive, massive win for them, and the morale if they can take down the top of the group right here.
Still waiting for those big 2-item spikes, however, from Mystic and the side of WE, as they may end up looking for a moment like that to actually make the play. And up until they get those item spikes, I think they are just kind of playing it calmly. I like that Snake went in, though, utilizing their Fed LeBlanc, the fact that they have just good mid-game champions themselves, and that they don't want WE to get an Infernal Drake, so by using the map control LeBlanc's providing, they're able to start it off early and get it done. The fact they win a fight, to me, is just the cherry on top for Snake, because that probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, for sure. We're coming across. SOFM's going in, of course he is. Crystal trying to defend, and SOFM is well and truly 6 feet under, and so is Crystal for trying to save him. OQ over the wall. Not going to be able to make it happen, and Condi, 957, definitely chose the wrong direction, but that one's cut off as well because you have a Talia. Goodbye OQ, goodbye Zatai. 957 was there, but dodges it out with a flash. Fancy footwork coming in right there, but 3 kills for nothing. And with the Baron spawning on 30, there's no objective for WE to take, but it does show that they still are able to take these fights.
Yeah, they're still able to take the fights, but that was actually just an overreach from SOFM.
Yes, it was.
In typical Lee Sin and in typical SOFM fashion, they all collide when he plays the same champion as what is depicted from overexertion. He goes forwards. He tries to take out a Thresh when they've got a Callista in the composition. And to me, that's just a lack of respect for the team composition from SOFM. You know, any other context, any other team composition, there's a fair chance that with a 4-level advantage, you're about to one-tap that Thresh. I believe his ultimate even gets cancelled by Callista's ulti. And just like that, Crystal, he's stuck in the ship as it's sinking with his jungler. Everything else that follows up here, disregard 957. He's actually going to get a nice flank as an end result of this Enforcer Flash. They're able to pick up the next targets. Really good use of the team composition coming out of Team WE. But funnily enough, that all stems from a Snake mistake.
It really was. Miss Snake, as SOFM takes out his gun and shoots every one of his teammates in the foot. Because they had such a great advantage in this game. And all they needed to do is actually do nothing. They just needed to sit in it. But yeah, just went in a little bit too deep. That's not to say that Snake aren't still strong. They have an Infernal as well, so they managed to stop WE.
Fed LeBlanc. They've got a scaling Cogmore. They got a lot right now.
Yes, they do.
But sometimes, you know, these things happen. And usually it's SOFM, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for the next one and see what happens. Because he can also win them the game.
He's a polarizing player, you know. He will lose or win you a game sometimes. Back when Huni was more volatile, he was very much the same player. He'll go 10-0 or 0-10. But when he goes 10-0, it's hype as hell. And you interview him, and that's how you build a hero. But you can turn these players into weapons of mass destruction if they have the right team, if they have the right coaching alongside them. But SOFM definitely still in that volatile stage. Got to say that. 2-2-5 in this game. Still has 100% kill participation. And Snake Next one's going to be a Cloud Dragon for them if they want to go for that one. So it's not the same.
You know what, the one thing that I respect the most, and the reason that I like the LPL so much, is because I think you can train people to not do things, but I don't think you can train people to do things as well.
Yeah.
And when you actually come into a league like this, SOFM, with the volatility or the fact that he always goes forwards, to me is good, because you can teach him not to take certain fights in certain contexts, and like eventually he'll get that, but you can't really teach a random jungler that he should be committing to that fight and then mechanically doing it. You know, SOFM's been doing that for 3 years.
Okay.
So I'd rather take the guy that can do it perfectly and then teach him when not to.
Yeah. That's true. It's very true about our region, but 7-7 in this game. And of course, the gold advantage still is over to Snake. Baron is very much an objective on the board, so the tie is in the bottom side. He is currently that split pusher, but he's essentially waiting for someone to come along. Preferably not 957, because he's not able to burst him.
He doesn't actually have any resistances declared. Of course, it won't be a one-tap from the LeBlanc, but Zatai will win this 1v1 if it continues over time. So 100% 957 will have to respect it. You might even see magic resistance coming out of him next, just to survive the laning phase if Snake relentlessly makes sure that this is the 1v1 that continues to happen. And you know that they're looking for a 1-3-1. You know that they're going to try and split push.
As soon as you have the teleports, you don't even need to know the champions to say that's going to be the case. And SOFM will just find himself. Oh wow, another Infernal coming up after this. So it's
here we go.
Cloud plus an Infernal. This will be something that WE and Snake have to fight over. Flandre caught out, has to flash away. Really nice ultimate in from Crystal right there.
Unfortunately, Ben's hook didn't actually secure them. I think that would have maybe been the kill on the Flandre if that had hit. So he has to walk up. He hits the Flay at the very least, and then get the flash out of the Jarvan. But, you know, as expected, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, when you reveal yourself trading top, Zatai starts to outscale that. However, WE making the right moves.
Yep, Mystic takes one away, and what a sad lantern. Never gets used. It was there if he wanted it. Zatai, SOFM, taking out this bottom tower.
They're going to do the Baron right now with a Kalista. She has a Blade of the Ruined King. It's very achievable.
SOFM has to get there real quick. No, they're going to back away. Okay, well, that was a bit lackluster in the end. Crystal was chasing them down, but doesn't connect the Winter's Bite. Would have hit Banshee's Veil anyway. But that being said, the biggest thing was the fact there was a bottom tower going down to Snake and a zero reaction. Well, there was a reaction from WE, but there was nothing actually taken for their team.
Yeah, they also got the teleport out of Zatai, so I'd actually still call that a slight win for WE. Obviously not for the amount of gold they have. Snake have now decided they're going to start this Baron off.
Improvement from game one, because they've actually started it.
Absolutely, but Condi is very much aware of it. And he's here already. This could be a big fight, actually, over the objective. Snake, I feel like they're using it as bait to fight.
Yeah, Snake do not want to... they really want this choke point, actually, as Flandre jumps in, gets the Cataclysm, but he dies almost instantly. 957 is still alive, though. It's a 4 versus 5. Fantastic kick in from SOFM. Zatai will capitalize.
SOFM.
And he's going in onto the backline, but no one else really went in there. Full Lee Syndrome. As Zatai jumps in and actually somehow finds the kill there onto 957. Xie backs away, he's out of mana, Mystic lower mana and health.
WE lose a team fight to Snake just there. You're right, the kick was great. SOFM still alive, but they don't have enough health, I don't think, to do the Baron. WE are going to push themselves to the limit in attempting to check that, but smartly they do not, as Snake actually revealed themselves in the middle lane. The best case scenario there for Snake was actually to recall and bait them into kills. Of course, we get to see how this all breaks down. As Flandre literally just engaging onto Ben and actually locking people into the pit. This kick on a 957, oh sorry, on a Mystic, was great because it denies Ben going in with his AD carry. It kind of just throws him to the wolves by himself as he's then locked in place. So timing was fantastic. It's also great from Zatai to come over the wall, secure it with an auto attack. Things are starting to heat up for Snake in this game 3.
They could actually just win this series, Rusty.
Yeah.
And wouldn't that be crazy? WE, I don't know what's happened to them, but they are not playing like normal WE. Part of it's the same, where if they get hit up in the early game, they will wait and wait and wait and wait until they find that one chance. But they usually do find that chance. They're very good at exposing teams who are lesser than them. And of all the teams, Snake do make a lot of mistakes, and we can see it. But for some reason, WE cannot find those in this game. Or this series.
And they're just trying to bait their opponents into fighting. I think that is the name of the game here for WE, you're right. Yes, they're very good at exposing mistakes, and Snake do make a lot of them. They're actually playing to bait those mistakes out of them. Flandre, you know, he got an ultimate onto just Thresh. That's not ideal.
Yep.
And in a perfect world, this wouldn't be happening.
No, Ben almost getting caught out, but the Fate's Call keeps him alive. Kalista there exactly when she needed to be.
About 0.1 of a second off death, as well as the last Q from Zatai was coming out to secure the kill. So very well done from Mystic. But now he doesn't have the ultimate. Rengar doesn't have the ultimate. Talia doesn't either. You can see that on the left of your screen looking at the Baron buff. This is everything Snake needs to start off the Purple Worm or force WE to fight in the area.
Well, Ben got to go back to base and catch up with his team, but it's the same place once again in which WE are potentially getting caught out.
They spotted Kog'Maw walking between the
need
bushes.
957 to be the one who's leading,
They
but
got
with the
Xie.
Q landing onto Xie, 957's going to jump in, but SOFM is tearing up the backlines with Zatai. 1 death so far, 3 in quick succession, make that 4, as only Connie is alive, but scrap that, because he's down as well. And that's the clean ace, Alpha Snake.
Another triple for Zatai. OQ is still alive, and 5 members of Snake now walking down the middle lane. This will be an inhibitor pretty much for free unless they really want to prioritize the Baron as much as SOFM does. We'll see what they're able to secure, as it looks like they have committed to the Baron. All right.
And that was not even close. 5-0 in that fight. No, none of those health bars were particularly low. And it was just incredibly well played by Snake, just mechanically in that fight. Flandria gets the mid tower. They literally get their cake and eat it too.
The only thing missing for Snake after that trade was just the inhibitor, but they choose to get the Baron instead, and a lot of this is SOFM. Hits the Q, forces movement out of Xie, and then Flandria just follows it up again, kicks Mystic, and hits another Q hit. Like, there's just nothing that Mystic was able to do on this Kalista because he needs to start getting up those Rens into his targets. And meanwhile, throughout all of this time when they are kicking around their Kalista, the Kog'Maw is hitting people, Zatai is hitting people on the LeBlanc. Things are looking so good for Snake. I don't actually know if WE have what it takes to stop this final push.
Yeah, no, I'm actually just going to say Snake are going to take this serious now. SOFM is playing out of his mind. He is an absolute machine in this game. And 29 minutes on the clock with the Baron over to Snake, plus those 2 dragons, plus another Infernal going over to them.
Yeah, and I think they're actually going to have 2 Knights Vows as well when Braum goes back to base next. So honestly, it's going to be so difficult for all the physical damage running around to kill people with all these tanks protecting them.
Mystic, Xie just pretty much on janitorial duty right now, clearing out these minion waves, but
I need to find a pick.
Zatai is actually legendary in this game. He's 8-0-4. Crystal has not taken any damage yet. OQ turning it around, and there's a teleport coming in from Flandre.
Ooh,
that could have been massive, but it still forces everyone into the 5-man Cataclysm. OQ untouched in the backlines as Ben is coming in here, and SOFM is a man possessed as he comes in and finds one, but Flandre is onto the backlines, and OQ looking for another onto 557. Jumps back into the base and pocket pistols his way back to safety, but Mystic almost dies. 3-0. That's the inhibitor going down, and with the mini waves coming into the bottom lane, serious damage could be happening right now to WE's base.
Yeah, you have to expect 2 inhibitors about to fall Pulse. Maybe not more than that because 957 and Mystic are still alive, but as far as danger is concerned, they were inches away from a clean victory here. That's a lot of damage, actually. They're still going.
With that chunk damage onto Mystic, they're going to close in for this one. First Nexus turret's going to fall. 957 doing his best to try and stop this one from happening. 957 is ready to go. Does have his charge available. Xie and Connie coming up very shortly. Even on this retreat, Snake could be run down. Some of his health bars are relatively low and is low mana, but WE do not want to push their luck. With 1 Nexus turret down, Snake are poised to take this game.
They certainly are. This Cataclysm from Flandre was sick, but remember how the Cataclysm comes to be in the first place. Teleport zoning, the Moth Lantern already used, and the fact that the kick actually knocks the 5th member into it. So much damage comes out of Flandre. Again, flash EQ combo from him, trying to lock down Mystic. And that's the thing, Kalista, you know, she does a lot of damage if she's left to her own devices, but there is no situation against the Jarvan where you're going to be left to your own devices. And when he's got a Gargoyles, he's not actually going to die, especially when he hits a 5-man Cataclysm and is able to activate it shortly after. That's nasty.
Man, SOFM as a player, he's a killing machine. If you set him in a direction and you put him in the right direction, he'll just kill everything in a line. If you point him towards his own team, they'll kill them too. But what is for certain is someone's gonna die. And that kick setting up the Cataclysm was exceptional.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you as well. Zatai is playing incredible right now. 10-0-4.
Oh yeah.
As much as I love highlighting SOFM, that is a shining light right now with a questionable mark next to him of SOFM, who has shown up in this one.
Yeah. 100%. Oh, they got him. Zatai now 10-1-4. Completely taken up right there.
No summoners for Mystic, so the Jarvan has got his eye in on the easiest engage of his life.
Zatai is dancing around WE at this point in time. And they can't even land a finger on him. With the top tower, top inhib going down, triple inhibs down, Baron buff still on the side
they just wait for the
Snake.
minions.
Specifically SOFM.
Here come the supers.
Just play it slow, Snake. Do not need to pull the trigger right now, but WE definitely need to. Guardian Angel 957.
He's got his ult
there is
on,
a time
so
to
he's
do
looking.
it. He needs to do it now. Misses the joust.
Ooh.
He's going to get dismounted shortly. Flandre jumps in, cancels out the CC. Condi jumps into the mosh pit as well. But OQ getting so much damage down onto Mystic. He's trying to make it happen, but it does not for WE. They're about to lose Xie. They lose 957, who goes down into the Guardian Angel. And Xie, what's he going to do against the onslaught of Snake right now as he trades off against OQ? And Snake, they're actually going to do it. 22 kills on this one. 33 minutes on the clock and 3 games. But they do it. They've taken out WE.
And nobody came into today expecting to see this as an end result. This was the only guaranteed clean 2-0. But the opposite thing happens. And Snake actually beat Team WE. And they looked good while doing it.
Actually an unreal result. Snake taking the win over WE. Of all the teams for them to beat for when they were turning out, I didn't think they could do it coming out of that game 1. That seemed like the game that if they couldn't beat WE there, they were never going to win a series.
And what planet do we live on where this is even allowed to happen in our league? It's just crazy that Snake can do this to the #1 team in the LPL.
There's always a percentage, and sometimes the 5% strikes. That's what it was today, but maybe this is the turning point. You know, if you can ride momentum. Let me in here. There we go. If you can ride momentum off a win like that, it could be absolutely huge. And see the manager as well getting in there as well from Snake. And big smile on his face, because when I was talking to him over in China, he said this is going to be the split of redemption right now for Snake. And this is the first step to making that happen.
Yeah, redemption for all of the LPL, honestly. That's part of the slogan of our entire league. But at the same time, Snake in particular, they have a lot to prove. High hopes from their management, but definitely something that can push them in the right direction, or at least make the players feel better about themselves, knowing that they can win these games. And being able to beat a team like WE says that even more so. Think of Dan Gaming when it comes to beating EDG as an example of it. We can actually do it.
And that's the power of Snake. They can do it. And this definitely was underperforming WE. That doesn't necessarily take away from the victory that Snake earned today. But WE are definitely not playing at the top of their game. Don't know what happened there, and it's something to analyze for sure. But Raz, welcome back to the desk.
Hey.
Good prediction.
Thank you. Did it all myself. I'll take that. Sometimes you just don't expect Snake to take a game off the best team after how many? I don't know. It's
I know how long.
Life sometimes. It happens. And for them to be able to take a win like that means so much after losing, I suppose, their coach in Jukai.
Yep.
Which, I don't know, is going to take responsibility for this case, for this set. But they have to feel good, every one of those members. And you can see it. I know WE comes in with a red logo, but that is not the red bar they've been looking for. It's in Snake. And we can take it a little bit farther back, and I guess it felt like a bit of a slow burn for the series, that is. And it felt like a lesson was being learned from Snake. There were points where Snake was not willing to take the Baron run when they had full vision control in Game 1.
Yeah.
And so they learned that lesson of being able to just start it when they have full control. And in game 2, they had learned the lesson of how to crash on turret, be able to dive, and deal with that mid lane turret. And then you get into game 3, and you felt like those points were learned. There were still moments where they just started Baron and had to fight back on WE. There were moments where they looked to still, honestly, wait a little bit around the vision control that they had and pick fights. And I like those points. It felt like Snake recognized point after point after point, game after game, how to play these fights a little better. And what we ended up getting was a better fight from Snake. This was a point where you have to just look towards Zatai here. Zatai and Flandre. Flandre forces a fight, but Zatai is able to get a great flank and kill off of Talia immediately. And just continues that forward, just diving straight through the back line and leaving the front line of WE just completely exposed. It happened in the earlier Dragon fight as well, where Zatai was able to pick apart the AD carry just on a flank position. And we haven't seen Zatai play this well on the team for so long. We even mentioned on the desk that Tank was just the better mid laner. Just consistency, right? Even though Tank had the whole champion pool problem, Zatai was a lot more flexible. It was just the fact that he hadn't been performing up until this game, up until this set. And this one, I just felt like he was always making behind the flanks. And it wasn't just Lee Sin kick on Thresh, Lee Sin kick on AD carry into nothing. He was actually snowballing a lot of the leads, and it was just becoming progressively harder because Talia had no role in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that was huge from Zatai in that particular game. At the same time, you know, SOFM even showing up to play Flandre, like, individually, I think Snake just showed up massively.
Man, I always feel like I'm wrong, because I was going to say that SOFM, while he's deserving of the MVP, I feel like Zatai deserves it since 100% of the plays that he made that game worked out. Yes, SOFM had some game-changing plays, but he also had some negatively game-changing plays. So he nets the MVP here, not to say he didn't have a great performance.
And I will always give it to SOFM because in their losses, he'll showcase a lot of ability to get the kick, flash into his team, right? He did so in this game, and he just had backup this time around. And the reason why this MVP means a lot more than it, let's say, in any other game, is because he was going up against Kondi, who was on the Rengar pick, who is actually just useless this game. The Rengar pick did not pay off. The idea behind the Rengar pick is to be able to have proper skirmish into Lee Sin early on in the game. Didn't happen. There was no setup for it. And it was in due part to the fact that the LeBlanc and Talia is pretty hard for Talia once she just loses out in her early shoving. And so suddenly he's just a Rengar pick. Doesn't have the wombo of, let's say, an Orianna Rengar. So once he ultied in certain fights, if he jumped in, Talia, or at least LeBlanc, just jumped past her and looked towards the back line. There was no defense there. So I felt like Lee Sin, a lot of flexibility in the champion, and SOFM makes a lot of use of it. And he was flanked, or at least going up against a Rengar that could not deal with the pick.
And in the end, it was still a win for Snake, and it's pretty big for the team and the organization to actually pick up a win here. Had this been a win against a lesser team, you know, a lot of people would have just gone away and said, well, sometimes that happens at Snake, you know, sometimes they turn up and then they just blasted the mid of the table team. But they actually took out WE, which is a statement in itself. There's no other team they could have taken out in this group for people now to turn around and say, hey, maybe Snake have a shot.
That's true. And honestly, you can hit on the point of Ben and Kondi not working as well as they used to, being able to set down vision as they used to, and say, yeah, WE not playing as well as they previously have. But the fact that Snake were able to take this set to 3 games and take the win against the best team in the LPL is a major statement, especially since this happened, of course, after losing to Dan Gaming, losing their coach, and just finding themselves in absolute chaos. But they were able to regain focus, and that's what I've been looking for them to do in the beginning of this set. Just had zero faith. You saw it off my bets. It wasn't happening. I'm losing money, fake money, but I'm losing it. But it looks like it was off the fact that Snake is able to rebuild something.
Yeah, and simply put, I don't actually think that was even close to like a top 3 of the LPL performance from WE, and that's really disheartening when we are sending that team to Rift Rivals. But at the same time, like, Snake did look good. I actually appreciated the fact that they were just doing what works for them. I actually think their drafting was pretty good in the third game as well, taking picks from Mystic, giving the LeBlanc in third rotation to Zatai. I think they set themselves up for it well. They learned through the series well, and there is a lot of positives that Snake can take home for themselves. But ultimately, I look at this set, And I worry more for WE than I feel good for Snake, just based off the performance. Because EDG right now, to me, are the #1 outright team in the LPL. There is no contesting that with the way WE are currently playing.
100%. And it's not only from like an analyst perspective, but also from the fan perspective, because I know a lot of people will be looking towards China. If you are a Western fan for sure of the LPL, you look towards teams like WE and in fact the top 4 that we are sending to Rift Rivals and say, what's going on, right? Like, we need this team to start performing, because if they don't ramp up in the same way that EDG have been ramping up, EDG are the epitome of what we want to be seeing from our top teams right now, then suddenly you have like one good team, maybe 2 or 3.
Here's the thing. Ramp up has to start from somewhere, right? WE, they've made mistakes, not even just in this game. They made mistakes in prior games. We hit on Mystic not hitting Ash arrows, right? Them just making bad calls around Dragon area. Those games happened for WE coming into the split. Point now, the reason why you have to start that ramp up, EDG started it when they lost to Dan in an embarrassing fashion, right? That's when they started that ramp up. Now they're starting to hit games really quickly. This time around, WE losing to Snake, honestly, feel good moment for Snake. It has to still mean something for Snake. Snake has to still take those lessons and find it in the next upcoming sets. But WE has to now play EDG. That could be a pretty hype set simply because EDG's coming in pretty hot. WE losing this set up against Snake, they know they have a lot to work on, and it's all going to have to come into fruition in that in the next set with EDG.
Yeah. And with that bombshell, we're going to go ahead and close the show. So thank you so much for watching and witnessing what was honestly a momentous occasion for Snake. So we'll catch you again tomorrow for more League of Legends action.